Recording in progress. Sound check 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Carry high. Testing 1 2.
Um, Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, tasting. Okay.
Hello. Hello, Honorable Sharif. She's not answering. She's not sure. Maybe she's busy. Maybe she's maybe she's busy. Yeah, yeah, she is. I'm sure she's busy with something. I just switch off.
And what's the name? Ask for PD, ask for the link. I think it's PD.
Here, I sent it to her. She called me.
No, she's in the chat. It was earlier on.
Oh, I did send it to her. I didn't even see. I'll send it. I'll send it again.
Just so you can see. Yeah. And you've got to have it. See. So I keep it there. I share it. Let it down. It's and they'll play and you know it's actually I think it's checking
I'll check somebody else. I'll send a message.
But at least.
Oh,
Come to the yes. I thank you that you go. I'm sorry. I think you just. I actually pointed out one day. I wasn't trying to be biased when I go. My thing is I own that caffeine as I go. So then I use this paper thing, I put the and then I use this thing and then I put the thing back. And so by the time of the meals that all I do is write down this is clean. But everything comes out of the cupboard, everything's on counter, but now it is I'm doing much more because I thought it was not much better.
Good morning, everybody. Just checking what time we're going to start. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning, Tasneem.
Morning.
good morning. Good morning, Honorable Sharif. We are still waiting for the other members to come. I think their transport delayed. The chairperson.
Thought so.
Still come.
Listen, nothing new, nothing new. Can I ask that somebody just I'll stay logged on. Can somebody maybe just send me a message when we start and then I'll come back to my computer?
I'll do so.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Recording stopped. Good morning, honorable members. We can start with our meeting. IT, are you ready? Good morning, honorable members. I declare this meeting officially
Recording in
open.
progress.
You are all welcome. And
Yes.
yes, versus a hint. Good morning, honorable members. I declare this meeting officially open. You are all welcome. Honorable members on visual platform, you are all welcome. We are starting now. Honorable Sheriff, are you there?
I'm here, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Piri, are you there?
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Honorable Shlongo? Okay. You know, we need to apologize for starting late. It's due to transport arrangements by Parliament. We've been waiting for transport since 7 o'clock in the morning. And we just arrived now, a few minutes ago. So we also want to apologize to our candidates because that also will impact to the schedule of candidates that are supposed to come in. But also, I'm not sure if you, Mr. Mvaba, you have made other arrangements for those who had to travel back because we were running late. I'm not sure what was the reason of us being late. Because we've been waiting since 7 o'clock in the morning. Our first candidate is the sign language officials are here. Oh, okay. The interpreters are here, but I see you are alone. Oh, okay. Sign language, are you alone? Or there's another person? Oh, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Let's start with Rini Thompson. Good morning, Ms. Rini Thompson. You are welcome. Yeah, our apologies for starting late. It's due to transport problems. So hopefully, Mr. Mvapa, they will arrange your transport because maybe there was a time that was given to the transport, and we are the ones who delayed you. My name is Nonhlanhla Ncubendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Honorable members will introduce themselves before they ask you questions. We have honorable members who are here in the house, and other honorable members are on visual in the visual platform. So they will also be asking you questions. The first question is about yourself. Tell us about yourself, and why do you think you are a suitable candidate to be recommended to the House for you to be appointed as a commissioner in CGE? You only have 45 minutes with us. Yeah. Over to you. Relax, stay calm, and drink water. If you didn't hear the question, you are free to ask the member to repeat the question. Yeah. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you.
Hi, switch on the mic. Yeah. Is it on?
Yeah, it seems like. Chairperson, honorable members, firstly, I would like to say thank you for the honor of being shortlisted. I think that in itself already is an achievement from the long list of nominations that I saw was received. Chair, you asked about myself. I'm Renee Thompson. I'm originally from a very small town called Laingsburg, where I grew up, went to university. I was raised by a single mother, 4 siblings, all girls in total. I then
Oh, she's speaking soft.
was it? Apologies. Raised by a single mother. I then went to University of Stellenbosch. I'm one of that Ntwalos that the president was speaking about. And at that point, NSFAS was TEFSA. So I managed to study at university, got my second degree. And while I was studying, I was working part-time at the library. And after graduating, I was still looking for work. And I saw the advertisement for a position as researcher here at Parliament. And I took a chance, I applied. And I think 2 weeks later, my life changed and I started working here. I started off as a researcher, safety and security cluster. Following that, I was moved to the Chief Ops Office and I was a drafter. And I think then there was Deployments Again movement. I was moved to media under Moloto Matapu. And during that time, I sort of realized, okay, I'm now in an unfamiliar space. That's what I studied. And I then decided to study journalism. I did my master's in journalism during that period. When I finished, I think there was also a reshuffling at the time. I was then offered a PLO position with the late Tina Jomat Peterson. I was with her until the end of her term in 2014. When she was then deployed to energy, I stayed on with the former Minister of Agriculture, Minister Zokwana. I then finished my term, and I think in that total, I was already 16 years on the premises. And I would say I was always a full-time casual because I never had a permanent job. When I finished, I then decided to study full-time. I started my PhD with a focus still on Parliament and the legislative process. I submitted. I'm now waiting on feedback on that PhD. And in the interim, I then started consulting because there are a lot of multinationals that don't have insight into how Parliament works. When legislation comes that affects them, there's always sort of a bit of a panic. And I saw a gap in the market for to start a small business. So I've been doing that. And then also running a small NGO with my sisters, specifically focused on helping single mothers, as we were raised by one. And the reason why I think I'm suitable, or one of the candidates, is that I think, firstly, being raised by a single mother, I think it consensitizes you to the plight of women. I always say, when I look back now, I don't know how my mother managed to pay for things for all of us. It sort of just makes you mindful. And I think through the NGO work also, it's you basically, if you look at poverty, it's the face of a woman. Everything that affects the country, I think, and the world in general, it affects women on a much deeper level. I was looking at the water shortages now, and the first thing I was saying is that how are mothers coping? So yeah, I think my nature, I think for me,
Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay, Renee,
Yeah.
relax. Because you see your voice is trembling.
I also,
Just relax, you'll be okay.
yeah, I also don't want to exceed my time limit. So yeah, I think as for me,
With this question, you are done.
am I done?
You have
Okay.
taken more than 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, just relax. Yeah. Don't switch off your mic. Leave it on. Yeah. Relax, just drink water. You'll be fine.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. We understand it's not easy to be here. Yeah. Even if you have worked with
Yes.
members, but
It's
sometimes
not the same.
it's not the same. Yeah, just relax. Okay. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to your good self, all the honorable members and our candidate before us, Ms. Thompson. Good morning to your good self. And one must wish you the best whilst you're awaiting the outcome for your PhD.
Thank you.
What's Masiko lapha? No, Renee.
Thank you. The question that I have for you is around your understanding on the mandate and the powers and the functions of CGE as an institution. Because you know that CGE as a Chapter 9 institution was established with the view to strengthen constitutional democracy. Now, what is your understanding of CGE's mandate, powers, and functions in terms of the Constitution and its supporting legislation, and then, or enabling legislation, let me put it as such. And then also, can you briefly explain to us what the role of a commissioner is in CGE? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Masiboko. The mandate, my understanding of the CGEs and its purpose is to monitor and evaluate government departments and organizations to ensure that they implement, protect gender equality in the workplace, and also to ensure that policies and legislation are implemented. And then I think in terms of the law and the Constitution, the CGE also plays a very important role in not only initiating, but also ensuring that legislation that comes before Parliament and policy is viewed with a gender lens, to make sure that, you know, there's always unintended consequences of legislation. And I think that's why even a portfolio committee like this plays a vital role in all legislation that comes before Parliament, because I think there are, you know, it will be a subject matter that specific committee will look at and not necessarily think about the impact it will have on women. And my view, a commissioner, I think everyone brings a different strength to a role. But the role of the commissioner is to ensure that that mandate is being followed and implemented, and to ensure that that person also represents the CGE with integrity, because I think it is one of the most important Chapter 9 institutions.
Ma'am Kaula? Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Honorable and Ms. Thompson. My name is Sibongile Makoti Kaula, member for the committee. Mina ngizobuza nje umbuzo olula. Ngifuna ukwazi nge-strategy plan sika 2019 to 24 ukuthi if wena mangase kwenzeke manje uyalithola leli thuba lokuba ukhomisha wethu la special ku-CGE, yini ongayenza ukubona ukuthuthukisa abantu besifazane laba njengoba uchaza nje uthi wena ukhule ukhulisa umama kuphela, ukuthi sibabone nabo bengena kulezi zomnotho, bakwazi ukuthi balime, bakwazi ukukhulisa iy'ngane zabo, bakwazi bayifundise. Yini wena ongakwazi ukubalekelela khona ukuthi u-government lo khona akwazi ukubanika labo mathuba ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi bafunde ukuy'mela bakhulise iy'ngane zabo? Omunye uthi abantu besifazane siyababona la eSouth Africa sebeze balahla ithemba kakhulu ngenxa yokuthi bahlukunyezwa abantu besifazane besilisa, and uma behlukumezeka bagcina kubona kunezinto ezingabavumeli ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi bazimele, lakhe lento ukuthi bakwazi ukona imihlaba, sibabone be-ona izimayini. Yini ongayenza ukuthi sibabone laba bantu nabo beyiphathi yoku-ona umhlaba, sibabone be-ona izimayini? Ngiyabonga.
Good morning. The honorable member is asking questions based on the strategic plan 2019 to 2024. And her question is, if appointed, what would you do to empower women, given that you did say that you were raised by a single mother? And what would you do to empower women so that they can participate meaningfully in the economy, agriculture, etc.? And secondly, how would you engage government to ensure that since women are despondent because of the abuse that they suffer at the hands of men, how would you ensure that they also get empowered in terms of land ownership and also participation in activities like mining and the likes? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. In terms of ensuring participation of women in terms of the strategic plan, I think the first issue is always resources and access to resources. And I think the first thing for me would be that to ensure that all government departments, they do have programs specifically for women, that as a potential commissioner, to make sure that all departments come and account as to what is in their plans for the financial year, to ensure that there is, first of all, access to opportunities, and to ensure that access and those opportunities are communicated to the broader community and not only those who are staying in the metros. I always encounter when you go to small rural areas and you ask about something like NSFAS, and that's an example that we've recently found, is that not everyone knows. So I think it's important that government departments, the CGE must ensure that government departments communicate their programs, the budgets that they've set aside, so that women can use those opportunities and have access to them. And when I say access to opportunities, yes, financial opportunities, but also to be mentored. If you want to go into mining, you will need support other than money. So I think government departments, and I'm not saying that they're not doing their jobs. I'm just saying that money is being set aside. We see now currently lots, because it was just International Women's Day, lots of events happening, and I don't think that is really helpful if you're sitting at home as a single mother, not just living off a grant. So I think as a CGE, they should also go out and and I know they are doing that already, but with that government department to make sure that the information is shared, assistance is given in applying for funding. Once assistance has been granted, that your hand is held up until the process where you are ready to run your business on your own, run the mine, and also farming. But I think all departments are vital in that perspective. And I think also then from the committee side, that all departments must also not only brief their committees, but also this committee, so that you can also monitor the planning and the spending as specifically when it comes to women. Thank you.
Honorable Piri.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to yourself. Good morning to our candidate. My name is Carol Phiri. I'm a member of the committee and part of the panelist. Chair, I'm fine. I'm glad with the candidate I had when she was elaborating about herself. I want to check with the candidate, as much as you have applied to become a commissioner. I want to ask you about Section 11, subsection 1, which speaks about the international treaty. Are you aware of the international treaty that relates to the Gender Commission, and which are those? Or have you ever came across and be in the know-how of the protocols that were made? Can you try to talk to us about your knowledge about the international treaty and their protocols? Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Member, I think with this question, I'm not familiar with the protocols, so I'm not even going to try and make something up. I think I'll just be honest and say that, unfortunately, I haven't.
Okay. Honorable Masondo, Honorable Sengwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Magdalena Tutuzila Hlengwa. I'm the member of this committee and the member of panel. Good morning to you, Brena. My question is based on gender equality and gender mainstreaming. Let me say you are a commissioner. As a commissioner of CGE, how would you advise government departments and entities and the private sector to mainstream gender in order to achieve gender equality? Secondly, what, in your view, are the key mechanisms or measures to foster gender equality in society? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for that question. I think in terms of advising government departments and outside organization, I think it always starts with their human resources when they identify opportunities, advertise opportunities, that in the policies of any organization, that there is already a target set that 50% of positions are set aside for women, and not only junior positions, but across the board. I think that for me is the first point, that there is a policy in place, and a policy that is not just something that's in writing, but that is implemented. So I think that's important. And in terms of gender mainstreaming and equality in the workplace, in the broader society, I think what's important is that we educate and advocate through public participation, that women and young females understand what it means, how the law protects us, how there is policies that are in place and institutions that are in place to do so, and if something goes wrong, where they can go to look for help, because I think that's something that's lacking, and also now with younger women, they'll ventilate online and on social media, but they are not directed to the institution where they can seek help. But also I think the institutions that are set up, whether it's the police, the Public Service Commission, I think they should be monitored more closely to ensure that, for instance, if a female comes in and wants to lay a charge, there's been many cases where women have been told, come back tomorrow. There isn't a female on duty, for instance, and you can't say come back tomorrow. And in terms of the Public Service Commission, I know of many instances where I think, especially when there is a differentiation in power, and a junior official adds a complaint, the department sort of doesn't know or is afraid to do anything, and then it even escalates up until that point. But women still are not assisted, and so it's across the board. I think we have the policy in place, we have got the targets in place. I think it's the enforcement, and I think at some point there must be a system of penalization, where you say to a company, for instance, if you're doing business with government, and there is not a 50% female across the board appointments, that it's a minus when you're tendering. But I think we can't just have a finding and there's no consequences. I think that's, for me, is important. Thank you.
Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Ms. Thompson. My name is Nazli Sharif, member of this portfolio committee. My question is around gender-based violence and femicide. We know it remains one of the most pervasive problems in South Africa. In recent years, the National Strategic Plan on GBVF, as well as various legislative amendments to address GBVF, have been introduced. My question is twofold. Number one, what do you think is the CGE's role in addressing gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa? And my second one is based on the National Strategic Plan. Can you maybe give us an outline on what the National Strategic Plan is? And in that outline, can you explain at least 2 of the 6 pillars in the NSP? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, I think we all know that GBV is an increasing problem. I think from my perspective, I think there has been a focus on only once the offence has happened. And I think when we educate, and I think even with an NGO like we have, we focus on the girl child. And we actually forget that we need to sort of also educate the boy child from a young age. So I think for me, that's where it starts. In terms of legislation, I've always, whenever I get the platform, I always say that we often say once an offence happens, no bail must be given. Yet bail is given repeatedly. And I think we've all seen that once out on bail, an offense continues to happen. And I think the huge vacuum there is, yes, we can say no bail, but it has to be legislated. So there has to be a policy, there has to be a legislation that says no bail is granted, because in many cases, while they are on bail, they repeat those offenses. So that is one of the things that I personally sort of try whenever I get the opportunity to highlight, because I've seen case I've been part of when we protest outside of court, that bail is granted even though politicians have said it should not be the case. And I think it's because there is no policy or no law in place that says these are the conditions that should happen. In terms of the strategic plan, I think, of course, the first thing is to prevent these cases from happening, is to protect women, and also to ensure the dignity of women in general. And specifically, I think, as I mentioned earlier with police, for instance, that when you go in, whether it's an assault or it's a rape case, that the dignity you are dealt with, it should be a female officer, there should be a rape kit. So it's things that I think we assume should be there, but NGOs on the ground know that it isn't. It is in the plan, but like I said, I also know that you need resources to enforce and implement the plan. And I think when it comes to budget allocation, women sort of always are at the last end of the stick. But so yeah, that's my point. Thank you.
Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you, Chair. Just thank you for your answer, Ms. Thompson. The first question was, what do you think the role of CGE is? I think you've spoken very generally around the issues around GBV, but can you give us maybe specific examples of what, if you become the commissioner, what you foresee your role being in combating GBVF? You spoke about education and awareness. But is there anything that goes a little bit deeper? I'm just trying to probe the understanding, Chairperson.
All right.
Thank you. Yes, I think from the CGE's role is to provide support. And I've seen with specific cases that the Commission is there to provide actually legal support and also emotional support when cases do happen. So I think that's one of the roles of besides just monitoring and evaluating, is actually providing legislative support or legal support when there's a case. And I've seen the one with Caster Semenya, for instance, which was a big one. So I think that is one of the other things that the CGE is already doing, is actually providing guidance and legal support.
Just a follow-up question, Ms. Thompson. In terms of gender-based violence and femicide, the National Strategic Plan has got 6 pillars. Can you tell us, list 2 and elaborate on those 2? And tell us how best are they going to address the issues of gender-based violence in our society?
I think the first thing for me is to protect women, because I think you want to prevent any incidences of happening. And then to ensure that when a case happens or an incident occurs in terms of GBV, that procedure is being followed in terms of how a case is handled from the beginning until the end. But yeah, for me, it's prevention, protection, ensuring the dignity of women in GBV cases.
Any role-playing department?
Well, SAPS, social development, and then of course, women, children, and people with disabilities. I think those three departments are key in that strategy.
You see, your answer is not complete because mentioning a department and not telling us what is that department going to
Okay.
do.
So I think it's in terms of social development, their role would be to support those affected by GBV and also to do an advocacy role in that regard, because it's the Department of Social Development. I think also work very closely with women in terms of also grants and so forth. In terms of SAPs, I think they are there to protect and enforce the law, and a very crucial department when it comes to GBV. And then the Department of Women, Children, and People with Disability, also very vital. I know, for instance, today they are out in the Boerland doing an imbizo, and also the Boerland area specifically is known for a lot of GBV cases in terms of alcohol abuse on the farms, and then women suffer the brunt of it. So I think, yeah, for me, it's those three key departments, and their roles are all different, and I don't think they clash with each other. I do think that specifically the Department of Social Development could be doing more in terms of GBV, but I also know that I think it is the perception is that their role is just to pay grants, and not to be more active in terms of gender-based violence. And I don't know whether it is because they think, okay, there is now a Department of Women and Children, that they should take the leading role.
Okay. My next question is with regards, it's question that deals about skills, leadership, management, and litigation. Do you believe that you have leadership skills? And if so, can you provide us with an example on when you are successfully appointed, you are going to be to exercise your leadership? Do you have management experience? If yes, can you provide us with details of your experience in management by highlighting the skills that you possess? Do you regard yourself as a person who has ability to communicate and as a manager or as a leader? And why is communication important in this regard?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I do believe that I have the skills that is required for this role. I think personally, I would not have accepted the nomination if I had any doubt about that. In terms of my leadership and management skills, I am a small business owner, which I started as employee one. We now have 7 employees, all women. And like I explained right at the beginning, is that when I left Parliament, I started consulting with multinationals. I started off with 1 client. I now have 5, and I still have the first client. The very first one I signed on. I do not advertise my services. All of the clients that I have managed to sign up subsequently was by word of mouth. And I think during the lockdown period, when most companies were sort of suffering and closed, that was the time when we were the busiest. because everyone was trying to engage government. No one knew where to go to. People were frustrated. So I think in that regard, first of all, it shows management skills. The fact that I started off as a small business that has grown. We initially only did government liaison, parliamentary monitoring. We now have expanded, and we're also doing communication for our clients and profiling. So yes, I do think I have the skill to manage a team. Also, I mean, during crises, which I've had with my clients, and I think also the nature of those that I engage with directly. In most cases, it's the CEOs or the VPs of corporate affairs that I engage with in terms of any government affairs that's relevant to them. And in terms of communication, yes, I think it's extremely vital. Even if the team is small, where the team is big, I think that is, you will only work good together if everyone is free to also have an input. As a manager, you must be able to be on the receiving end of criticism on your managerial style. Also, in this case, where I'm the employer, I also do not know everything. So I should also be able to learn from my own employees, because they were appointed for a specific skill set. So yeah, I think, and in terms of the NGO, I also believe that all companies should have a CSI component. I think in our case, why we chose to sort of specifically focus on assisting single mothers, it's because how we were raised. And I think that also has an impact on how you become an adult and a leader when you are reared by a single mother. I think that I always say I would not be where I am today. Unfortunately, my mother has passed away, but I would not be here if it wasn't for her. And I mean, even while there was nothing, she always said, study, 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 because that is something that no one can take away from you. So I think the perseverance is something that is also needed. And I mean, also having worked in Parliament, I also know that you have the dynamics with political parties, politicians. So, and it's extremely stressful and volatile. And not necessarily that is against you, but I mean, when you are called before a committee, the debate can be vigorous. And I think you should see it in that light and not take it personally. And I think also a thick skin helps, that it's not personal, it's.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mamhlengwa. Oh, Kulbil. Oh, okay. Honorable Mason Mavimbela.
Thank you, Chelsea. Yeah, you are going to be used to it because it's a must. Good morning, Ms. Thompson. My name is Tabile Sylvia Mavimbela, the member of this committee. I just have one question in two folds. How do you think the CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation and oversight by Parliament?
So for me, I think in terms of monitoring and evaluation, I know that the CGE does have a team that specifically monitors Parliament. But I think in terms of you cannot only monitor your committee, which in this case would be women and children, that the resources first needs to, of course, be found. But they should be monitoring with all the portfolio committees, because there's a lot of overlapping issues, especially with legislation, policy, strategic planning. so that issues can be highlighted and brought to the attention of the CGE and maybe even to the committee, so that everyone is aware of actually what is happening. And I know it's very difficult to monitor every committee, every sitting, and therefore I think the team that's there is, from my point of view, doing a very good job, but I think they need to be resourced to be able to look at what all departments are doing, look at the programs when they're doing the annual reports, the APPs. Yeah, I think that would be my input.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, Ms. Thompson, for your answers so far. My next question is around the issue of corporate governance. And I'm sure, having been somebody who has been involved in business and running your own business, you would agree with us that the principles of corporate governance must be maintained at all instances and times to ensure that your organization or your institution or even your own company is run well. Now, the question that we have is, what is your understanding of corporate governance insofar as CGE is concerned, and what would be your role as a potential commissioner to ensure and maintain good corporate governance in CGE? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you for that question. I think, first of all, with corporate governance, for me, it's transparency at all times. That those who you account to is fully aware of what is being done, and not only when they are brought to Parliament. I think in all the work that is being done, decisions that are being made, money that is, especially money that is being spent, that there is transparency in all workings, so that you are above reproach when someone does come and say, okay, explain to us in terms of your finances. And also, I think integrity is also vitally important, because you're representing your company. And for corporate governance, there must be honesty, integrity, and like I said, transparency for me is the most important thing.
Honorable Sheriff, question 2.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My question is around conflict management. When you work in a big organization like the Commission for Gender Equality, you deal with many different people. You deal with commissioners, you deal with organizational staff, and you deal with citizens, you deal with victims, people that need assistance. And oftentimes when you deal with different type of people, you will have conflict in whatever way conflict will manifest itself. So my question to you is, can you tell us how you handle conflict? And can you please give us an example, a real life example of where you managed conflict and you had positive outcomes? I hope it's clear. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The question is clear. I think in terms of conflict management, when conflict takes place, I think it's first important is to make sure that the parties that are involved feel that they are being heard, first of all, and to ensure that once you start managing that conflict, first of all, you do not become personally involved, and in choosing sides. All parties are heard out, and then procedure is being followed in terms of what policy is in place from HR. And my personal experience in terms of conflict in my own company has been with, I think when you have very passionate people and they have different views and opinions of how something should be implemented, which in our case we had, and both parties, no one was in the wrong, but I think the more junior staff member felt very strongly about the recommendations that she was making. And actually, it has made more sense than her manager. Hence, it had escalated to that point. And I think once we sort of sat down and she explained how she came to the conclusions, how she came to the recommendations, her manager then acknowledged the fact that, okay, your input is vital, you are being heard. And that's why I think for me it's always important to make sure that parties are heard, everyone involved is being given the space, a safe space to speak and be heard.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up, Honorable Sheriff?
No, all good from my side, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much. Ma'am. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for your response. It was very interesting. But my follow-up question is around the language barrier.
Yeah.
In your view or in your experience, what do you understand about language barrier? Thank you.
I think, yeah. So in South Africa, we have, I think it's the 11th or 12th official languages. So I think language will always, at some point, be a barrier. But I think it's not one that cannot be overcome. I think, for instance, my first language is Afrikaans. So it's, I think, not the majority of us are English-speaking people. But it is not a barrier that cannot be overcome. I think there is a common ground where we follow. And in the instance of the honourable member, there was someone that was able to translate for me. So I think in that case, that is how it's dealt. In the town my family resides in, we specifically have the School of the Blind, the School of the Deaf. And even in those cases, we've had public hearings where we've had to go to the chair and said that we actually have people that are not being catered for. So I do acknowledge that language barriers are there. But it's not something that cannot be overcome. I think South Africa does have very good translators. And I think the fact that we acknowledge these languages all as official languages gives them all equal standing.
Sure. Oh, okay, ma'am. Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Thompson. Sisekule language. Asithi-ke wena-ke manje kuyenzeka uyangena la kule uzoba ucommission la kwi-CGE. Yini ozoyiqinisekisa ukuthi la eSouth Africa ugqugquzela u-education ukuthi akagqugquzele ama-language ethu. Ngoba uma ubheka thina la eSouth Africa, isekhona lento leyo ukuthi sikhuluma nge-rainbow nation, but still mawuthi uyayibheka le rainbow nation ayisebenzi ngendlela. La sisabhizi la ama-language ethu as abantu abamnyama asasibukelwa phansi. But kwamanye ama-country, ama-language abo iwona ayi-first priority. Yini wena la uzokwenza sure ama-language ethu akasebenze even ema-court. Ngiyabonga.
The honourable member was following up on the language question.
Yeah.
Where she was asking if, say, you are appointed as a commissioner, how would you ensure that the Department of Education also promotes the use and status of indigenous languages to reflect a true rainbow nation that we call ourselves? And also, how would you ensure that even the courts also acknowledge and respect the use of these languages?
Thank you very much, honorable member. Yes, indeed, I think even our parliamentary papers are all in English. I haven't seen anything besides the English language being used. So indeed, it does speak to a lack, and I'm not blaming anyone. I think, and it does start with as you said, with basic education. That children are now being taught either in English and Afrikaans. And that should not be the case. I think the issue of being taught in your mother tongue is something that should be championed by the CGE. And not only basic education, higher education, right through. And I think even in courts where you think there's always an interpreter, is absolutely correct. Incorrect the fact that the assumption is that everything is in English. I think even as we're sitting here today, like I said, not all of us are first language English speakers. So I think we, and also Parliament must be.
Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. You have come to the end of your session. We have given you 2 more minutes because there was an instance where honorable members were asking questions and they took your time. So we replaced that 2 minutes. But thank you very much, Ms. Dr. Thompson. And do you have any questions to the panel?
No, I just would like to say thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members. And thank you for the endorsement. I'm still waiting for the outcome, but I'm taking it as a good omen. Dr. Fine. I'll receive. Thank you. And good luck with the rest of the interviews.
Okay, thank you very much. That's good.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, Ms. Siham Simon. I've pronounced your name and surname correct.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Even myself, I don't like people who pronounce my name wrong. Yeah, but thank you very much. Good morning, and you are welcome. Feel free, just stay calm. My name is Notlanta Ngubendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. You are here with us for 45 minutes. Honorable members are going to introduce themselves before they ask you a question. And the rest of the team, they are our staff members. They're just dealing with other logistical things. And our first question is, tell us about yourself and why do you think you are the suitable candidate to be recommended to the House to vote for you, to be considered by the President as a commissioner. Over to you. Vaba, no more undlule phambi candidate. So, over to you. Sorry for that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, as well as
Thank you, Honorable Chair, as well as honorable members, for having me. Yes, I'm Shyam Samai. I am the director of the Women's Legal Center, and I've been an attorney for more than 25 years. I've primarily worked in human rights organizations since inception, and I've also been a lecturer at the University of the Western Cape, specifically around law clinics, and my key focus was family law as well as gender-based violence as well as land. My background, I do come from an area which is Burqa, predominantly a what they call historically a Malay quarters, but now it's an area that I've worked in for many, many years around issues of women on the ground, Muslim personal law, also in addition to that, working on land and access to land, in particular for women. And so my key focus have always been land and women and children. I've been involved in various structures in relation to civil society, and being part of the technical task teams of the National Gender-Based Violence, the NSP, GBV, structures, and provide technical support from the Women's Legal Center. So I think I do come with a wealth of experience, both in terms of litigation, in terms of advocacy, in terms of research in relation to gender-based violence in particularly, and broadly gender issues. And I do believe that in terms of the CGE, that I will be able to support with my expertise as well as the support that I can give to be able to ensure that we fulfill our constitutional duty to ensure that there is equality for women, and that there is a range of empowerment structures for women. I don't know if that is okay, Chair. But just from my side, I do believe that I have the expertise to be able to support the CGE.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to your good self. My name is Fikile Masiko. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. The question I will be asking you is around your understanding of the mandate of CGE, and I'm sure that you are well versed with that, with the amount of experience that you have highlighted in your introductory remarks. Now, the Commission for Gender Equality is a Chapter 9 institution which was established to strengthen constitutional democracy. You are aware of that. What then becomes your understanding of CGE's mandate, powers and functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling legislation? And then secondly, we'd like to get to know your understanding of what then becomes the role of a commissioner within the institution of CGE. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With regard to the commission, we do know that the act in itself, came into operation, but the commission was established, for example, in 1997. And I think that the commission in itself, and we need to speak to our history, it forms part of a broader national gender a framework as well as instruments. And we need to be able to understand that the CGE comes from various structures, 94 as well as pre-1994, to be able to ensure that gender equality is centered within our society, and to be able to ensure that our constitutional obligation in terms of ensuring that there is gender equality is implemented in relation to all policies, all legislation, and also all systems. And so for me, it's very important to ensure that the CGE will or should have a gendered lens in relation to all of those, for example, policies and legislation. In addition to that, it's got a it's got a fundamental role to play in society. We do know that women is the majority. We also know that Black women in particularly are being disadvantaged in this particular country. And it is important for us to note that the CGE holds the mantle, the candle for most of those women that are the most vulnerable. In addition to that, the CGE has to work with different departments, seeing that it is a Chapter 9 institution, and also work very closely with the Department of Women, Youth and Disabilities. In addition to that, there's also a critical role in relation to civil society, and to be able to play with civil society, even academic institutions, to be able to ensure that we pursue and foster and promote conditions in our society that promotes gender equality. I do believe that the CGE in relation to all the provinces need to be centered, because we do know that women are disproportionately impacted. We also know that issues of race has always taken, the foreground in relation to gender. And the CGE needs to be able to adopt a very intersectional approach to be able to ensure that this intersection between gender and race, as well as other identities, and not just one identity. The CGE has got even though the CGE might not have the broad resources or even the capacity, it does have the networks. It is more than 30 years, in terms of a democracy. And whether or not we go into any province, we need to be able to ensure that these various policies, for example, if we talk about the NSP, in terms of GBV, we know that it's already existing structures, and the CGE needs to ensure that it links up to those structures to be able to further strengthen the accountability and the transparency of that particular document. In addition to that, I do believe that the CGE in the various provinces can play an effective role with the Department of Justice, in particularly around Pillar 3, which speaks to justice, and it speaks to equality, and it speaks to law. Because the CGE also has the ability to go to the equality courts and also to represent those that are the most vulnerable. I do see a role where the CGE can take its advocacy broader, even into the court systems, where you can come in as a friend of the court, amicus curiae, etc., and to be able to take on cases on behalf of women. And so we need to be able to use the different tools to be able to push gender equality and to ensure that it's center in our society. I hope that answers. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sorry.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ngibingelele umhlonishwa wethu ngaphambili uHenham uzosixolela ukuthi kubiza kahle yini Sayham la kanjalo sixolela ukuthi kubiza kahle noma ngiyaku bota. No, ngibona lana ube ummeli for 25 years for human rights. Angazi uma right.
So you can hear what Makaula is saying.
She says 25 years of human rights.
So ngizocela nje usize lana ke.
Ise interpretation. Sorry.
They will interpret for you, don't worry.
So ngifuna ukusibheke lana, although ngayizwanga i-background where you from.
Where I'm from? I'm from Boka, which is just up the road from Parliament.
Okay, sweetheart. No, lana kunama case anzima. Othola lama case ayangena court, ahlale years and years. Amanye mawuthi uyangena as member of parliament, we have to send the letter to ama oversight. Uthola ukuthi mawuya ngecase efakiwe yathola ukuthi namanje sabhadle court uthi mawuthi uyafika e-office athi umseshi lumseshi laba sibabiza ama-investigator uthola ukuthi ngicela ubuke nanka agcwele lana akenziwa lutho. Mangaki wena okwazile ukulwalulela lawo makhesi ukuthi abantu bakithi akwazi kwenziwa lawo makhesi sibone kuboshwa abanye abantu? Okwesibili, asithi uyangena-ke wena la siyakwazi ukuyithola le position yokuba u-CGE. Bengizofuna ukwazi la kuwena ukuthi yini ozositshela yona ukuthi uzokwenza kanjani ukugqugquzela abantu ukuya emphakathini kumakhaya la emalokishini uyazibona iy'nkinga zikhona between umuntu wesifazane nowesilisa nabo baney'nkinga ezahlukene okungangokuthi lo wesilisa uze alahle ithemba azithole yena ukuthi wonke imithetho eshawayo iphalamende ugovernment ivuna umuntu wesifazane bengazi ngalento ukuthi no ikhona lento ebizwa ngokuthi u-CGE evikele wonke umuntu. Yini-ke wena ozoyenza ukuthi uhambe uye emphakathini uyobafundisa ngalento ubagqugquzele bazi ngalo CGE even emakhaya abantu besimame khona la uthola ukuthi uyahlukumezeka kodwa akakwazi ukuthi athi no ngo-1 no-2 angikwazi kwenza lokho ama-right abawazi. Yini-ke wena ozowenza sure ukuthi uzoya kubantu bakithi to make sure ukuthi bayazi ngalo CGE? Ngiyabonga.
Greetings to the candidate. The member was saying she apologizes if she mispronounced your name. She said she heard you saying that you have been an attorney for 25 years, especially dealing with human rights cases. And she also had said that if we could look at cases, there are a lot of cases that would be taken to court. And as members of parliament, they sometimes have to do what is called oversight.
Yes.
And when they get there, they find that those cases are still there over a long period of time. And it is found that the investigators are not able to assist or are not able to do anything about those cases. She would like to know from you personally as to what or how many or if any that you have been able to actually assist in terms of the courts dealing with them and sort of finalizing them. And then secondly, she would also like to know that if you are appointed to the CGE, how will you help communities? It could be the townships around the area or any other area where you find that people are desponding, especially if you find that, look at men who might find who might be despondent in terms of they find that the laws are more favorable to women and they have no idea or they have no knowledge of something called the CGE. And now she is asking, what would you do to promote the CGE and the understanding and knowledge of people, common people, about the CGE and also the rights that the CGE can actually assist them with? Thank you. Even also on the rural areas.
Yeah. Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, I've dealt with numerous cases over the past years, from domestic violence, maintenance, to land evictions, restitution, and I've dealt with sexual health and reproductive rights. So I've got a huge span as I worked at the law clinic at the University of the Western Cape, previously at Lawyers for Human Rights. And I also now work at the Women's Legal Center, but I was also the director of the director in the Department of Justice that dealt with the courts in particularly in the Western Cape. And so my key role also as being the director at the Department of Justice was to ensure that there's coordination in relation to certain legislation like the DV, sexual offences, etc. So broad coordination was very important. And also in my tenure, we ensured that the number of, for example, children that is within, which is in jail and is not supposed to be there are actually reduced within this particular province. And I can say when I was at the Department of Justice, that number was very low. Also with regard to the sexual offences courts, I'm just giving you broadly in terms of the type of matters that I've dealt with and also the systems that I've worked in to ensure that there's justice on the ground. And so in addition to that, what is very, very important within the justice system is the case management system, where the different departments, not the departments, but the court managers, the area court managers, as well as the regional head, court operations, all work together to be able to ensure that whatever the department has set out is also implemented. If they say, for example, there had to be 7 sexual offences courts, it was my unit, as well as court operations, to have ensured that that is being done in our provinces, and also that civil society, government, etc., work together within that court to provide a broad, holistic legal service. In addition to that, with regard to the rural areas, in terms of my access to justice is a major, major challenge. And we do know it's very expensive, even though we have Legal Aid South Africa. There are cases that legal aid might not take on. For example, if your maintenance matter has not been in court, for example, or ordered for more than a year, your challenge is that legal aid won't take it on. If there's a domestic violence case, for example, and so we need to be able to see who else will be able to support that. There are university law clinics, which I come from, 21 in the country. There is numerous justice centers. There is also civil society organizations that provide legal services. And we need to be able to see how do we connect those rural areas, either through a backup legal service, which I have done when I was at the law clinics, to be able to provide backup service from the University of the Western Cape into the Boerland, into the Western Cape, to be able to ensure we provide legal services. So I hope that what I can bring is to be able to ensure that those networks that I do have, to be able to filter it down to those that are most needed into the rural areas, peri-urban areas, and also get to those that are the most vulnerable. And that's the skill that I can bring. And also for me, education, workshops, etc., is very important. Yes, it remains a challenge, in particularly for men that sees, women's empowerment as taking a share from them. It's critical that we need to be able to tell them we are not taking anything from, we are sharing. And so within that, how do we construct our education programs that goes into our communities that doesn't take away from the dignity of our men, but needs to be able to work with that dignity and say that women also need a space within this particular structure. And so there's different ways that you'll be able to do it. I've constructed various responders training, which is in communities, drafted lectures, etc. So that is all what I can bring. I hope I answered you, but I believe that that is how I will be able to do that.
Just a follow-up question. I can see that you have done a lot for our communities, and also you can do things and you can think out of the box. But, there's one challenge that women are faced with regarding their cases in courts, whereby a woman is unemployed, will go to court for a case, whether it's GBV case, it's domestic violence, or whether it's a rape case, and that person doesn't have money to hire a legal person, and then that woman will be given the legal wise a representative or a lawyer there. And then when they go to court, most of those cases, women are crying out there that they don't get quality representation. And unfortunately, because as a portfolio committee, we've been working with CGE in trying to assist most of the victims. And unfortunately, they are not by law allowed to represent individuals, you see. And what they do, they go to courts and they listen to the case at the court. What they have managed to achieve is to fight for some of those women's cases that they must not be taken out of the role unfairly, which is CGE have tried to do that. Because why? The Act does not allow them to be legal representatives of individuals. So with regards to legal wise, what is it that you can do to assist us as lawmakers and the victims who are being failed by legal wise lawyers? You know, because I think that is a national challenge in all provinces.
Yeah.
Which our women, in terms of domestic violence and sexual offense, some of them, you know, they come to us, even in our constituencies as members of parliament, and say, my case was not dealt with accordingly. So how best can you assist?
Chair, there's these different ways. I think I first need to be able to just put the entire legal system and to be able to show you how many lawyers there are actually. We have more than 28,000 lawyers in this country, whereas they must provide an average of 24 to 48 hours of free legal services, which means that there is a whole group of lawyers that must provide free legal services. In addition to that, we've got Legal Aid South Africa in all the provinces. Whether or not they take on specific cases, that needs to be dealt with, but there's legal aid. And also, in addition to that, like I said before, we've got 21 law clinics across all the provinces. And so when you see that, in addition to that, you have civil society. I do think that the CGE needs to be able to speak to structures like Legal Aid South Africa, for example, also the Legal Practice Council or Law Society of South Africa, to be able to either engage you with that particular amount of hours. And I think that each province needs to engage with the LPC as well as their local LSSA to be able to ensure that they can provide legal services through private lawyers. In addition to that, with regard to the CGE, then the CGE will be able to play a much more supportive role and to be able to ensure that there isn't secondary victimization, and you'll be able to step back and see what the systemic challenges are. Because it's very difficult if you are the lawyer and you need to be able to do everything. And so we need to be very clear whether or not the CGE wants a particular role around legal representation, or whether or not rather to be able to use the systems to ensure that women have legal representation in court and that there is no secondary victimization. And it can be done. It's just after 30 years, there are numerous structures. It's to be able to bring those structures down to those rural areas, to those communities. In addition to that, I've done it mostly in the Western Cape. We have set up with the local CGE also, which we call a broad cluster. So it's a cluster of lawyers of both private, whether or not it's legal aid, the law clinics, etc., to provide a backup service to communities, seeing that they are not situated there to provide that particular legal services, and also primarily to be able to link up with advice officers who has been historical within our in our legal structure. Advice officers are the first responders. They are the first people that organizations, women, etc., go to be able to, move into the system. And so how do we also ensure that there's support for advice officers who can link up with lawyers like it was done, and to be able to ensure that legal service? So it can happen. It's just that we need to be able to ensure that it's a proper map of services, and to be able to call on organizations like the National Association of Democratic Lawyers, like the South African Women Lawyers Association, like Black Lawyers Association, to provide training, etc., because they are deemed to be progressive organizations. And so we must call them out to be able to say, where have you provided these services for people? Because that is the rhetoric that they are saying that they are doing. And so I do believe that the CGE must play an accountable role, a role that can drive structures to be able to ensure that legal services or even support is given to women.
Thank you very much.
Recording in
It's only
progress.
that we have limited time. How I wish we could have called you so that we can engage more with regards to this, because you see the issue of gender-based violence, it's a pandemic, and women out there are crying, and they are crying for help. Honorable Sheriff.
Chair, I know we're running out of time for follow-up questions, but I think the committee is really interested in what you're saying, because this is something the committee has often spoken about, the lack or perceived lack of legal representation. When it comes to the NPA, I mean, for us that work on the ground with victims, we often find that cases get closed from the prosecution side, saying nolly prosecute, without victims actually getting any sort of indication that their cases are being closed at the courts. Now, I've involved CGE in many of these cases, and CGE has been really great in terms of running this process. I want to find out from you and your experience, how will you go about dealing with the failures within the justice system, specifically looking at issues in the NPA and how it disadvantages women, especially around gender-based violence? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. One of the key cases or key
I'm sorry, Chair, but I seem to have lost the feed. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I have seemed to have lost the feed. I don't know if you can hear me.
You are hit by myself. Sorry, Sheriff. I think we all lost the feed.
Oh, you also lost the feed, Peter, so it's not my connection.
Yeah, I think it's the feed itself.
I'm also checking YouTube, Peter. It's also off on YouTube.
Oh, Sheriff, I'm tired, man. No.
Yo, I can see 2 meetings juggling a lot, eh? It's a lot.
Recording stopped.
It's bad.
Okay, they say they're coming back online. Let me check YouTube.
Kwenzakalani? Uyayivala? Eyami-ke. Eyami-ke.
Yeah, right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sound check 1, 2.
Hello? Oh.
I can hear you and see you, Chair.
Oh, okay. Carol?
Yes, we
can you
hear you. Yes, yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Let's resume, honorable members. It was due to technical problem, but the IT is busy fixing the system. We'll continue where we left. What we have done, we have at least you managed to manage the time. Okay, the clock. Okay. Okay, Honorable Sheriff. You were on the platform, or it was the candidate?
Yes.
It was the candidate, Chair.
Oh, she was responding. Okay.
Yeah.
Over to you, Sahib.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. There are many ways to be able to do this, but I think there is a fundamental right that we need to be able to look at, which is the right to reasons. And if we do look at the high number of, and I am assuming that the honourable member is speaking particularly around sexual offences cases. And so if we look at the high attrition rate and the number of cases, if there's more than 58,000 sexual cases, in the system, and only a 5.4 or 7% conviction rate, there's something not right within the system. And so what do we do? And so there are many things that you'll be able to do around if a matter is being pulled. We need to be able to hold SAPs as well as the NPA accountable. But we know we should also take those reasons and to be able to bring it together into what does it look like in terms of systemic discrimination. When we say that there's a right to reasons, why did you withdraw the particular case? But we need to be able to move, in particularly around sexual offences, to an automatic right to reasons. Is it because the witnesses could not be found? Is it because when we insert, I believe that when we insert this particular right to reasons within the particular system, better decisions will be made. And cases will not just be pulled off because they know they will be held accountable.
Yes. Are we on break?
No, I think we just the feed cut again, Carol, but I did put it on the group.
Yeah. It's gonna be a tough day here. I don't wanna lie to you. Yo. What time are we going to finish while we are still on number 2 with 10
Yeah,
candidates?
Probably like 7 p.m. like yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Sound check 1 2 1 2 testing. Let's 12 face sound check.
Meeting official, Ms. Siham Simon.
Yeah.
So can we start?
Take C.
Recording in progress.
Remember, send the line 081. Okay, let's resume, honorable members. I think now the system is no longer gonna do what it's doing now. Siham, you can continue.
Thank you, Chair. Just for the honourable member, there are various ways to be able to challenge what she indicated was a non-prosecuting, which is the decision by the prosecutor not to prosecute. And so depending on where it is, you can write to the DPP to be able to look at that particular decision. And I think it's very important that people should know that the non-prosecuting as well as a withdrawal is but that if more evidence is brought to be able to ensure that that matter can go back to court, it can be done. And so what else can be done is that you can do a motion or set out a motion to court to be able to set aside that non-prosecuting and to be able to say it's based on legal reasons and that they possibly have not applied their mind. In addition to that, the judge, judicial officer can also ask for reasons why once that withdrawal is being done. But so there are various reasons within the legal system to be able to look at that non-prosecuting. But in addition to that, it is not just the withdrawal on the part of the NPA. There's also the withdrawal on the part of the victim, because we all know that victims and survivors have to go through a lot to be able to navigate the system. And so how do we ensure that the victim continues to stay in the system, notwithstanding all the challenges? And so we need to be able to look at victim support in the communities as well as organizations to avoid secondary victimization. We also need to ensure that there is reasons given by the prosecutor, and we need to be able to push for that particular reasons, because one thing that's very important is data collection too. We need to be able to know why the NPA, for example, has withdrawn a particular case, because I believe also in an automatic right to reasons within the sexual offences courts or a sexual offences matter that has been withdrawn. In addition to that, we need to be able to ensure that there is training for NPA and there should be guidelines. That is another, when sexual offences cases are being withdrawn, and we need to be able to know whether or not the oversight bodies within the system, because we have the NSP GBV that sets out accountability and governance structures, and we need to ensure that the NPA is within that structure and to be able to give back data around the cases that have to be withdrawn. One of the challenges that we're sitting with is that because of the low level of conviction rate, which the NPA will say is much higher, because the attrition rate ensures that there's only X amount, they only choose the best of the best to be able to ensure that there is a conviction. That in itself pushes stereotypes and ensures women that does not fit into that stereotype never get through the system. And so how do we change that? Deeper into the system is the statistics and how the NPA and the stats, the NPA as well as SAPS collate statistics around these cases. Because if their rate is 70% and civil society is saying it's only 7% in terms of conviction rate, we want to know what happened to all the 30,000 that has moved out of the system. And so the CGE plays a critical role to be able to look at that systemic violence and to be able to ensure that there's accountability on the highest level where the NPA is concerned, and also in terms of the broader structures. I hope I answered, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Carol.
Thanks, Chair. I have a serious connectivity problem, but it's afternoon. Good afternoon to our candidate. My name is Carol Phiri. I'm a member of the committee and as the panelist. Candidate, I want you to align yourself when you respond, the objective or the responsibility of the CGE in terms of the international treaty. And if you become successful, what will be your role in making sure that the implementation of the international treaty are implemented or are being followed correctly? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to the international instruments, which remains critical, and because it sets a guideline and just in relation to how our various legislation that deals with gender is being effected. And so we do have the SADC protocol, we have which is and we've got the Maputo protocol, we've got CEDAW, we've got Beijing, we've got various different forms of international instruments that speaks to different issues that deals with gender discrimination. How I will do it is to be able to ensure that those governments, departments that are responsible to be able to do reports, etc., needs to do that within the particular time frame. I also believe that the CGE needs to be part of that, and also if the CGE can also be part of a shadow report that is normally done in relation to civil society, to be able to say that these are some of the challenges within the broader implementation of the international instruments. I do believe that many of our legislation has taken on aspects of the international legislation, especially within our domestic violence, sexual offences, maintenance, etc. But those laws have got a lot of interpretation value, and we need to be able to see how do we give that interpretation in terms of our own legislation so that it can be effected. And so there is a lot of structures as well as processes that we can follow to be able to ensure that the CGE plays a oversight and also an accountable is an oversight and accountable structure to ensure that government complies with its international instruments and also its implementation. There's also various optional protocols. And so what you can do is that to be able to do investigations, etc., to be able to support even that international structure around the implementation of GBV. And I think it's important we need to deal with the special rapporteurs, and we need to engage with the special rapporteurs in terms of recommendations and government to ensure that it's being effected. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Mamsang.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to you, Simon. Am I correct?
Samai.
Samai. My question is around gender equality and gender mainstreaming. Let me say you are a commissioner. As a commissioner of CGE, how would you advise government department and entities and the private sector to mainstream gender in order to achieve gender equality? Secondly, what, in your view, are the key mechanisms or measures to foster gender equality in society? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, Honourable Member. With regard to gender equality and mainstreaming,
let me introduce myself. My name is Magdalena Tutuzile Hlengwa. I'm a member of this committee and the panelist. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for that.
How would we be able to do that in terms of mainstreaming gender? Honourable Member, there's a lot of existing policies and legislation. The CGE was formed way in 1997, and it is based, and its basis is based on our constitution, and it's also based on the Women Charter. It's also based on various other structures that was formed at that point in time. So how do you mainstream that? It's to be able to draw on that constitutional right. It's to be able to draw on the transformation of the particular constitution in relation to gender equality. And so we need to be able to ensure to get those policies and structures again, to be able to keep them accountable. Even private sector is accountable to our constitution. And our constitution speaks to equality. It speaks to an environment that is safe for women. It speaks to dignity. It has all its rights. And so it's critical that the CGE centers that in relation to all decisions that is made in relation to government and also private sector. With regard to the different mechanisms that you can use, like I said, we have a constitutional right, which needs to be implemented. We have the Department of Women, we have the presidency. In relation to GBV, the NSP and GBV, there is also an interim committee that is also situated within the presidency to be able to drive gender equality broadly, and also the GBV in particularly, and violence against women, to be able to ensure that society addresses it. So within government, there are structures. Even within private sector, they understand that sexual offences, the domestic violence, also impact on their profits, also on them, which means what have they put in place? I do believe that everyone in our society has a duty to be able to ensure that there's gender equality, and to be able to ensure what do we put there to be able to promote and implement gender equality. So I believe it's a constitutional right. It is just how do we do it and how do we keep them accountable. But ultimately, if they don't want to, there is also the courts to be able to ensure that those are being implemented. For example, I will use the gender gap, which is a major issue within private sector. How do we keep them accountable? And we keep them accountable through the constitution and the existing laws that are there. And to be able to ensure that those private structures implement it and ensure that there is gender equality within the systems, work systems, or community systems, or whatever that might be. But we have the laws. We need to be able to bring it all together.
No, thank you very much. Simon. Thank you very much. I think we have come to the end of your questions.
Thank you.
Masondo, Muzimbu's
Sibongo phela simenza khona.
Mavimbela.
Yebo.
It's your chance.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson. Simon, good afternoon. My name is Tabile Sylvia Mavimbela. I have just a small question. How do you think the CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation and oversight by Parliament?
Honourable Member, I do believe the most important thing is in monitoring and evaluation is what are we monitoring? And so we need to be able to step back and say that data collection, research is fundamental. And so when you have those, to be able to take it to Parliament, because you do have, in terms of the CGA Act, as well as the Constitution, to be able to bring matters to Parliament, to be able to look at policies, to be able to look at legislation. And I think that the strengthening in terms of the monitoring and evaluation should be around data collection and the segregation of that data in terms of whether or not it's violence against women, GBV matters, whatever it might be. We need to be able to have proper data, activities with data to be able to ensure that there is a proper monitoring and evaluation system. Once you have that, you'll be able to take that particular information and also look at what are the systemic challenges within the system and to ensure that Parliament or whatever other government structure needs to be able to rectify it. Thank you.
Okay. In your own view, just a follow-up on this question. In your own view, do you think CGE has done what they have supposed to have done in terms of M&E? And in terms of research and that is done by CGE, do you think the reports or the articles that they have done are assisting CGE?
I do think the existing documentation in terms of research, whether or not it's around farm workers, sexual offences, whether or not it was around the sex work, etc., was good reports because there was a huge not committee, but civil society worked very closely with CGE as well as different government structures to be able to, for example, get those reports. However, I do believe that the CGE can do much more. I do believe that the CGE needs to link up with academic institutions. Me working in a small NGO with not having enough capacity or resources, we need to work on our strengths and stakeholders that are there, that are doing a very particular activity like universities. We can't do it all. We need to be able to ensure that we draw on those strengths. So academia plays a very critical role. And so what role is it that CGE should do is to be able to provide that data and to be able to see whether or not research reports can be done through those systems, which will be possibly lower in terms of cost because there is a reciprocal relationship between, for example, an academic institution as well as the CGE, or whether or not it's a research institution, to be able to ensure that this data as well as the data is actually brought forward, and you'll be able to see what systemic challenges are through research, because it's a lot. And I do think that the CGE, in terms of over the years, I do believe that more funding should be allocated to the CGE, in particularly because of the major challenge of gender equality, because of gender discrimination. And so if we really truly want to tip the scales, we need to be able to ensure that more funding and research be put in. If the CGE, I do believe the CGE should have a monitoring and evaluation unit. If they don't, it should be within the particular structure, because where are your data and activities going? If I just look at the question which the previous member asked around the Nolly prosecuting, taking one person all the time, you will not be able to see what the systemic challenges are. You need to be able to push that into a proper monitoring evaluation, as well as a learning type of framework, to be able to see that the work that you are doing, there's actually a proper effective output. So I hope I'm answering you, Chair, but there must be a monitoring and evaluation unit for once. Secondly, to link up with stakeholders like academia and research institutions to get the data. And also, before we start with a particular issue, we need to address it in a systemic way. We are not going to be able to assist all the women all the time, but we can shift an entire system if we do it right through monitoring and evaluation.
Okay. In fact, we have touched on. I was about to ask you what do you think about what do you say about funding? But now, at least you have already covered me. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. You were just left with nothing. Just 45 minutes on the dot.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Is there any question you have for the panel?
No, don't you?
Thank you very much. We wish you good luck.
Thank you.
And next week we'll be deliberating on the outcomes of the interviews. You'll hear next week when we are deliberating, because our meetings are open to the public. And then I'm sure you are familiar with the our process in terms of filling in vacancies of Chapter 9 institutions that will have to present the report to the House.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the president is the one who takes the final decisions, taking from our recommendations. But thank you very much for honoring our invitation, and good luck, and travel safe. Keep on doing the good work that you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Next candidate, please. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. Sifuna. Overseas, which country? Open and down. How do they pronounce the same name? Is Bodaseng? Bodaseng? Or Bodaseng? Where is she? Is the he or she? Ishara? Ishara Kamini?
Good day.
Bodaseng?
Good day. I am Ishara Bodasing.
We don't see you. Please open your video, your camera.
Do you see me now? I can see myself. Can you see me now?
Yeah, we can see you now. In South Africa, it's 12:45 during the day. Where you are, what time is it? What happened? Yeah? Asikwazi interview umuntu singamboni. Umuntu overseas fanele simbone ngoba sazi ukuthi ukhuluma yena or ukhuluma ba. Otherwise say cancel. Fanele sikhulume nomuntu size soqeda simbone. Mayingenzeki kanjalo cha.
Chair.
Yeah, what I was saying, we need to see your face until we finish with the interview.
Yes, my camera is on.
Guys, we want to see our candidate. Yeah. Okay, my name is Nontantlang Ngubendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. Guys, I don't see the candidate. the honorable members of the panel of the committee are here. They are going to introduce themselves as and when they ask you questions. And the whole team that is here, others are IT people, and others are the committee members and the staff for our committee. So we have a sign language person who is busy interpreting there, and our language officers are here. So other honorable members are on visual too. So you will see them because they will open their cameras so that you can see who's the member who's asking you a question. The first question is about yourself. You've got 45 minutes with us, but sometimes it can be more than that due to system glitch. If there is a system glitch, you will see and you will try to reconnect you back to us again. The first question is about yourself. Tell us about yourself and why do you think we must consider you as one of the best candidates to be appointed by the president as a commissioner? Over to you.
Okay, thank you.
And tell us which country
at the outset, I want to say thank you for considering. Yes.
I was saying, tell us which country
Nepal.
are you?
Nepal.
Oh, okay. Okay, you can continue.
Okay, so thank you for the thanks. Thank you for the opportunity. It is an honor to appear before the commission and to be even considered. I am grateful for that opportunity. Why I consider myself most suitable for this position. So professionally, I have had my law practice for almost 30 years. And much of my practice has involved issues around women's rights, whether it is in the workplace. So through my labor law practice, I have been defending women and promoting their rights in respect of equal pay, sexual harassment, discrimination, those kinds of issues. I have also dealt with domestic violence matters, interim protectors, and my family law practice specializes in representing women, especially in divorces, their rights in terms of the division of property, their rights in terms of customary marriages. So I have a wealth of experience when it comes to the legal side of representing women. On a more personal level, gender issues are very close to my heart. I am passionate about it. I was brought up in a fairly patriarchal family where from a young age I became aware of the rights of the girl child. So it is an heart, and it has seen itself grow through my career. I also run a consultancy where I undertake research in Africa, and my research is to develop and with the development of model laws and strategic plans for SADC, the issue of the rights of women, the role of women as I was saying through my research, the role of women, whether it is in disaster risk management, in housing and urban settlements, those are the kinds of research areas I've been working on. The role of women come out quite significantly. So through my practice, through my research, I feel that I am well placed to serve the Commission. And also through my passion, I will be very grateful to be part of such an institution. Thank you.
Okay. My worry is one. You seem like a busy person. And currently you are out of the country. And then my staff told me that I'm sure you'll be back around April, May, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't it, Nelly? Around
I
April.
am on a retreat. Yes, I'm on a retreat. I'm on a retreat. I am.
I'm not yet finished. I'm not yet finished. And you have applied to be a commissioner. And there's part-time commissioner and full-time commissioner. And part-time commissioners, they are stipulated hours that they should work per month. And listening to what you just said now, I'm trying to think and calculate if it's going to be possible for you to render service to CGE if you are having a tight schedule, especially because you are also running your own firm. And previously we had a challenge of one commissioner who was having a practice, and that person was a full-time commissioner. And being full-time, it means you need to be in the office every day. And on the other hand, that person was in the practice where she was also working, or he was also working, and it became a challenge. And at the end of the day, when the person was supposed to account to the committee, it looked like honorable members are fighting with the person. So I'm raising these things up front so that you can clarify yourself on how are you going to do your work at CGE. For instance, we are doing these interviews now, and we will be finalizing our report and adopting it in the House on the 28th, before the 28th of March. And maybe the president will take a week or two, because already some of the commissioners, their term of office lapses end of March. And there is a need for these appointments to be fast track, and so that the president signs off and appoint commissioners. So this is a concern that we are having. I'm raising it up front as the chair. Can you respond to that?
Yes, Chair, that's a fair question. I turned 30th of March. I'm back at work. Research ad hoc. My projects are through the year.
Put that
My law practice, I'm not an attorney. In my law practice, I'm not an attorney, I am counsel. I control the work that I control. Yes.
Unfortunately, we couldn't hear you. I don't know whether what Tasneem, what do I say? Yeah. Just try and switch your camera off, maybe, and see if you are going to be able to talk.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I was saying that in my law practice, I am an advocate. Is that better? I hope. I'm an advocate, so I receive briefs from attorney. So I manage my practice accordingly. So I can assure you, Chairperson, that should I be appointed in this position, I will give it my 100%. I have a long-standing work ethic of commitment and prioritizing. I'm not a young person, so I can assure you that I will manage, and I will manage well. You have nothing in terms of my side.
Okay. If it's you who's making that undertaking and that commitment, then it's fine. Okay, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good day, Ms. Ashara. My name is Honorable Fikile Masiko. I am a member of the Portfolio Committee for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and currently also a member of this panel. The question one will be asking you is around your understanding of the mandate of the CGE, which is a Chapter 9 institution established with a view to strengthen constitutional democracy with a focus on the attainment of gender equality in all spheres of life. Now, the question which we are directing to you is, what is your understanding of the CGE's mandates, powers and functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling environment? The second portion of that question relates to what your understanding is on the role of a commissioner in CGE. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. So as you have said, Honorable Member, that the CGE is a Chapter 9 institution. It is also a creature of statute in terms of the CGE Act. And its mandate includes M&E, monitoring and evaluation of government policies and practices, also those of the private sector, to ensure that gender equality is promoted, that it's protected, that there is awareness raising, that legislation is also reviewed from a gender perspective. And then there is also the investigation of inequalities, research, so that the mandate of the CGE covers all those aspects. in respect of the role of a commissioner, the role of a commissioner is to tie in with the strategic plan, to roll it out, to ensure that the mandate of the CGE is realized as an organization that aims to develop and attain gender equality. So the powers, the functions of a commissioner is to realize and to assist the commission in realizing its mandate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start with the ones on the visual platform. Honorable Carol.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, our candidate. My name is Carol Phiri. I'm a member of a committee and a panelist. As we can hear and see that you are abroad, it means you are also familiar with the agreement or the international treaty that is enshrined in section 11, subsection 1. Can you elaborate the role of the CGE in terms of the international treaty? And further, when you have elaborated the role and its objectives, can you also mention few of the protocols that we've agreed with international treaty or we've agreed with other countries? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. So you may have picked up from my CV that one of my past hats that I have worn is negotiating and assisting South Africa to implement international treaties and multilateral conventions. So in respect of the issue of gender equality, we have the United Nations Convention on the elimination, I think it's the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. Then in Africa, we also have the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and the protection of women in Africa. There are also various ILO conventions and protocols. So there's a number of conventions. The role of the CGE is, from my perspective, is these are supposedly standards of international best practice. And for me, the role of the CGE, as I have done in other sectors, would be to look at these international norms and standards, which has, I believe, to a large extent already happened in South Africa, and align our framework with best practice. My concern always with international best practice is that we need to strike the balance between what is good, for example, in Europe, is not necessarily applicable to Africa. So striking that balance and finding a tailor-made solution using those templates is what I believe the role of the CGE is. My other concern would be, as a commissioner, is that we have in many aspects of our work a Rolls-Royce framework. And the challenge comes in applying the framework, in the implementation aspect, which is the coal face that needs to happen. And so that is where the CGE's role will come into play. So it's all very well that we have the framework, but the CGE's role becomes pivotal in interpreting and applying those standards so that they make a difference to our society, our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol. No follow-up question?
No, Chair, in favor of time, we are very much behind. Thanks.
Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good day to the candidate. My name is Nazli Sharif, member of this portfolio committee. My question is around gender-based violence and femicide remains one of the most pervasive problems that we face in South Africa. In recent years, the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, as well as various legislative amendments to address GBVF, have been introduced. My question is threefold. Number one, can you explain the NSP and in your explanation to outline at least 2 of the 6 pillars that are in the NSP? Second, what is the CGE's role insofar as addressing GBVF in the country? And lastly, if you become a commissioner, what would you do differently? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So my understanding of the NSP is that it aims to establish a sort of multi-sectoral framework to ensure that there is a countrywide response to the issue of gender-based violence and femicide that is coordinated and that is applicable to society as a whole. And my understanding is that there's a specific focus on a violence against all women, irrespective of where they are, their age, what is their gender identity, etc. So as I understand it, there are 6 pillars, and these pillars briefly cover issues of accountability and leadership, justice, safety and protection, the economic empowerment of women, the importance of research and information management. I think there is also the issue of support and care. So there's various pillars. The pillars that I have actually referred to in my research and my law practice, which have been relevant for my work area, is the issue of justice, safety and protection, and the issue of care and support. And how it's translated in my work is obviously through my law practice. I have engaged on these issues through the representation of women in domestic violence cases, in criminal cases, and then also through my charity work. I belong to 2 women's organizations. One of them assists rape victims, women abuse victims through, for example, what we do is we collect handbags, and we pack them with what a victim will require at an abuse center or at the police station. And then there are advice desks. So I sit on one of the advice desks once a month to assist women who have been through this trauma. So those are the 2 pillars that I have translated and imbibed into my work area. Yeah, so that's my understanding and my interpretation of the NSP.
In terms of the 6 pillars, which department is doing well according to yourself?
You mean which government department?
Yes.
Look, I can't.
Including CGE.
Yeah, look, CGE is doing good work through its support, through its research, through the promotion of access to facilities, justice, etc. But the other key departments which I believe are at more grassroots, I can't say with much conviction that they are doing well. I mean, I know what the challenges are at SAPS. I know the challenges at the NPA because I work with these departments. And I believe that the CGE has a role to play in assisting these departments to improve their service delivery. The framework is there, like I say. The challenges are translating it into the reality that will help people to improve their lives and their lot in a situation. So yeah, social development also. I think social development is doing fairly well, but they've got big challenges too when it comes to financial resources apart from human resources. So for me, I think the role of CGE can be elevated to a body that also works towards bringing together the stakeholders and exploring what are the challenges and how we can move forward cohesively under the auspices of the NSP to improve the service delivery and translate the 6 pillars of the NSP into a workable solution for the affected people.
Okay. Question 2 is the CGE Strategic Plan 2019 to 2024 states that the Commission's mandate is broad and almost touches on every aspect of life in South Africa. And many South Africans of all races, genders, and sexual orientation, cultures and traditions, social and economic class backgrounds, and political affiliations do experience at one time or another gender discrimination or prejudice. In your own view, is the Commission for Gender Equality making an impact in public and private sector? If needed, how can CGE reposition itself to make an impact given its wide mandate? Number 2, in your own assessment, in what areas has the CGE successfully fulfilled its mandate? And what, in your opinion, are areas that require more focus?
So I have to be frank. I think, look, CGE, from when I read up on you, I see the wonderful work that you are doing, the research, the reports that are published, but and the access that that you afford to to target groups. Your research reports are very on point. But my concern is that, so for example, when I mentioned to my legal fraternity, just generally within my circle, that I was shortlisted for this interview. My general perception was that people didn't fully understand what the Commission's work is about. Even through my pro bono work at abuse help desks, etc., I don't feel the presence of the CGE. So if I were to be appointed, one of my priorities would be to speak more loudly about the successes and the work that CGE is doing. And to raise awareness amongst affected communities of the mandate and the opportunities that CGE offers to assist affected communities. So that would be a priority for me. I feel a lot of Chapter 9 institutions don't sufficiently, there's a lot of good work that is being done. And I feel we don't sufficiently express to the broader society what it is that we do. So for me, that would be a priority, awareness raising, opening the doors, and giving a broader access. Yeah, I'm not sure if I've answered you fully. You asked, what do I think you are doing well? I think you are doing well in your research, but my perception is that not enough is being done to for us to reach into the more grassroots level communities.
Honorable Sheriff, you answered, ne? You did ask a question?
Chair, in the, with the thought of time, I won't ask any follow-ups. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Sema.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to you, our honorable candidates.
Greetings.
My name is Magdalena Duduzile Hlengwa. My question is around gender equality and gender mainstreaming. Let me take you as a commissioner now. As a commissioner of CGE, how would you advise government departments and entities and the private sector to mainstream gender in order to achieve gender equality? Secondly, what in your view are the key mechanisms or measures to foster gender equality in society, bearing in mind the language barrier in the whole society? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, just to pick up on your last point, language is a barrier. But for me, it's not just the spoken language. It's also cultural sensitivities and sensitivities to body language. So that starts at a basic education level. I think that life orientation as a compulsory subject at school is assisting with that, but there needs to be a little more emphasis on the issues of gender mainstreaming and gender equality. In terms of mainstreaming, most government departments, obviously, and in the private sector there are policies. So the framework is there. It is changing the mindsets that is where the challenge lies. And this obviously manifests itself. The reason I say that is because it manifests itself through workplace issues, through grievances that are lodged by women of sexual harassment, discrimination, etc. And it's just unfortunate that the only measures that one can then invoke under those circumstances are legal measures. So it will be issues that will be taken through to either CCMA, labor court, etc. So that's the one measure that women have available to them to enforce their rights. But I think here again, CGE has a role to play in encouraging, especially the private sector. I think in the government sector, the public sector, that is already there. But for the private sector, for example, targeting a 50% for the recruitment and appointment of women, to obviously address issues of gender pay gaps, and for government to also shift some of its priorities towards empowering women as smallholders in leadership positions. But like I say, basic education is where I think it starts, and engaging the private sector is another measure that I believe is important. Thank you.
Thank you for your response. But the last one, what is your understanding of gender discrimination and how would you deal with the complaints of homophobia or intolerance towards gender non-conforming persons? Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear the second part of the question. How would I?
How would you deal with complaints of homophobia, intolerance towards gender non-conforming persons?
Right. Okay. Thank you. So gender discrimination is not a black and white issue, because actually gender issues refer to all concerns that relate to the lives and the situation in society of women or men. And it involves their interrelation, their differences, their access to resources, their activities and reactions for changes, and what interventions and policies are in place that assist them. It's a human rights issue, as far as I am concerned. And the discrimination comes into play in various guises. It could be something as simple as discrimination within the home, in terms of the division of labor, to clear discrimination in the workforce, where a man who is less qualified but is in with the male crowd gets promoted over and above a woman who has, for example, been there for longer. So it can be, it comes in various guises, and it can also be an obvious discrimination. From my understanding of determining whether or not there is discrimination is to look at it subjectively. So, men are not always sensitive to the plight of women because they haven't walked in the shoes of a woman. So it has to be a subjective test. And part of sharing what women go through is to raise awareness amongst men. And I feel men are a very important target in the awareness raising campaign to try and shift their attitudes, etc. Because we as women, we know what we go through. So it doesn't help to convert the converted. For me, it is very important to address it with those that are, if I can put it like this, the oppressors. In respect of homophobic behavior, there really is no place for it, not in terms of our constitution, and not obviously not in terms of our Bill of Rights. So it is to discriminate and to be homophobic, depending on how it manifests itself. It could even be a criminal offense. But if it manifests itself in a workplace discrimination, etc., then the avenues, as I've said earlier, are available to the victim to lodge a grievance, to report it criminally, etc. But you know, I've run a legal practice for many years, but in the last 5 years, I have shifted towards mediation, because I find that mediation invokes skills and solutions that get the buy-in of both parties. So if there's a workplace homophobic discrimination, my first response as a mediator or as an advisor would not be for the victim to report it criminally. My first response would be, let us sit down and try and shift this dynamic so that the homophobic person changes and that you get your resolution. Yeah, so that would be my approach, and that is my understanding. Thank you.
Honorable Kaula. Thank you, Chair. Ngibingelele kwi-candidate yethu. Ngifuna ukwazi lana ukuthi if mangenzeka ube yiphathi yakwa-CGE, kunezinto lana esihlezi sibuka zenzeka emhlabeni wonke, nezinye seziyinsakavukela, while sibona umhlaba uney'khukhula nomoya, nokufa kwabantu njalo njalo. Lana abantu bakithi abanawo umhlaba, okugcina kugcineni ukuthi babone sebakhe imijondolo eminyene. Makufika iy'khukhula siyababona bayasha, bayamuka njalo emfuleni, bakhe endaweni engekho emthethweni, akekho banakayo ukuthi lokhu kwakha kwabo kuzogcina kubavezela izinkinga. Kanjalo kade kwakukhulunywa indaba ukuthi abantu nabo bakwazi ukuba bayingxenye yokuthola umhlaba, ukuthi bakwazi nabo bagcine benezindlu ezinesidima, indawo abakha kuyona mhlawumbe isaveyi ukuthi inobungozi noma abukho yini. Lana ekugcina khona sinenkinga yokuthi ekugcineni lezi ndawo bagcina bakha kuzona, gcina sezibabangela inkinga, uthola ukuthi bayabulalana, bayareyphana, ngokuthi akulula ukuthi nangumuntu usebulela umuntu ukwazi ukumthola. Ukubulala umuntu lana emjondolo athi gwinci gwinci anyamalala, arephe umuntu la gwinci gwinci anyamalala. Ngifuna ukubuza-ke ukuthi if wena uyakwazi ukuthi ube yiphathi yale CGE, ungakwenza kanjani ukuqikelela ukuthi abantu bakithi bayaphuma kuleli usizi lokuhlala emjondolo nokwakha ey'ndaweni engekho emthethweni? Kuba khona umuntu olandela ugovernment ukuthi abheke from the beginning ukuthi lo muntu njengoba ehleli la, kambe indawo ehleli kuyona iphephile yini kulezi zokubulawa, nakulezi zokuthi kushe imjondolo bagcina sebenenkinga nokureyishwa. Sibonile la ukuthi indawo eziningi ezineyinkinga zama-rape neyinkinga zokudubulana ile ndawo eziminyene ngenxa yobantu bakithi umhlaba kuxoxwa ngawo ugcine kodwa ungawutholakali. Nalento ebizwa nge-human traffic ikakhulukazi kulezo ndawo ngoba kulula ukuthola abantu laphaya, umuntu ohlala laphaya akaziwa nokuthi uqhamukaphi, uyisikhathi sini, ukwazi ukwenza ubugebengu la abaleke kalula cashe. Yini wena ozoqiniseka ku-government ukuthi lana especially la eSouth Africa abantu bakithi bayakwazi ukuhlelelwa bathole umhlaba ngendlela efanelekile nokuthi lowo mhlaba abazobakha kuwona bakhelwa kuwona usurvey ubheke ukuthi awunabo yini ubungozi indlu la ebekwe khona if makufika isikhathi esinzima ngabe ikhukhula ngabe kufika ishingishane basaved kangakanani. Yini wena ozosiqinisekisa ukuthi abantu bakithi nabo abeze ukwazi ukuthi bazokwazi ukuphepha. Bese ngiyalana kulento yabasebenzi basemaplazini la eWestern Cape khona lento ebizwa ngokuthi khona indawo la ibizwa Cape Winelands la uthola khona ukuthi abantu bakithi besifazane nabesilisa bayahlukunyezwa, bayashawa abaqashi babo ngenxa yokuthi abafuni ukuthi balandele umthetho waka-Labour ukuthi umuntu ufuna aqashwe, arejistwe, athole imali efanele. Mayithi uyayifuna noma ethi uzama mhlawumbe bayasiteleka bababizela amaphoyisa ababulala. Yini ozoyenza wena konke lokho ukuthi laba bantu bayibona nabo beyiphathi ye-democracy lena khona la eSouth Africa? Ngiyabonga.
The honorable member was asking a question around unzoned human settlements, where you find that these areas are a source of great tragedies in terms of extreme weather events and also conflicts that take place. And she attributes this to mainly issues like landlessness, which leads to then people overcrowding in these settlements, which are usually informal and are usually erected in dangerous areas, for example, next to rivers, which then makes them prone to flooding. And also these areas are a hive. I mean, there are areas that are a hive of criminal activities like rape, murder, etc., where perpetrators, because these areas are unzoned and informal, perpetrators are not easy to trace. So her question is, how would you help to eradicate these kind of settlements and thus minimizing crimes like rape, murders, etc., which usually affect women and children? And also, another part of the honorable member's question deals with human trafficking. She would like to know how you would also assist in terms of combating human trafficking, looking at these areas that she has mentioned being areas where people can commit crimes and actually go and hide in these areas and avoid detection, and also where human trafficking is rife because there isn't a proper social structure which can then prevent people from falling victim to this crime. How would you ensure that people are given zoned human settlements which are safe from extreme weather events, and how would you ensure the safety of these people in general? And then lastly, she referred to farm workers, where she made an example of the Cape Winelands, where you find that farm workers in those areas are assaulted and exploited by their employers because they are not registered with the Department of Labor and therefore are vulnerable. And also when they report this or they try and fight, combat these atrocities, they are actually also attacked by, or the police are used to subjugate their efforts to fight this exploitation. So the honorable member would like to know how you'll also play a role as a commissioner to deal with all these issues. Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to pick up on the last issue of farm workers and exploitation, etc. So there are other government departments that would be better placed to deal with that kind of issue. However, obviously, if there is a gender aspect to it, an exploitation of women, discrimination of their rights, etc., that's when, as a commissioner within the CGE, that's when I would play a role. And obviously, the role I would play will be within the mandate of the commission and in alignment with its strategic objectives and action plan. So that would be my role. If such a complaint came to me and it did not have the aspect of a gender issue, then I would refer it to the relevant department or relevant organization that can assist the victims. In respect, and the same applies with the issue of the unzoned human settlements, that conflicts. You see, the CGE can't take on the world. The CGE, in order to be effective, has to focus on its mandate and has to prioritize what falls within its area of work. Because if it doesn't, then we cloud the issues and we get off the path that we are, because we're a creature of statute. So that, I mean, as a legal person, that is very clearly determined what our mandate is. But obviously, where you look at human settlements, well, we have a department for that, which we can, as CGE, also work with if such a complaint comes to us. And then obviously there's the SAPs and there's other government departments that are stakeholders in these kinds of issues. But where these issues involve trafficking in humans, where women are involved, and obviously where there are issues of rape, then again, the role of the CGE comes in line with its current mandate in terms of the Act. So, like I say, my response to this question is that we can't take on the world and we can't do everything. My approach as a commissioner, if this kind of issue came to my attention, would be to farm it out to the relevant institutions, and also to, I think CGE should prioritize, in line with its mandate, entering into MOUs with our relevant stakeholders. So with a sort of standard operating procedure that is part of the MOU, which says that if there are incidents of informal settlements that are a hive of criminal activities such as rape and human trafficking, that we through the MOU monitor. We obviously report it to SAPS, we give the assistance that we can, but we also want feedback, because that will be included then in our own reporting, but only from a gender perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of your session. But thank you very much for honoring our invitation. We wish you good luck. Is there anything that you want to ask the panel?
No, I just want to say thank you. It's been a good session for me. You've made me explore my own boundaries. I just would like to ask the mission that right. So looking then to appoint within the next month?
I didn't hear you. Sorry.
I was
Isha?
asking whether you are looking to appoint within the next month. I see the sign language lady has interpreted that.
Yeah. Before the end of the 28th, we will go present our report to the National Assembly. And then we vote for it, and it will just go to the president, I think, in April.
Okay, thank you. I will.
But it will be finalized definitely
I know it's a
before
long day.
the end
Thank
of
you
this
again,
term.
though. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, honorable members. I think we have come to the end of this session. Let's break for lunch. And then we come back at, it's 2:45 now. 2:30, we're back. Yeah. 2:30, we're back.
Okay, Chair, see you at 2:30. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Recording stopped.
That chair, where's the share of me and Sharif of eating there? Can you send us our share?
Yeah, we will, definitely.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Hey, Masondo, now we are trouble. Nelly, even if you can bring me boiling water, ngelo, ngizokuphuza le green tea yami. Crystal, please call our honorable members. We want to start. Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Sharif and Honorable Carol, we are now starting.
I'm present, Chair. Me too.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. You are resuming.
Recording in progress.
Let's have our next candidate. And Nelly, it's Maeshe. Okay, good afternoon, Nande. Maeshe.
Good afternoon, Chair.
You are welcome. My name is Nonhlanhla Ngobendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. The members of the panel are honorable members of our Portfolio Committee. Others are here in the house and others are on visual. So all of us are going to ask you questions. You have only 45 minutes with us. Make sure that you use your time efficiently. The first question is about yourself. Tell us about yourself and why do you think you are a suitable candidate to serve in the commission as a commissioner?
All right. Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
Switch on, yeah. You on?
It's on now. All right. Thank you, Chair. Igama is Nande Meshe, from Ekongwe. Single mother of 2 children, qualified attorney, qualified conveyancer, qualified notary public, the founder and director of Meshe Attorneys, with our branch being based at Kabeja. 100% female, Black-owned law firm. Experience in immigration law, experience in corporate governance. I serve on the tribunal, municipal planning tribunal for Ndlambe municipality as a board member. I also serve on the board of Boxing South Africa. I also serve on the board of Osinati Foundation for the Blind and partially sighted. The logo and mission statement of Meshe Attorneys, we believe that we are chosen to serve, Chair. We're chosen to serve, we're here to serve. And we believe that being part of the commission will be able to be the voice for the voiceless, because we believe that our society has a lot of people that don't have a voice. We're here to be the voice for the voiceless. We're here to advance the mandate of gender equality. We're here to advance the mandate of our constitution, which is the supreme law of the land. to ensure that we eradicate unfair discrimination practices. We assist the Commission in ensuring that we drive the agenda of transformation. We drive the agenda of women empowerment, making sure that and advancing, making sure that we get more women leaders occupying influential roles, occupying decision-making positions to advance the mandate of women empowerment. So in summary, we're here to serve, we're here to provide legal expertise as well. In respect of matters that might lead to litigation, because you know that we deal with legislation, we deal with legislative text that at times would require interpretation. So me being a member of the board of the commission would assist the commission in ensuring that we tackle legislative text that requires interpretation so that we limit the litigious matters which would result in the state funds being utilized for litigation. So being part of the commission would assist greatly in respect of the legal expertise that we're here to provide the commission, and also serve and advance the mandate of the Commission for Gender Equality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good day to you, Ms. Mweshe.
Thank you.
My name is Fikile Masiko. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and also now a member of this panel. I must say, with the brief introduction that you have given us, it's quite impressive what you are doing for women and also the disadvantaged. The questions that one would like to ask you relate to your understanding of what the mandate is for the Commission for Gender Equality, which obviously is a Chapter 9 institution established with the view of strengthening constitutional democracy, focusing on the attainment of gender equality in all spheres of life. Now, if I may just be direct in terms of the questioning around that, what is your understanding of CGE's mandates, powers, as well as functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling legislation? And the second portion of that question relates to your understanding of what a commissioner in the Commission for Gender Equality does in terms of his or her roles and responsibilities. Thank you.
Okay, can I just note it down? Yes. Am I able to dissect your maybe answer in part?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. Let me start with the understanding of the role of the Constitution, if I got your question correctly, the powers and the function and the legislative or the statute that governs the Commission. All right. Thank you. My understanding is that the Commission for Gender Equality, the purpose or the objective is to bring life to Section 119 of our Constitution. That also relying on Section 9 as well of the Constitution, which speaks to the right to equality. Before I move to the powers and the functions, what informs the powers and the functions would be the Commission on Gender Equality Act. And that act clearly states the composition of the commission. It states the functions and the powers and the duties of the commissioners. It also seeks to bring life as well to Section 119 of our Constitution, and as well as Section 9 of our Constitution. Having said that, it's important to note that the Commission is independent. It's an independent body which must execute its mandate in good faith, without any favor, without any prejudice or bias, and with impartiality. Moving from that premise of Section 10 of the Act now, then it then empowers the commissioners or the members of the commission to perform their functions. How? I'm sorry, but can I be allowed to at times to say we as the commission?
Yeah, well, speaker like a commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Our mandate as the commission would be, one, to evaluate the current policies and the practices that are currently in place to ensure that is it indeed in line with the mandate of gender equality. How do we do that? We seek to evaluate all the organs of state, all the levels, check their practices as well as policies, whether are they in line with the gender equality mandate. The private entities as well, public entities as well, statutory bodies as well. We also need to make sure that as the commission, we also seek to propose new legislation that can be enacted to our parliament. We need to make sure that we interrogate even the family law systems that are in place. Your customs, are they still in line with the mandate of driving the transformation agenda? Check your indigenous law, check your, and with my legal expertise, I'll be well vested to advise the commission whether is it really in line with our constitution, because remember, everything comes from the constitution as the supreme law of the land. So our role is to make sure that one of the powers and functions to make sure that we advance new legislation which talks to the transformation and the empowerment of gender equality. One, also evaluate these practices and policies that are currently in place to check whether the organs of state, the private sector, the statutory bodies are in line with the mandate of the commission. Another point to mention, or a function rather, would be to make sure that in whatever we do, the governance is also important. Our King 4 Code report is also important. Our PFMA is also important to guide us, because remember, we must utilize state funds effectively, avoiding any fruitless and wasteful expenditure, making sure that our governance, the governance that we practice in the commission is sound governance. Transparency is key. Remember, the commission is not acting here in a vacuum. We are an integral part of society. We have stakeholders to account to make sure that are we indeed aligned to the agenda that is coming from the constitution. The roles, I think I've touched on the roles. I think I've touched on also on the powers, our power as the commission to make sure that we're able to check whether the policies and the practices are still in line with the mandate, and also inform or advise our parliament and our legislature in respect of any new legislation that we can propose that would advance the mandates that we're driving as the commission. And one thing, when you prepare for an interview, you stand in front of the mirror and you show that you got all your points, and then now you share, and now you're thinking about, oh, the other one you've forgotten. But I hope what I've said should be sufficient.
Thank you very much. Honorable Piri.
Afternoon, Chair. Sorry for the delay. I gadget. We have never been friendly with this technology, but my name is Carol Piri. I'm a member of the panel. Equally so as a member of a portfolio committee on women, youth and persons with disability. You are welcome, our candidate. I'll shoot straight to my question. Can you explain the role of our international treaty of the, as now you want to be a commissioner, and the CGE, what is its role in making sure that we achieve the objectives of the international treaty. Chair, I guess you captured my question. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Piri.
All right, thank you. It's important to note that, thank you, Ms. Piri. It's important to note that South Africa as a country, we have acceded to several international treaties that seek to advance the human dignity. Because remember, our constitution, we have a constitution that is democratic. We have a constitution that upholds the values of human dignity. We have a constitution that upholds values of freedom, social justice, and as a result of that, we are able then to subscribe to these international treaties as long as they are in line with the freedom, the right to freedom, the right to life, the right to human dignity as well. So in whatever that we do as a commission, I am aware of the fact that it has to be our duties and functions as the commission have to be aligned with the international treaties which talk to human dignity, which talk to human rights and so forth. Thank you.
Leslie, are you on?
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Oh, okay. It's because I see your message. Okay. Carol, no follow-up question?
Chair, with respect of time, I don't have follow-up question. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Okay.
Chair, can I have a follow-up, please?
Yeah?
Can I have a follow-up, Chair?
Yeah.
Can the candidate? Oh, hello. My name is Nazli Sharif, a member of the Portfolio Committee. You just spoke on several treaties and generalized all in one. Can you mention a couple of treaties that we are signatories to that is specifically focused on the advancement of gender equality?
One treaty that comes to mind, I'm not sure whether it's broad enough and extends to gender equality, but it's the 1951 convention that South Africa acceded to, which also talks to refugee law and immigration law matters. However, I'm not quite certain whether it also extends to the scope that you are referring to. Thank you.
Okay, Nazli, it's your turn to ask your question.
Okay, thank you so much. My question is around gender-based violence and femicide in the country. We know that it remains one of the most pervasive problems in South Africa. We have, as a country in recent years, adopted various legislation amendments, as well as the National Strategic Plan, to help fight against gender-based violence and femicide in the country. Now, my question is threefold, and I hope you answer them. The first one is, can you give us an outline of the National Strategic Plan and mention at least two of the pillars that are in the National Strategic Plan? Second question is, what do you think, in your perspective, is the CGE's role in addressing GBVF in South Africa? And number three, as a commissioner, what would you do differently? Thank you, Chair.
May I be allowed time to note the questions, Chair?
Yeah, we can finish noting.
inequality. All right. Thank you. In respect of the National Strategic Plan, my understanding is that as the mandate or the objective or the mission of the commission, or as being part of the commission, would be, as we're all aware, that we're guided by legislation in anything that we do. There's one important piece of legislation which I think would then be, I need to mention, if I'm expected to mention two pieces of legislation, I will have to mention one, which would be the promotion of equality and the prevention of unfair discrimination. Now, if you check the preamble of that legislation, it talks to promotion of equality. It talks to the prevention and to prevent and prohibit unfair discrimination, to prevent and prohibit as well as hate speech. Now, I would not be doing any justice to this legislation if I would not perhaps give a contextual background on its preamble. Now, the consolidation of our democracy requires that we eradicate social inequalities and economic inequalities that we are currently faced with as a country. And these social inequalities and economic inequalities are systematic in nature, and they have been birthed by the history that we come from, which stems from colonialism. It stems from the apartheid system. It also stems from patriarchy. Now, having said that, this has affected our people. It has caused a lot of pain and suffering. It has caused a lot of pain and suffering to the majority of our people. And yes, I can confirm to say there has been some progress in trying to address these imbalances and these systems that were unfair and that were discriminating. However, it's unfortunate to state that in our society we're still faced with systematic inequalities, which are embedded. They are deeply embedded in our societies. They are deeply embedded in the attitudes and in the way we do things in society. And now it's so unfortunate that practice is violating, or it's an insult to our constitutional democracy. And this very democracy and this very constitution is one that upholds values of human dignity. It's one that upholds freedom, social justice, and it comes or for us to try to redress, for us to try to address these imbalances and these flawed flawed imbalances. We need to understand that our basis is coming from a constitution that upholds these values of human dignity, that upholds these values of freedom and social justice. With a society that is united and that is non-sexist and non-racial and non-sexist, and that seeks to flourish or allow an environment that allows for people to flourish. So if we can take that mandate as a commission as well, and I am also of the view that being a member of the commission, we will be in line with the very same mandate that I have unpacked. Another important legislation which I also feel that I should mention, which also should serve the basis or the core of the mandate of the commission, is the women empowerment and the promotion of gender equality, the bill. Now, the bill is a legislative framework which advances women empowerment. It's a legislative framework which advances for women to take leadership positions, to take roles that make change and give women an opportunity to have power and control over resources and mechanisms that actually affect the quality of their lives. And being a member of the commission, I'm also of the view that we are here to make sure that we adopt practices and programs which support people and women that have been disadvantaged by unfair discrimination. Develop programs and support programs that also seek to capacitate our women to take these leadership roles, to capacitate our women to take influential roles in our society. So in a nutshell, I hope I've covered all your questions, Ms. Piri. Is it Ms. Piri?
Sheriff.
Oh, Sheriff.
Honorable Sheriff, any follow-up?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I asked around gender-based violence and femicide specifically, and I asked around the National Strategic Plan, the outline of the National Strategic Plan. What is it? And what are two pillars from this plan that the candidate can explain, specifically on gender-based violence and femicide? Thank you for mentioning legislation, but I did ask specifically on the topic of GBVF. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. My understanding is that, yes, there are certain mechanisms that are in place in terms of the National Strategic Plan, which seek to address gender-based violence and cases of femicide in our country. However, I am of the view that we still have some process or a long way to go in addressing this, because at the end of the day, we still have cases that deal with gender-based violence. But it's a matter of us as the Commission making sure that we develop programs, educational programs and training programs which seek to promote or to support our women in society to come out and voice out whatever it is that they are dealing with in terms of gender-based violence. Because some people, as I've said, that they don't have a voice. So being a member of the Commission, it will be our role as well to make sure that we give the necessary support or the platform or make the environment enabling enough for our women or any other person that has been affected by gender-based violence to come forward so that they can receive the necessary support that they need. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Nande. My name is Tabile Sylvia Mavimbela. I just have one question, which is just have two answers. How do you think the CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation and oversight by Parliament?
Monitoring and evaluation and oversight. Thank you. So how do I think that the CGE will strengthen monitoring and evaluation and oversight by Parliament? All right. I think what's important is to note here that, remember, the Commission has got the necessary authority to evaluate policies and practices of state organs at all levels. That's one. So this on its own is an enabling provision that allows us to check that as the Commission is all the policies and the practices that are within government and state organs at all levels, are they still in line with the mandate of the CGE? By having to evaluate the practices, having to evaluate the policies to check that they are still in line. And in the event that they are not, considering the climate, the political climate, the social status or the social standing or whatever the background is, if ever we then can make a finding to say we need to perhaps change one or two things, then we can be allowed to make submissions. I'll give you one example. Section 11 of the Commission on Gender Equality Act. As I was going through the functions of the commission, I came across Section 11E, which seeks to resolve any disputes that are brought before the commission. In fact, it says the commission has got a mandate or the authority to investigate any gender-related disputes that are brought forward or of its own accord, or if there's a complaint that has been brought forward. Now, it then reads further to say, and then the commission must, it doesn't say it must, the commission shall endeavor to resolve. I had to quickly go to my dictionary and actually find out endeavor. What does endeavor mean, Honorable Musono? And endeavor means to try hard, try your level best. And I was like, no, we can't have a commission that has been given the necessary authority to make the change and be the change that we want to see in society. And then we have a legislative text that still says endeavor. I wasn't comfortable with that interpretation or that meaning of endeavor. It seeks then, it answers your question to say, we as the commission then get to evaluate and come across such legislative text, which in my opinion, I feel that it should be amended. The commission must resolve disputes, must not endeavor. We're not here to try. We're here to do. And when you do something, you do it the best that you can. And then the best that you can is enough. And then the next generation that will come will take the baton. They will also take it and run with it. And they will do the best that they can. And that will be enough. But I have a problem with a legislative text that says we're here to endeavor, to try. We're not here to try, Honorable Chair. We're not here to try. We're here to do. So I think I've answered your question to say we're here to evaluate and check whether our legislative text, to check that our policies are they really a true reflection of what we want to advance as the commission. Thank you.
Honorable Kaula. Ngibonge Chair. Ngibonge candidate yethu la ngaphambili. Lana sine lento ebizwa ukuthi CGE la sidinga khona abantu abazokwazi babhale ikhala lezo zo 6. Kanjalo futhi abazokwenza sure ukuthi bayimisele ngomsebenzi okuthuthukisa abantu bakithi nokubheka inkinga ababhekene nazo njalo njalo. Even nama case awuthola ukuthi avuliwe against abantu bakithi, ngaba besifazane ngaba besilisa. Bengifuna ukwazi ukuthi makwenzeka uyayithola wena ithuba uyangena. Uzosilekelela kanjani ema-court la khona amacala uthola ukuthi awe-rape, ukushawa abantu besifazane, bokubulawa njengoba nakubona kubulawa. Bese ngiphinda ngibuyisela lana ngiyajabula ukubona nje ukuthi usuka ngapha Eastern Cape. Sinenkinga lapha ngane yami yabantu abawogogo. Thola ukuthi ugogo uzele ingane zakhe wayifundisa kanzima. Kodwa uthe maseyisebenzise sezindala lezi ngane sezi-right zabaleka zahlala ko-Durban, ko-Cape Town njalo njalo. Ugogo agcina sesala yedwa. Kukhona lento isifo esihamba sihlasela ugogo. Basibiza nge-dementia. Leso sifo siyingozi ngoba ugogo yena usuke engasazazi ukuthi ubani. Khona nalento yamaphilisi. Uthola ogogo basemakhaya bawadla amaphilisi. Like njengami mina ngiyawadla amaphilisi kashukela njalo njalo ebolona. Ukuthi labo gogo mhlambe uzokwenza kanjani ukuthi mangabe wena usula sizokuthiwa base beyaphepha ngale kulento yokuthi bayareshwa bangenela bayareshwa endlini bayangenelwa bayabulala kuthiwa bayathakatha ngokuthi ubonakale emzini umuntu ehamba enqunu or ubonakale
ehlezi nje emgwaqweni ekhuluma yedwana ngasemzini womuntu. Ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi uzosilekelela kanjani nkosazana yami ukuthi sibone nje labo bantu beboshwe ngoba sigcina sivezela ukuthi nangu ugogo uboshiwe ubulewe oshisela umuzi wakhe oshisa ngethayi kodwa sikazi sizwe ukuthi sebegwetshiwe labantu. And okunye engizokucela yini ozogqugquzela ngayo ukuthi sikhuluma ngayo manje ngama-province awu-9 yini ozokwenza ozoyenza to make sure ukuthi abantu baya-understanda nge-CGE ngoba phakathi la kuthina abantu khona besilisa khona besifazane. So abesilisa kunalento egcina bethi thina lana emhlabeni asinakiwe okunakwa abantu besifazane kuphela sinamalungelo. Omunye azathatha isinqumo sokuthi abulale umndeni wakhe aphinde azabulale ney'ngane athathe isibhamu ayibulale. Yini ozosisiza ngayo yonke lezo zinto na? Ngiyabonga sithando sami esihle.
Thank you. We have some vacancies and we need like about 6 people to fill in those vacancies. The member's question is around the fact that if you are selected, how will you assist in courts in terms of the matters that are already in courts? It could be matters of either rape, murder, GBV. And the member also states that she is quite happy that you are from the Eastern Cape. And what happens usually is that there would be people who come or grandkids that are educated by grandmothers and then they leave them, they go to other places. And you find that elderly people then sickness sets in, sickness like your dementia and any other, and then you find that maybe they are not taking their pills correctly, and that ends up sort of like affecting them, and they can be found maybe wandering around or sitting next to somebody's house or somebody's home, and sometimes they are burnt, murdered, sometimes they are raped. Yeah, the member would like to ask, how will you ensure that the perpetrators of such crimes are actually brought to justice? And also, there's another question as to how will you ensure that people understand the importance and people know, or how will you promote the CGE, because people, it could be women or men, some do not know and they end up committing suicide, some end up killing people, their families and themselves. How will you ensure that CGE is known to these people and that it can actually assist them? Thank you.
Okay, Kaul. See the first one, in respect of the GBV and the domestic violence in our courts, these perpetrators. Now, our justice system, in respect of these matters, we have the National Prosecuting Authority. The NPA is mandated to make sure that they prosecute these perpetrators. So it's their mandate to make sure that they don't get, for instance, bail, but they will get a fair trial. So in this specific instance that you've mentioned, in this case, I will not be even representing these people because the NPA will be making sure that they are prosecuted. Our role as the measure attorneys would be maybe to make submissions to the court to say, in support of them not getting bail, because what is unfortunate is that you have people that are charged with these heinous crimes, and then you see them walking in the streets getting bail. And now it's within the justice system. Remember, the justice system is also broad, and there are certain people that work in courts and all of that. So what I can advance or what I can submit to you is that in this specific example that you've given me, the NPA or the National Prosecuting Authority is mandated to make sure that whoever it is that is accused of such crimes, they will be prosecuted and then the law will deal with them. So I cannot say I will be representing them because there will be people that are arrested for these type of crimes. What I can advance would be to say, since I'm based in the Eastern Cape, I, as a member of the commission, I can commit to saying that we can perhaps adopt programs that would educate our people in respect of gender-based violence, in respect of all other support mechanisms that we can offer to our society. Because there's a lot of people that have lost all hope. You know, there are certain mechanisms and other programs that we can offer, you know, our society, especially the vulnerable groups, especially our women and children. Those are the types of dialogues that we can have, because remember, maybe when we sit as a commission, we'd have to first know what is the plan, what is the strategic plan of the commission, what is the plan for each and every financial year. But what I can submit is to, since you asked what would be my role in the Eastern Cape, it would be to make sure that we develop such programs that would seek to educate our people, mentor young women and children, because a lot of women and children, they come from broken families. They need that support. They've lost all hope, you know, and I believe that I do have one of my gifts and talents is the power of the spoken word, where we'll be able then to talk to our women and children, to offer support wherever it would be necessary. But in terms of the justice system, in respect of these people that commit such crimes, then the justice system, then our courts would have to deal with them according to the law. Thank you, ma'am. I hope I've covered all your questions.
Ma'am Carola, any follow-up question?
Thank you, Chef. Ngiyayizwa inkosazana yami. But mina angithi njengoba sisho la. Already ama-court ayafeyila ukwenza umsebenzi wawo. Yingakho kubalekile kube nalo mnyango lo waka-CGE. To make sure ukuthi ama-court ayayilandela ama-case ayawenza, hayi ukuthi ama-case uthola ahleli lapha or umuntu uyambona ubuyile ngaphandle. Uyabona? And okwesibili, ngoba la sibuye sikhulumele i-South Africa yonke as non-province. Mhlambe niyabona lento eyenzeka lana, cishe yaphahliwa ngelinye isonto, kanti akufanele ngisho. Leye ingane encane, othola ukuthi ingane ngokuhlonipha abazali. Kuzovele kusuka nje ikhehla kudala. Likhombe lengane ezifo ufuna ukulala nayo, ngale kokuthi bavumelane. Kufike kuthiwa ukuthwala kuphinde kuthiwa umthetho wesonto. Le mithetho yonke lokhu ishawa kodwa oyibonayo ukuthi le mithetho le i-oppressor noma icindezela ama-rights ey'ngane zethu ngenxa yabazali. Yini ozokwenza kuyona ukuthi ingane zikwazi ukuvikeleka lento yokuthi nje vele kusuka ixhego lidala lilale nayo. Uzothi mase kubona kuthiwa hayi ngokulozi uzokhokha lana. Yini ngoba ekugcineni leya ngane igcina isilimele ingqondo ngoba ilele nomuntu engathandani naye. Ahluke nokuthi umrephile lo muntu. Yini ezosiza konke lokho ukuthi uma ekuye kwemphakathini kufundiswa abantu ama-rights abo ukuthi iy'nkomo zibalulekile, but into ebalulekile ukuhlonipha impilo yomunye umuntu. Umuntu olale nomunye umuntu ngale kwezivumelwano akaphinde alunge kahle ekhanda. Yini ngempela ozokwazi ukuthi usigqugquzelele even ukuthwala? Khona lokho kuthiwa ukuthwala, khona lokho kuthiwa umthetho wesonto, ukuthi ingane mangabe sesuke lana ikhehla kudala la kumkhokheli la ngaphambi kwami lathi lifuna leya ngane ukuthi neminyaka emingaki liyayithatha. Yini enizokwenza ukuthi yonke lonto niyibheke le mithetho nilekelele lezi ngane ngoba ezinye zizebaleke zohlala emgwaqweni. Ngiyabonga.
What I actually remember is trying to say is that what would you do? Because it is evident that the courts are failing to do their job. That is why we have the CGE to ensure that the courts actually deal with these cases. Secondly, all over South Africa, in all these 9 provinces, we have a problem of younger women being given to older people because either they are trying to respect their parents or they are following church rules. The question is then, what would you do to help such people? Also, what would you do to promote their understanding of their own human rights in terms of the CGE, and how would you also ensure that we curb or we fight things like ukutwala, because if a person ends up having to sleep with a person that they do not love or they are not in love with, that person is usually affected for life. So the question is, what would you do to ensure that those people understand their own rights through the CGE?
Okay. In respect of, with regards to the courts, my suggestion or my submission would be, as the CGE, as the court, you've mentioned that there's a backlog. The cases, they don't get attended to. You find that it's always postponed, or the accused is released and then he's still roaming the streets and the complainant is also here. So I think my submission would be, as a stakeholder or an interested party, as the CGE, I would advise for us to make submissions to the Department of Justice to make sure that these matters are attended to and they are expedited. And we make submissions to say, 1, in the event of such cases of gender-based violence, such perpetrators should not be afforded bail. And in the event, in circumstances where they are afforded bail, it can never be that someone is afforded bail and then they are seen in the very same vicinity as the person that has laid the complaint. That would be the submissions that we can make as the commission to say the matters must be prioritized. There should be time frames to say if a matter has appeared on a roll on such and such a date, we cannot be seeing the same matter on the roll for the next 6 months. It's always appearing. We can make those submissions as the commission to the Department of Justice to ensure that cases that deal with gender-based violence, cases of rape, cases of murder, cases that deal with the vulnerable groups of our societies, they are prioritized. Not saying that the others should not be prioritized. However, these cases that affect us or the mandate of this commission have to be attended to. That is my submission, to say we can make submissions as the commission to the Department of Justice, to the NPA, to make sure that there are timeframes and there are accountability measures to say, who is the prosecutor that is assigned to this case? Why has this case not been attended to? Why is this case appearing on the roll time and time again? Why has it not been, referred to the next court or whatever? So we can request that in the event that the prosecutor assigned to the case is not available, he needs to be accountable. And there should be disciplinary measures that are imposed on that prosecutor that has been assigned to that relevant case. Those are my submissions in respect to the cases at the court. In respect of the cases referring to ukutwala, I think this one, it goes back to one of the functions or the mandates of the commission, where it's our role as the commission to make sure that we evaluate these systems, these customs. Remember, we have customs that date back a long time ago that discriminate and that should be written off. So Umama has submissions that she's making now. It goes back to one of the functions that is ours as the commission to make sure that we evaluate systems of family law. We make sure that we evaluate systems of indigenous law, customs that are still practiced Are they aligned to the constitution that we uphold today? Are they aligned with the values? Are they aligned with the human dignity? Are they aligned to the right to equality? So I think
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable candidates. Meshe, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My question is around gender equality and gender mainstreaming. As a commissioner of CGE, how would you advise government departments and entities and the private sector to mainstream gender in order to achieve gender equality? Secondly, what in your view are the key mechanisms or measures to foster gender equality in society? Bearing in mind that there is a language barrier in our society. Thank you.
Yeah. The mechanisms that are coming to mind in respect of advancing gender equality and gender mainstreaming in respect of public entities and private entities. My submission would be, as the commission, we would have to ensure that there are practices and policies in place within these institutions that allow for the advancement of women empowerment. How? Making sure that the 50% target of women empowerment is reached, and there should be accountability measures and transparency to check whether are these institutions adhering or are they achieving the 50% target, one, of women empowerment. Two, we can also, to ensure this, the mandate of gender mainstreaming, to ensure that we evaluate their practices. Remember, we have the mandate to be able to evaluate their policies and practices that they have in place, whether it is public entities or private entities, to ensure that does it allow for our women to advance to positions of power, to positions of leadership, to positions of influence. These are the mechanisms that we can set in place to ensure that we're able to first evaluate their practices and policies that they have currently and check whether are they really in line with the mandate of our commission. And if not, then we should make recommendations then to Parliament or to our legislature to ensure that the gender mainstreaming is attended to. That is my point on that one. And the other
gender discrimination.
Yeah, the other one, to foster gender equality within our society, bearing in mind the language barrier. Another thing that comes to mind is the fact that as the commission, we are mandated we need to ensure that we have education programs, training programs, which seeks to foster the understanding of the mandate of the gender equality. What is it that we seek to achieve as the commission? And if it means that we need to first check our audience to address the language barrier, first check our audience and check if it's Xhosa people, then we don't need to speak English, ma'am, to address this thing. If it means that we need to sit and be at their level, then so be it. Because at the end of the day, we need to make sure that our mandate is advanced, even if it's in any other language, as long as we're able to get the message across through training and education initiatives within our society.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. I have given you more minutes. because Mam Kaula, when she asks you a question, she takes long. And the interpreter also takes some minutes. So I have replaced those minutes. Thank you very much. We're done with your session. Is there anything that you want to ask us?
No, just a comment. A quick comment, which is coming in a form of a picture. Am I allowed with the leave of the chair? It's a pity, you won't really see it, but quickly. See? It's plants, different shades of green. Next, different shades of green. Different plant. Check. We can keep it. Now, having said that plant, it's different shades of green, different flowers and textures. It's called, my concept of it is called coexistence. I'm sitting here in front of you, honorable ladies, who have been tasked with a huge role of having to bring on board 6 more members that are here to lead, that are here to make a meaningful impact to our society. The only challenge that we need to strive for is to coexist, to celebrate each other as women. Because now the other leaf is so mad at the other leaf because that one is big, that one is small. But why can't you celebrate that bold character? Why can't you celebrate that beauty? Why can't we all merge and coexist as women of this current democratic society? So I'm here to say, I wish you all the best for wisdom to be able to make an informed decision. But most importantly, we're human and we need to celebrate each other as women and coexist. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good luck and travel safe.
Thank you.
We don't want you to miss your flight.
Yes. Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, let's see the picture, Chair. Let's see the picture.
Can you see it?
I can see it, Chair.
You can see it, ne?
Yeah, I can see it.
The different greens and the other one is small sizes and whatever. Nelly, upper man's one code. Eh? You don't serve us right. So well and the cake did yeah, this candidate wenzele into engicele yona. Eish. Lo muntu akasinakekeli uyicabangela into zakhe. Wena dokotela bokuphi ngoba bongekho la? Good. Ngaphandle. Yeah. Yeah. Right, you said that it was similar.
Now, you asked her to swap. Yeah. Princess, that's what you told her.
Oh.
Because you said it's fine. She was okay with it one day, so the princess is. Yes.
What's number two? What's the so? You are interviewing one who the princess. Huh? That's what. Good afternoon. How do you read this? Hmm? Hmm?
She put down her own eyes. She'd like to be familiar, please.
Mukhane, ne? Yeah.
Yes, that is it, Mohane.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I can read. A goal we don't have. So it's difficult to call all young Keretini Panela.
Ke Mohane.
Yeah.
Swati. Yes.
Mokane.
No, Mohane, but it's Pedi, but Nkulene Maswati. So it's Swaziland, Mpumalanga area. That's where.
Yes.
Yeah, God.
Nina Begnene, Namsang Solomon Fwagits. You are welcome. And you have 45 minutes with us. My name is Nomhlanhla Ngobendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. And we have honorable members who are going to introduce themselves before they ask you questions. Other honorable members are on visual, and they will also ask you questions and introduce themselves. And the rest of the team are our staff members, our sign language interpreters, our media person, and our legal person, and our researchers and committee content advisor. And Unediso is not here, and Mr. Mvaba, the one who's coordinating all the logistics. So feel free, relax. Don't mind to ask a question if you didn't hear the question. If you feel good, the temperature is going high and high, just take a sip. Yeah, and then, but feel free. And the first question is about yourself. Tell us about yourself. And why do you think you're a suitable candidate to be appointed as a commissioner?
All right. First of all, thank you also so much for affording me this opportunity to be here. In a nutshell, I am Her Royal Highness Princess Eureka Mohane, born and bred in Nelspruit, but battered in Pretoria when I came to the University of Pretoria, where I studied medical sciences. So health and wellness are my biggest forte, my biggest drive, my biggest passion. However, growing up also with the royal family, community engagement is very, very key. Community leadership roles are assigned to us where we go and interact and engage as much as we can with society. And that's where my passion for not just being the voice to the voiceless, but also being the hands and feet came into play. So my biggest drive or my biggest passion is ensuring that we are able to address gender equality. My biggest vision as an individual is that just because we're advocating for the rise of women shouldn't also mean that there is a fall for men. That's what I stand for. That's what I believe in. Hence, we are talking about as the CGE as well, making sure that there is a balance for all. And I sincerely and humbly so believe that I might be an ideal candidate because, as I mentioned, it is a drive for me. It is what I grew up in, being able to be to stand for those who cannot stand for themselves. A lot of cases where we would have to go door to door, asking the people what is going on behind these closed doors. Those people who know that there are institutions set up but are afraid of going ahead and reaching out. We are those people who amongst them were able to go out and do the one-on-one. So I believe that is why I'm here today as well, just to ensure that I share with you all that I'm here to also volunteer my resources, not volunteer the connects that I also have, not just nationally, but also internationally, ensuring that we can be able to raise the flag for gender equality in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masigo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon to your good self, Your Royal Highness. My name is Fikile Masiko. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee for Women and also a member of this panel that is interviewing you this afternoon. It is quite important for us to ascertain your understanding on the legislative mandate for CGE, because in order for you to serve any organization or institution, you need to understand what it is about and what it is built for, and what then becomes its function and your role within that organization. Now, as you know, that the Commission for Gender Equality is a Chapter 9 institution, which has been established with the view of strengthening the constitutional democracy. Now, the question from ourselves to your good self is, what is your understanding of the CGE's mandates, its powers, as well as its functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling legislation? And the second portion of this question now relates to what becomes your role as a commissioner within the institution. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you so much for that question. I'll start off with the first one that you asked regarding the legislative background as well and influence. First of all, with regards to defining what the CGE is in itself, it is, as you mentioned, also an institution that is set up, or a body that has been set up according to the Chapter 9 institutions. And that for me means we're able to, first of all, deepen any roots that we have regarding the Constitution itself. So we have to protect, we have to ensure that it's not enforced, but it is rolled out to the community in itself. So that is the key aim for the Chapter 9 sections or institutions in itself. With the CGE in itself, the biggest focus is definitely then Section 187, which is as a base in itself, as it states, gender equality. And from that being gender equality, our biggest aim is to ensure that, first of all, we protect, we promote, and we also educate individuals about what it means to actually have this equality of genders in our society. At the end of the day, the vision, as your own motto states, that we are hoping for a society that is free from any oppression for any gender-related issues. We're also hoping our very best that any individual who wants to be given a platform to also voice out what might be going on in their lives can be given that opportunity. And then coming to the law, that is why we have a mandate within the CGE that says that not just apart from promoting in gender equality in itself, there are laws, there are policies that are set in place which play a big role in ensuring that when an individual from the ground up, from when an individual goes and lays a case, we know what laws, what principles, what institutions, or what partners we have in play that can be able to process these cases and bring them all the way up to where we are as individuals of influence for the Constitution, to ensure that the people know and understand whether or not they are being protected in themselves, whether or not the research that is being done is relevant to the people who are also being exposed to certain gender-based violence issues, certain inequalities in workplaces. So the key aim for the legislative support or backing that the CGE brings in is to ensure that any policy that is in place is followed accordingly. And if it is not understood, then people understand and know that there is a way that we will actually educate them, uplift them, and ensure that they understand it in their own languages, in also their own connotations that they might be using or idioms they might be using, but the biggest aim is for them to know that there is promotion going on, there is research, there are people who are trying to find out where they are, and the law is not just to stand against them, but it's for them. And I believe that in a nutshell is what the legislation is actually supposed to be playing a role in, and that's what the CGE stands for. Hence, it is part of the mandate, it is part of the core values and vision for the CGE. And then also, you asked a very key question as well as what is my own role? Where do I see myself? You know, with my own background, not being in law, so like I mentioned, I'm in health and wellness. For me, my role would be in trying to figure out the aftermath. What do we do after a case is reported? How do we treat the victims? How do we treat even the perpetrators? Because where I am right now, I'm able to actually even engage with prisoners to hear what triggered certain, abusive remarks or even actions that were done. So we need to find out the root causes. And from there, that's why I mentioned earlier on that I am one of the few who wants to be on the ground, who wants to interrogate, who wants to find out what is going on. Why are we still here? I mean, we established certain acts in the year 1996, yet we are still, it looks like we're facing the same things over and over again. What is it that we are missing? And that honestly is only answered when we can sit in front of a person with their pain in their eyes and can unpack what is going on. And that is what I'm here for. That's what I'm here to offer. And not only that, not just the mental health support that we'll be bringing in on the plate, but also for individuals to understand that if someone is a victim in my family, in my neighborhood, I am a caregiver. I'm responsible for this individual. And we all know and we are aware that the Constitution is all about our rights and our roles that we need to play. So my biggest role will also be to remind everyone what their own responsibility is to that right. Now that you know that you can be equal in the workplace, what role are you playing? Now that we've empowered women to know that they can be leaders in society, how do we then ensure that she's playing her role? She's coming to the table. So that's what I want to bring up. That's what I see myself doing as a commissioner, and showing that we're not just equipping them to get the platform, to get the position, to get the justice, but thereafter, what is next? That is the support that I'd like to bring. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much. In your own view, is the Commission for Gender Equality making an impact in the public and private sector? And how can CGE reposition itself to make an impact given its mandate? 2, in your own assessment, in what areas has CGE successfully fulfilled its mandate? And what is your opinion and which areas of focus do you think CGE should focus in?
All right, thank you so much for that, Chairperson. I think I'll start with the first one, which states, as a CGE, is your impact being seen? Is your impact being noted? In all honesty, it is being seen and noted by those who have access to certain platforms, by those who can take a taxi and drive and go and address things at a police station. That is definitely there. We are aware of it. I'm fortunate enough to also have assisted a high school learner just last week before I came here, where they were doing an assignment and they had to define who the CGE is, what is their mandate, and what case studies have been in place. So even the school system, Department of Education, are ensuring that our youth is being made aware of who you are and what is happening, what your goals are. So definitely the impact is there. And I believe it's very key to commend it. It's very key to point it out as well. One of the things you also ask yourself is representation in itself. What can be improved? What can we do? As I mentioned, the areas I go to, deep rural areas, 3 to 5 hours away from Nelspruit, where I'm from, where there's no access to internet, where there's no access to any forms, even radio doesn't connect properly to their phones. that is where we need to find volunteers. And that for me has been a biggest drive. I worked at the Cancer Association of South Africa and became one of the youngest and first Black managers in our area in Mpumalanga for one reason. I believe that the only way to roll out information is to ensure that we bring people who are from that area, bring them in, workshop them so that they can break down data to suit that area, that region, because they know who's in need. They know what issues they are facing. And then from there, recognition counts. Give them the title, give them the certification that they know. I'll add this on my CV. So I would always produce volunteer certificates just to honor and celebrate them. So I believe those are things we might need to roll out as well. In as much as they do know that there are key institutions or organizations that I also partner with, like GRIP, even FAMSA, they are there. We know that they are readily available. But how far is the reach? Are the resources enough for them to travel all the way through? Not at all times. Hence, we need to make sure that we can find a group that we can come in and workshop, and from there start rolling out. And trust me, once you start getting that, you'll start also reflecting on the stats that we have, reflecting on the cases being dealt with. Just last week, we've been dealing with others as well. So it's very key for us to note that. And another thing that you also mentioned is, what else can we do for the CGE to be noted? What else can we do? What can we present for the CGE in itself to be also commended and respected by people? Because I believe that's the biggest thing. Do people respect the institution? Do people trust it? And once again, as I said, if we are saying we are standing for the people, it's always best to get them involved. Let's workshop them. Let's get them to be on the ground, run for us. And we are definitely doing that because information is available. Education is a big pillar for the CGE. But the question is, how are we educating them? Which is very key, which is something that I also want to definitely assist in and bring in, because they are platforms. One of the things I want to mention as well is that I'm not here to reinvent a wheel. Policies are in place, principles are in place. There's proof in what has been done all these years. There are people who are coming out and saying, I'm a beneficiary of FAMSA, I'm a beneficiary of what the government is doing, what CG is doing. All we are doing right now is maintenance. That's what I'm here for. We do not reinvent a wheel, we just fix the roads. We close up and patch where we can. That is what I believe I'm here for as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Piri.
Well, thank you, Chair. Prentice candidate, I don't wanna bargain incorrectly, but allow me to call you Princess and say welcome. My name is Carol Piri. Committee that deals with women, youth, and persons with disability. Chair, let me start by asking her because I want to ask her, it's a sort of a follow-up from your question first before I could come with mine. Princess, okay. Are you happy with the visibility, be it when people in your area, because you are a princess, do they know about the CGE? And if yes, what is it that has been done to your area by this? Many cases, or mention just one case that the CGE commissioners has assisted, or be it a CGE at general. If not, and what do you think you are coming in as a commissioner going to do? So I wanted to make a follow-up on that one first. Then allow me, Chair, when she has finished responding that, I'll come back with my question. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much for that, Honorable Carol. Just to give feedback on that, yes, we have cases, a number of them, relating to a previous commissioner who was serving here, who was also my mentor, the late Commissioner Lindiwe Ntuli Tlobata. From her, that's where we got to understand who the CGE is. From her, that's where we got to roll out and assist the committee members. Just to mention one case that we had to deal with was to go out into Athol Utah regions in Bushbuck Ridge areas. And from there, we found a group of young girls, 14, 15 years old. They mentioned to us that they would rather continue with getting pregnant than have to deal with poverty issues. And then that's where we had to sit down and ask them, but who are the fathers? How do you get pregnant? Where does this start? As I said, I want to find the root causes. And that's where I learned from as well, from the late commissioner herself. We would interrogate these individuals because while we're there, we're also training them and teaching them. From there, these same teenagers would tell us that, listen, it's an uncle, they downplayed those issues. They numbed themselves to things that are painful when we address them outside of it. So certain individuals in those areas are taught to be okay with matters. Hence, for me, being in, from a royal family, traditional council, it's very key for me to unpack these because there is a change and a transformation taking place right now. That they gave me an approval, a thumbs up. We will support you as a woman to stand for leadership or traditional council, traditional leaders, which is very, very key for me to put out there. But as I mentioned, those are one of the cases we deal with regard to disability as well. I'm grateful you mentioned that. There was a young boy we had to assist as well. He was kidnapped by individuals in the same community where they all stay in. They went and cut off his leg for their own traditional muti that they wanted to do. And from there, the child had to crawl out because the individuals were scared away and they moved away. From there, the child crawled to the road and was eventually assisted by community members when they saw them. The role that I had to play from there as well. As I mentioned, I appreciate going to different organizations, pulling them in to come and join in. From there, we were able to raise funds to not just move the child away from that area, but to also ensure that he gets a prosthetic leg. We also ensure that this same child started getting the training, the physios that came along with it at no expense. And then from there, interacting with the child, we realized that Umtana, he's on his own, no parents, staying with an aunt. The aunt abusive, taking the grant money, so the child had to run to go somewhere else, hence he was kidnapped along the way. So our solution might have been just get him with that prosthetic leg, that's fine. But interrogating, going where he is, trying to find out what is the background, helped us see the bigger picture, that children are also being taken advantage of. Hence, that is what I'd also like to share and just bring up as well. Hence, my opening statement was the rise of women should not mean the fall of men. There needs to be that understanding that in as much as there's toxic masculinity, there is also toxic femininity. So those are the cases I'd like to just present today. There's a number of them. Some might bring tears to a lot of individuals' eyes. Some we've lost the children, we've lost the people, but the individuals are being aware now. And for us, it's a pride. Like I mentioned, the previous commissioner who was here, it was pride. We celebrated it. We made it a big deal. We brought her as much places as we could go along with. And that for me is a humbling experience. Thank you so much for asking.
Thank you very much, Nelly. Sheriff is kicked out by the system. Uti accepted.
I'm back, Chair.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Can I continue with my question?
Yes, your question.
Princess, this section 11 Act of the CGE, it provides us with the role of the CGE in terms or in respect of the compliance with the international treaty, together with section 187 of the Constitution that deals with the obligations of it. I ask you, are you in line or do you have a knowledge of the role of the CGE in relation with that, the international treaty and its obligation? If yes, you must tell us and explain those roles and together with the obligation. Thirdly, you need to at least mention the agreement that we made as South Africa with other countries. For example, I don't think you must mention it, the Maputo Protocol, but there are other protocols or other African compliance that we made with other countries. So can you elaborate further to show us and make us understand that you have an understanding about the international treaty, its role and its obligation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for that question. You know, when you talk about treaties for us as royalty, it's one of the key elements of building a bridge and accountability with other countries or other organizations that are around us. And just to come to the first one I'd like to mention, or it's the overall AU, the African Union Solemn Declaration, which talks about ensuring that women are given the platform to be developed, women are given the platform to be equipped and trained. And in that in itself is something that, as you have already mentioned, the Maputo Protocol. However, there is also the action plan from Beijing that we need to talk about. So that action plan rolled out means that in as much as we've got the policies, as I mentioned as well, set in place, how are we getting it done? Which is why I'm grateful for the African Union in itself, declaration, the Solemn Declaration, which has an African Women's Trust. It's a fund that is set in place to ensure that women are equipped so that they know how to do certain trades. So it's skills development that is set in place. And it being a treaty means we are held accountable. If women start an uproar and say, I haven't been trained in this industry, what then do we do? So though that's a treaty that I want to mention, which is the African Union Solemn Declaration, as well as the Beijing Action Plan that needs to be set in play. And I want to also say again, I'm also a beneficiary of such, because at this moment in time, I'm also undergoing a training for farming. And once I'm done with my own farming training, I go back to the communities and I roll out the information because of the land space that we have available around us. But thank you so much, because the Maputo Protocol has been the first one, as I'm someone who stays in Mpumalanga, so it's an easier one for me to mention. Thank you so much, Honorable Piri.
Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you very much.
What's happening now?
Am I audible? Let me check whether I'm audible or not. But Nazli?
I'm back. I'm so sorry. Load shedding is showing me flames, Chair. Peter, did you ask my question?
No, you didn't ask
I
question. Ask the question.
Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry about that to the candidate for the network problems. I do apologize. My name is Nazli Sharif. I am a member of parliament and a member of this committee. I can try and put my camera on just so that I can introduce myself to you, but the network is really, really bad. I hope you can see me. Hello. My question is around gender-based violence and femicide. We know that GBVF remains a massive issue in South Africa. And in recent years, as a country, we have adopted the National Strategic Plan on gender-based violence and femicide, as well as amended key legislation to combat GBVF. My question to you is threefold. The first one is, can you outline the National Strategic Plan for us? And in your outline, can you mention at least 2 out of the 6 pillars? My second question is, what do you think the CGE's role is in combating GBVF? And lastly, as a commissioner, what would you do differently? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for that question. I'll start with the first one where you're asking about, okay, in itself, GBV and femicide and the legislative mandate or so state for CGE. And I believe those stand for, first of all, the promotion. We have to ensure that we're able to promote gender equality, and not only that, also be able to promote the consequences then thereof of GBV and femicide in itself. And then there's also that essence of protection. Hence, I also mentioned that the CGE is also affiliated with various institutions or organizations that ensure that they roll out the protection of the individuals who are now part of those cases, which I believe is what you stand for as well. And then when it comes to legislative side of things, it all talks about being able to attain the right platforms, the right methods, the right means of ensuring that once cases are also brought forward, people feel protected, people feel safe, people know that there will be solutions that is brought forward. And I believe those are probably the key things that stand or are in play when it comes to that first question that you asked. And then moving on to the second question you asked, what is the CGE's role in GBV itself? GBV in itself, it stands for, like we said, gender-based violence, and that alone can, as I mentioned, either be from male to female or female to male. Hence, for me, it's always about getting equal assistance. Let's find a balance. And then from that state in itself, it's very key to note how the CGE is able to not just bring up the policies or the legislation or the laws in which individuals are not just taken out and dealt with for different cases, but you also show the victims in itself that they are also, supported. In essence, I believe that you are the catalyst. You're the ones who ensure that things are accelerated, things get done. And I've seen that, as I mentioned, with the affiliations I have with the different organizations, I've experienced it. I've seen people being assisted. And from there, it rolls out. People build a trust, a sense of there is an urgency that is in play for the rights that I have from the Constitution, from the bills that are set in place. And then lastly, may you please just repeat the last question? I might have missed you there a bit.
No problem. What would you do differently to tackle GBVF as a commissioner?
All right, thank you so much for that. So what I would do as a commissioner, first of all, we are in a society where if everyone feels that if people know my business, then I will be ridiculed. I'll be looked down on. So the first thing to do while we're promoting what GBV is, while we're promoting what femicide is, while we're promoting, and why I also mentioned the case of the young teenagers who thought, no, it's not a problem to be, taken advantage of by certain individuals. It's important for us to also reach people according to their state or their level of understanding. Where are the hence for me? As I mentioned, that groundwork is very, very key. The end product user for us is not individuals who are just sitting or fighting over position. It's mostly also those people who cannot have access to that position in the first place. Are they aware that there are people who are supporting them? Are they aware that they are in things that are not allowed? And what can they do from that? So as a commissioner, what I would do is ensure that I roll out ways for people to be accountable. If an individual is noted to have suggested it was an assault or attempted or so, we need to put them up there. We need to make sure that they are exposed. There needs to be a database that people can access online and ensure that they scroll through and they know that in my community, who has been a perpetrator, who has been a potential perpetrator, because at times a lot of things are attempted. A lot of these children come back and told us, no, the person tried, but they didn't succeed. And then the person is let go. They are forgiven. Or what we call in traditional councils as well, as someone comes uklawula. So we see all of those factors. I'm attempted, we need to deal with them too. Those people be put up. Looking back in the olden days, there was a wanted list. Posters will be put up everywhere. Why aren't we doing the same thing? Because if we name and shame, if we're able to name and shame, certain people will put themselves in order as well. Because a lot of people have numbed themselves with, I'll go to prison, then what? As mentioned, I interact with a lot of prisoners as well, and you get to hear a lot of feedback. You get to hear a lot of gruesome stories, a lot of background stories. But for me, it would be, let's make sure that we name and shame. Let's also make sure that we break down information according to the areas and what they know, what they've experienced, how have they been numbed because of culture, because of tradition, or because of lack of information as well. I hope that answers the question. Thank you so much.
Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, Chair. Ngibonge, Chairperson, Nkosazana, Mohane, Princess, ayabona Princess Mpani. Kukhona la uthinta khona, indaba ezibuhlungu, iMpumalanga nathi KZN. Ngingasho ukuthi province ecishe ifane, ecishe ibe nezimanga. Especially kulento yokuthatha amaphathi omuntu hambe kwenza umuthi. Mhlambe even la kwi-portfolio committee njalo ngiyakheza ngisho nokuthi kuze ngithi kufuna ngelinye ilanga kuqoqwe zonke iy'nyanga ney'nduna namakhosi ke sibe nomhlangano ukuze ku-addresswe le nkinga yalezi nyanga ezingoqhibukhowe ezazi ukuthi ukuze kube nemali kufanele kufa umuntu namasonto. Ngicela ngaba inyanga kuphela namasonto. I-research engiyitholayo amasonto amaningi asebenzisa amaphathi ama-body part abantu. Futhi lento yenzeka kakhulu kuphi? iMpumalanga ne-KZN. Ngiyadlula-ke lapho. Bese ngizothi la Nkosazana yabona nje angiyaye ngisho ngoba phela kufuna isicheme lana. But uthasha izinto vele esihlezi sikhuluma ngazo la kwi-portfolio committee. Khona la ngithande khona ukukhuluma nango commissioner lo sandu udlule emhlabeni uNtuli. Besebenza bengimvusa ngisho ebusuku ekhuthele uthanda umsebenzi wakhe. Efana nomasonto. Lalela-ke. Lana sinenkinga yama-home nama-place of safety. Akhona ama-place of safety. Sinenkinga yokuthi awekho abantu besilisa. Asithi umuntu wesilisa la kukhona case adinga nayo KZN thisha omunye bejoyina lento kuthiwa Hollywood. Njalo nje njengoba mayiholile kumele yakhe iphele yonke esamsindise soyibulala. So kwafuna ukuthi akethe ukusuka kancane ekhaya. Saba nenkinga yokuthi indawo yabantu besilisa azikho. Ezinye iy'nkinga esibhekene nazo nama-home abantu abadala awekho. Akabi bikho labantu abathi safuna ukuyiqhenya ngokuthi esakhele abantu abadala. Laba bagcina bebulawa ngokuthi bayathakatha, abanye abareshwayo, abanye abashiwe izingane zabo. Khona nje ugogo abanye uzubabona ukuthi basizwa ubani Ayanda Msweli. Thothi umuntu uhlele endlini mdala endlini kodwa ubona ukuthi la uyisindelwa ngoNkulunkulu. Sidluleke lapho. Ngifuna ukwazi-ke lana Nkosazana yami. Uyazizwa into siyayibala ziyenzeka. Kodwa ama-province nje ngiyayizwa neLimpopo iza kancane. Siyalandela nayo. But kodwa nje ahamba phambili ama-province ile yami KZN neyenu. Ukubulala umuntu nje kuyinto eyize khona. Nokuthatha izinto zicross ziya kwamanye amazwe. Umbuzo wami-ke uzokwenza yini ozoyenza mangase kwenze ukuthi siyakuthatha manje sithi okay sicela ukuthi ube yiphathi-ke lana ngena kulana uzoba ucommissioner ka-CGE. Yini ozoyenza to make sure ukuthi uyaya emphakathini uyoqwashisa uyowutshela ngale CGE ngoba most abantu abaningi abazi into ekuthiwa CGE even nasemadolobheni. And nalento yokuthi kuney'ngane lana othola ukuthi lezi ngane kwayithinta nawe. Lezi ngane uthola ukuthi azinabazali. Lezi ngane zigcina sey'vuka ekuseni ziyohlala emgwaqweni ziyocela imali. Ezinye zazo gcina sey'ngena kwizidakamizwa. Yini ozosiza ngayo la thina uthi uzosilekelela siyileli komiti ukuthi abantu bazi and push nama-social worker ukuthi makenze sure ukuthi ayawenza umsebenzi wawo ukuthi laba abantu abawuvanzi abakwazi babatholele ama-shelter. Ngoba sinenkinga lama-shelter ayashoda bogogo. Enye nje icase ngaze ngama ngathi no ngeke ngihambe la. Lo gogo eRacial Daily Shalsworth e-White 60. So ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi uzosiza ngani and ngabe uyawazi umsebenzi ozobhekana nawo lana na CGE. Mazi usize nje usitshele ukuthi cha ngiyayazi CGE uthi yini ngizoya kanjani emphakathini ngigqugquzela wazi ngo-CGE ngaba besilisa abesifazane. Sengigcina la ushawa mazangishaye. Sibona i-youth yala eSouth Africa eyamantombazane nabafana. Ayazi noma kuyasa noma liyashona. Ingene kwizidakamizwa. Utshwala ubabona behambe bephethe uvanzi. Yini ozosenzela ngayo ukuthi uthinte le bhodi le yona edayiswa enzothini eyona lena ekhipha ama-license khona to khona ngoba to me ibukeka sangathi nabo bayiphathe okufuna ukubona lelizwe lishona phansi ngoba phela thina siphila under i-youth. Ngiyabonga.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu mama. Just to answer the question. Oh, you will let, okay, thank you.
I'm just interpreting for the record. Your Highness. Thank you. The honorable member was drawing parallels between Mpumalanga and KZN, citing the similarity in terms of motor killings, which you referred to in one of your responses, and also highlighting and maybe suggesting a need to have an indaba for traditional healers, given your the standing as a traditional leader as well, that maybe there needs to be an indaba for traditional healers to deal with bogus healers and churches that deal in many things, including dealing with body parts. And then also the issue that you touched on, referring to Commissioner, the late Commissioner Nduli, who she regards as a very dedicated member that also served the commission well. She then went further to speak to the challenge of homes and places that are very minimal, if not non-existent, for males, where she cited an example of a KZN teacher who unfortunately was a gambling addict who ended up with no place to stay and had to be moved to safety for various reasons. And then also she cited a lack or insufficient homes also for the elderly who end up being rape victims or accused of witchcraft and attacked, assaulted and killed, which she views as a very dire blight for those members of the community. And then she also highlighted the issue of theft and cross-border criminal activity that also happens, which then led her to the point, well, the question that she wanted to ask about your role in also informing these communities, affected communities, about CGE, and also the issue about orphaned children who also end up being in the street and drug addicts, as well as social workers who seem to be failing to do their duty to these children. And then lastly, she also would like you to outline your proposed approach in terms of educating and awareness about CGE, and also how would you engage the Liquor Board in terms of assisting and curbing the scourge of youth and alcohol abuse.
Thank you so much for that. I'll answer the questions in any order. I hope that's perfectly fine. I'll start off with the first one regarding shelters, because that is a basic human need to ensure that we are clothed, we are fed, and then we also have shelters around us. What I am currently doing now with the partners I have, so that is private organizations who understand that, okay, here is this princess, here is this individual. She goes out, she drives out into communities, she finds the people who are in need. She targets individuals. She doesn't rely on people who say, I'll draft a list somewhere, and then people add my family members up. So I go head to head. Like I said, we do the knocks, we find out what's going on in the situations in the family. From there, I come back and I give reports to these organizations who say, listen, I can fund and give you a space here and build a shelter for this person and this person. I'm talking about a successful case we have over an elderly mother that we found in 2020. I'll go back to 2020. She was staying with 10 children. One of them is the eldest one. She's a teenager. She's in her 18s. She's 17, 18 at the time. And she had already had 3 children. When we arrived there was a shack they were staying in. There were holes everywhere. And the grandmother explained how she was raped. So after seeing that, because of the door-to-door visits, after experiencing that, that's where I was able to go back, give feedback, and the organizations and I managed to build a home. We got a nice stand, spoke with the local Induna, the local chiefs who are there, obviously did the right due diligence that is very necessary. And then from there, we're able to put a structure in play. Now, those children, that grandmother is safe in that space, and they are also on our own database. So that is what I do independently. And I believe that is what I would be bringing here as well. The connections are there. There are people, there are organizations who are willing to assist, who are willing to step in. They just want to know who is out there. They just want to know, is this really a case? And does this case have any link to you? Why are you so interested in it? They interrogate, which is what I appreciate. And then from there, so the shelters is something that definitely we can bring a solution to. As I mentioned, it would need a lot of groundwork. And we always say, while I was working for Cancer, the organization, that sometimes as organizations, there are no resources. We can stretch ourselves as a country as well. We try our best to give the grants, to try our best to give housing, but not everyone can be able to actually achieve or quite be a beneficiary. So that's where we come into play. That's where we know who to go to, who to present these ideas to. And from where I'm standing, I'm seeing a success rate. It is possible to establish those shelters. The question is, when those shelters are up, will those people remain? Will those people want to stay there as well? Or do they feel like it's an easier way for me to stay out there because of what they also do outside of it? Coming to your topic or your point of the youth also that is engaging in a lot of the drinking, the explicit behaviors that are out there. And some who feel that, you know what, I'd rather be a beggar on the street because I make more money here than to go and wait at a home or stay at a home. So some of them are placed, but they run away. So those are the issues that are in the shelter aspect or the shelter topic of things. However, what we are trying to do as well in our areas is that while the individuals are there, we don't just put it there and say, okay, fine, we are staying there. We do the trade, so we develop them. Development is very, very key. Hence, for me, volunteers are very key. After I get my own trainings, I go back and I train the volunteers, and then they go back and break down the information for them. And then they know that they're coming out. There is the organization that we are in partnership with who says, let me employ them because I know what information you gave them. We taught you this, princess. We sat down with you what our principles are and you relayed it. So let them come and work here. Let them come and do the practical aspect of things. That's what I want to actually bring up and introduce and ensure that we roll out accordingly. And then coming back to the topic of how do I tell others about the CGE? I've got a number of also media partnerships. I'm grateful and humbled to be given opportunities to speak on air without having to pay a cent. I'm able to break down information to different languages. There's an international institution in the UK, Ireland, that reached out to me during COVID and said, we see what you're doing. Can you help us compile an online free COVID course and make sure that that course is broken down to South African languages? For that, I'm humbled that we also managed to get an award for that, representing South Africa. So there are methods, there are ways that we can reach the general public, those who have the mobiles, those who have the cell phones, the social media, and those who do not have access to internet. There are other organizations we're part of who have set up satellite offices with internet. And these are the places I spoke about that are 3 hours away, 5 hours away from Nelspruit. They set up bases where children can come and touch a tablet and see what a tablet is. We are part of those. So for me, strategic placement is very key. Strategic association is very key. in as much as we might not get monetary support, but that exchange of service is very, very key, because I know that investment that is being made is how we get to roll out. So now imagine, as the commissioner set in play, now I know that when these children are coming in to touch the tablet and play a game, they're gonna get a comic, because we've got graphics designers as well who are in play, who are trained. They make and design things that will appeal to children. That did you know there is a CGE? We are here to protect you from a very young age. So all of those skills are skills that I acquired myself as well. Training and just making sure that I'm equipped to ensure that when I'm out there, if I have to tell a child who says, I want to one day be a doctor, I can relate. If there's a child who says, I mean, I want to just draw and be a graphics designer, I can relate because I've done those short courses. You'll see from my own CV and accolades. I remember there was a time someone asked me, are you sure you know what you want in life? Because you're all over the place. There's business management. Now you're doing graphics and videography. Now you're doing this. Why are you doing all of these things? Because for me, I learned the hard way that it is the field that is my teacher, the lecturer. And once I'm out there, the people want products. So hence, that's why I'm saying for me, that is how I'm going to go out there and roll things. I've been exposed to different industries, different organizations who want to instill a sense of pride of I've learned this information. And now I know after learning, there's hope that I'll be employed somewhere. That's what the youth needs. Hence, right now, they are thinking more about, if I don't have cold drink, I won't get a position. But for us, now that we approach them, we say, listen, you are sitting at home. This person, we had a meeting with your community leaders, your church leaders. They told us who you are. That's why we are coming to you directly. And from there, we are saying, what can you do? What do you have in your hands? So I believe in the principle of iron sharpening iron. Hence why I'm saying for me, as a commissioner, what I'll be bringing on board is the organizations, the private businesses who are willing to create opportunities with us hand in hand. Because at the end of the day, gender equality is ensuring that they also tick the box and say, okay, we did do our investment. We did train a group of young African or so women. They are here in this industry. Hence, I spoke about the farming in itself. And there are 20 women right now that are being trained, being groomed. So that's what we do, roll out, make sure that we're partnering with the right individuals. And then, as you said, having to also encourage social workers. A lot of, for me, to wellness support is needed. Even doctors cave in, they lose motivation. We need wellness programs, not just for the ones who need the help, but even for those who are offering assistance. They burn out because they feel that there's not enough to do. There's no help that is there. They're not supported enough. A lot of people even know that, why am I going to the police station? Because they won't take me serious. So in order for us to attack that or deal with those things, is for us to ensure that the workers that we say we've appointed this police station here, we've appointed this leader here, we've appointed this social worker here, they also feel supported. Hence, for me, it would be definitely wellness programs brought into play for
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next question is Mamsham. Masondo uze okwabuz now. Okay, Mamsham.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Magdalena Duduzile Hlengwa from KZN. Princess, my question is around gender equality and gender mainstreaming. As a commissioner of this GE, how would you advise government, department, and entities and the private sector to mainstream gender in order to achieve gender equality? Secondly, what in your view, Princess, are the mechanism or measures to foster gender equality in society, bearing in mind the language barrier? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that question, especially when it comes to gender mainstreaming. Because as I said, most organizations just want to tick a box and then they say, as long as we've appointed Princess Eureka as a CEO, we are good. We've got her in. But what do I do when I'm there? Am I working? Am I getting the results done? Or am I just another body who's sitting there. So one of the first things we need to always reiterate and teach is the benefits. Organizations, especially private ones, hence I affiliate a lot with them. They want to know what are the benefits, what is this individual bringing onto the table, and how, for example, right now as a CGA, would you follow up every now and then that this individual that has been appointed, are they being workshopped? Are they being treated right? Are they being taken care of? Do they know that they are also accountable for being chosen, for being where they are? So I believe a lot of private organizations are looking for someone who will come in and ensure that they are aware that the people that are appointed, the people who are brought in, the understanding of its gender equality in this business, in this organization. Okay, fine, we're taking it, we're running with it. And then are we getting the results? If they note and see that, no, there are results, mainstreaming gender equality is easy for them. They just want to know, will there be results? Will a woman handle this job, or will a man understand this job? Will he be empathetic enough? Because there are roles where they definitely voice out and say, sorry, we don't want a man. We want to use a woman's appeal to get things done. Hence, for them, it's always about the results, what can be done. And if we can see that an individual qualifies, however, there might be certain aspects that are missing. As a CGE, let us be the ones who come up and says, okay, private sector, we are here to stand in the gap and say to you, we will assist these individuals. We will make sure that they understand how processes are done. We'll make sure that they understand what the impact is for being here. And also to ensure that they understand, once again, I'll repeat it, that the rise of women does not mean the fall of men, because there's some men who are saying, but gender equality is just for women. So we need to make sure that we portray that accordingly. And then the second question is, what mechanisms can we set in place to foster it? And as I mentioned right now as well, to ensure that we are able to just go back and make sure that organizations know that there is someone that they can be accountable to. Because these private sectors want to know, where can I go and tell on if I know that this individual or this gender equality is not working for me? There are a lot of companies who also closed down, a lot of them in Mpumalanga as well, because they're relying solely on what they know. But once they rebrand, they bring in new individuals on board, change was there. So it's for us to tell the positives, the success stories, what has worked. And if not, where can we start putting individuals in certain areas for them to be productive? That, I believe, is the biggest way for us to approach private sectors or private organization and companies itself. However, mainstreaming, whether it's putting it in mainstream medias, mainstream platforms or so, it's very key for us to know how to package and present gender equality in itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Princess. Mine is very short.
Okay, wow.
Oh, my name is Tabile Silvermason Mavimbel. How do you think the CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation and oversight by Parliament?
Wow, thank you so much for that question. When it comes to strengthening and evaluation for any organization, it is very key to note and understand who is running for these sectors or who is running for these key pillars that are in place, which is why I mentioned originally that it's very key for us to know who we affiliate with. It's very key for us to know who we are equipping, so that when it's time for us to be accountable as well to the Parliament in itself, when it's time for us to be accountable to the people who say, but you say you are here to catalyze my case, you are here to catalyze. It's very key for us to know who we have equipped or assigned this duty to, which is why for me, I mentioned it's very, very important for us to note that we demarcate the professional who's a social worker, who's a doctor, who must start or instill the first report, or maybe it's a police worker or so. From there, what happens, the rollout of these things, because a lot of information is lost along the way. We cannot keep up with monitoring certain cases or follow up with them because certain things are lost along the way. So fulfilling that gap for me, hence we'd like to bring in technology as well, and show that we're able to find a platform where we can synchronize. If a case is reported in Mpumalanga, we have to make sure that in KZN, I can type it and find it and figure out what is this about, and realize that, oh, it's not just us anymore. This thing is everywhere, because a lot of areas, something I've picked up is that they feel that it's only them, it's unique to them. until we all sit down. So for me, when it comes to strengthening and monitoring or evaluating a lot of the rollouts that are being done by the CGE, it's very important to know how data is captured, how cases are processed, and it's very, very important as well to understand who is assigned to do those. And if they are assigned, where do they report to? Do we go up? Do we follow up on those? And if we do not follow up, and then they will fall, nobody will be able to deal with them. So I believe it's more a factor of who follow ups on certain things. And I believe that's what we need to definitely do. So we strengthen the systems of reporting, processing, and bringing conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Princess. But I'm worried about the type of work that you're doing, because you know you are involved with many organizations, and looking at the state of CGE currently, what is it that you're going to do? For instance, if you are appointed as a full-time commissioner, or you applied for part-time, full-time. So if you applied for a full-time position with the kind of work that you are doing currently, how are you going to manage your time? Because they are also important. You know, I'm looking at, I was listening to yourself when you were answering that you're involved in many organizations, and thinking that if you are full-time, how are you going to divide your time? Maybe if you can clarify me because I'm sure this is for the last time we ask you questions.
Thank you so much for that, I believe, very important question, Chair. I think it always comes back to being able to assign tasks and being able to hand over. At this moment in time, after having expressed that we do train individuals, we bring them up to speed, and then we are placing them in organizations. I'm first of all, right now, owning a wellness center, but I'm not there full-time because I've trained youth. I've trained those who were once victims. They are now certified and they're placed in that place or that platform. And I'm comfortable, and I know it's easy for me to leave for a week or two. And I know that patients or clients who come in are assisted, they're taken care of. So I mentioned this because I want to express just how I'm living by the same principle of create opportunities. Don't just leave the victims on their own. Bring them in. Let them also know that they can be a solution and help. So that's the first thing for the wellness center that I'm in. And then with the organizations, it's definitely, as I mentioned, iron sharpens iron relationship. So as with this appointment for the CGE, I'd be bringing in partners who are here to assist with the mandate of the CGE. They'd be coming into partner so that we are able to, as I mentioned, I'm not here to reinvent a wheel. We are here to fix the road on which these wheels are moving on. These partnerships I'm bringing along with you, it's not that I'm there full-time with them as well. It's on a needs-to-needs basis. Hence, for me, I say there are cases we deal with. We go out to do our outreaches. And then after training the volunteers, they've been equipped. I'm no longer needed in this area. I can move on to the next space. So it's not a day-to-day that every day I'm training individuals, every day I'm out knocking on doors. It's on a needs-to-needs basis. And hence volunteers are very key for me. The more people I can recruit, train, workshop, and assign or delegate, the more impact we can make. I alone cannot split myself into 10 pieces to try and siphon out what is going on in our communities. But once I know who I've delegated, people I've interacted with, it becomes much, much easier. So hence I applied for that full-time basis because I know that once I step in, I'm not stepping in alone. I'm bringing these ones to be accountable too and say, listen, you see, this is where we are growing. We might have done things on a small scale. These might have been the cases we dealt with, but this is the bigger picture now. There are people who need the same help in the Eastern. There are people who need the same help on this different area. So that's just what I want to start rolling out. What worked here can work in other areas. Hence why I'm volunteering and giving and offering my skills and services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And
It's just a message and not a question.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I just wanted to say that nobody really knows the outcome of the interview process, but just to say that what you are doing for communities, you should continue to do. We are always advocating for a collective responsibility in terms of responding to issues of our vulnerable groups. It's not only government that can deal with issues that we're facing in our communities. Traditional authorities have a bigger role to play since most of the communities and our people are belonging to traditional authorities. So the role that you are playing for me is quite important, and that you must also bring on board other members of the royal family as well as in other areas, so that the foot soldiers for transforming and developing our communities would be added day in, day out. It's a collective effort. We always advocate for the religious sector to come on board, the traditional sector to also come on board. So I'm very impressed, Honorable Chairperson, when I'm seeing and interacting with an individual, especially a princess from the royal family who's doing so much work for the communities. Thank you very much, and continue to do that work, but also go out and bring more. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you, Chair. I do have one last question. I won't take up a lot of time, Chair. So, if I may, my question to the candidate is, the Commission for Gender Equality is a Chapter 9 institution, but they are still accountable, and they must still be held accountable for the work that they do, or in some instances for the work that they do not do. We've had instances in this term where we've had commissioners refusing to be held accountable for the work that they do. Can you speak to us and take us through how you view accountability, and who will you be accountable to as a commissioner? Basically, who do you report to, and who will do oversight over you and the work that you do? Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you so much for that question. I'll start by defining the accountability aspect. First of all, being accountable means acknowledging or understanding your responsibility to a power that you've been given. So if you know that you can not just fulfill your duties, but the quality on which you do them, the integrity on which you do them, how professional you are when you conduct them, it for me defines being accountable in essence. So when nobody is watching, what is it that I'm doing? What is it that I am saying? Is it benefiting the CGE, or is it just about me as an individual? So being accountable for me means definitely being able to not just identify issues, but also being able to make sure that we are aware of how we respond to them, what role we play, and ensuring that we bring them to the expected end, get things done and do them right. That is what for me it stems, or the quality of it. So as a CGE commissioner, I believe first and foremost, we are accountable to the people. We are saying we are representing them. We are for the people, by the people. That is the first group we should always take into account for. Hence why it is so important for us to know that when we are out there, we carry ourselves in a certain manner. When we speak, when we address things on social media, it's not just for laughs. People will take it and run with it. So that for me is very key. Hence I'm mentioning that the people are watching. They're the ones that I'm first and foremost going to be accountable to. And that's what I grew up in the family that I am, which is definitely being able to be cautious of that. Thereafter, there are other organizations or institutions in the same Chapter 9 as well that we have, that I believe we need to, once again, iron sharpens iron, are accountable to. The public protectors are there as well. They are the individuals who also look into what is it that other organizations are doing. So it's definitely them who are also playing a part. We've got individuals like NPAs who are also in charge, who are also there. We've got then members of parliament as well. In as much as we come back and say, did you? you also have that right. You also have the duty to come back and ask us as well and question, did you also really get things done? So for me, I'd put that in that order, but the biggest individuals I'd want to point out as being accountable to is once again, the people, the ones that we are saying we are standing up for after all. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think being accountable to the people also, you account to the people through parliament. Yeah, you did mention it, but I thought that maybe sometimes other people don't know how all of us do we account to the people. That's why our interviews are open to the public. You know, it's another form of being accountable to the people so that they see what we are doing. No, thank you very much. I think we've come to the end of your questions. Unfortunately, you won't have that letter of asking us a question because Honorable Sheriff has already taken that 2 minutes. So, but we wish you good luck. Travel safe, and thank you very much for honoring our invitation. Next week, we'll be deliberating on this report. You can watch us next week. And then after, we'll present the report to the National Assembly and then take it to the Speaker will take it to the President for the President to appoint the final candidates to be commissioners. But thank you very much. We wish you good luck.
Thank you all so much for your time. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Recording stopped.
Niqedile. Niqedile na bafowethu. Nilungisile Yoli. Nilungisile. Ngifuna angiqali ningakalungisi. Angiyazi mina le ngoma yenu. Wayaziwa yini kuphela base-KZN? Yo, kusukile sosatha isikhathi esingaka ninesikhathi. Oh, interesting. Bengikhona kuwo wonke. Bengikhona kuwo wonke. Nasemabhida nangikhona. Awethu. Uzathini ukubhizinisi? Ngempela. Si-on. Bathi kwenze njani? Okay, honorable members, we can start. Where are the IT guys?
No, because of he's never gone for PhD. She can't be a doctor.
Yekelani jealous.
Oh, no.
Thanks, Bill. Good evening, honorable members. Let's resume our interviews. I can't ever. Yeah, we check laundry. We check it. Check. We don't want to be contested, and people tell us that we were hiding candidates. Okay. Yeah. Miss Molalo Grace Nemataheni. Did I pronounce your surname right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Good evening. So evening, Miss Mach. Good evening. And my name is Nonhlanhla Ncubendaba, Claudia Nonhlanhla Ncubendaba. I'm a member of this portfolio committee and the chairperson of this portfolio committee. And here in our panel, we have members of the portfolio committee and the rest of the team from Parliament, and other members of Parliament are on the visual platform. They are also going to ask you questions. Mr. Mvaba, would you please check Honorable Sheriff and Honorable Carol if they are in, so that we can start with them. Yeah. Yes, the first question, you have only 45 minutes with us. The first question is about yourself. Tell us about yourself and why do you think we must consider you, we must recommend you to be appointed by the president as a commissioner in CGE?
Good evening, and thank you once again for the opportunity to come and interview for the commissioner role with the Commission for Gender Equality. My name is Muraro Nematayeni. I am a young woman from a rural community called Muraga Village in Thoyando in Limpopo. And I'm a certified financial planner by profession. I run a company called EmpowerX Advisory Services with a mission of taking financial literacy education to communities. And I also run a book club, which is called Empowered Women Book Club, where we empower, educate, and celebrate women. And in terms of my qualification, I'm currently completing my master's in business administration. I've got a postgraduate diploma in financial planning. My undergraduate is a BCom financial accounting degree. And the reason why I believe that I am the right candidate to join the team of commissioners in the commission, it's because of the experience that I have and also the work that I do. So in terms of experience, I've worked in the bank for 8 years before starting my own company. So as I sit here, I'm an entrepreneur, and I also run a nonprofit organization. And in the work that we do, we were deliberate and intentional about doing the work within communities, because that is where our people are, and then they deserve professional work. So relating to what the commissioner and the Commission for Gender Equality does, it's similar, because there is a need for us to go into communities. So even with us, what we're doing, we're going into communities. So the relationships are there, the platforms are there. It's just a matter of saying, what is the mandate? How do we implement it going forward? And as I sit here, based on the work that we do, we've received a number of awards. I'm the Presidential Award winner for Women-Led SMME of the Year, the awards that were done in November last year by our president. And that was just in support to say that the work that you do, we see it, and then we recognize it, and then we support it. And I believe that with that experience and also the work that I'm doing, I'm the perfect candidate to join the team and also continue with the amazing work that the commissioners are doing in the Commission for Gender Equality.
Thank you very much. Mulalo, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and a very good evening for your good self, Ms. Mulalo. Welcome back.
Thank you.
And congratulations on your great achievement for the award that you have received for the great work being recognized by the president.
Thank you.
The question, which is the first question, is around your understanding of the legislative mandate for CGE. Obviously, knowing that CGE is a Chapter 9 institution which has been established to support and strengthen constitutional democracy. What is your understanding of the CGE's mandates, its powers, its functions in terms of the constitution, and its enabling legislation? And secondly, what then becomes your role as a commissioner should you be appointed in CGE? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those two questions. So in terms of the mandate, the Constitution, Section 187, is the one that gives rise to the establishment of the Commission for Gender Equality. So the Commission for Gender Equality is a Chapter 9 institution, also with other Chapter 9 institutions that are available, like the Auditor General and also the Commission for Human Rights. And with that, it's all about strengthening and deepening our democracy. And in terms of powers and functions, there's the Commission for Gender Equality Act. So that act is Act 39 of 1996, and Section 11 of that act is the one that gives rise to the powers and functions of the Commission for Gender Equality. And then with that, we're looking at the opportunity to monitor and evaluate existing policies and practices. Those can be practices within the government itself, other organizations, whether public or private, just to ensure that we promote the respect for gender equality. We also are able to investigate on issues around gender equality, GBV, whether there's a complaint or on a voluntary basis where we can say there is this issue, let's go and do the research, let's investigate, let's find better ways of being able to ensure that we achieve the vision of the CGE, which is a society that is free of oppression and inequality. So other things in terms of the powers and functions, it speaks about ensuring that we are complying with international treaties that are available. So that would be something similar to the Maputo Protocol. And then there's also the CEDAW, which is the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. And then there's also others that are available that we can look at, but I think we can touch on that in the next questions. In terms of the role as a commissioner, so commissioners, I believe, are appointed on a national level, hence the interviews and recommendation to the president, but we get deployed to provinces because there is a need for us to get involved in terms of planning and developing programs that will assist in order for us to be able to advance the mandate of the Commission for Gender Equality. It's not just about planning and developing, there's also the aspect of providing oversight in terms of the implementation of these programs. And lastly, there's also the support that is required in order for this to be achieved. So in a practical sense, it's not just to say, okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next question. Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, Chair. Ngibingelele nkosazana yami. Othi ngibiza isibongo sakho Mulalo. Ngikubiza kahle? Yebo. Ngibonge ukuthi uyakhombisa ukuthi umuntu omusha kodwa ongalele phezu kwengqondo ofisa ukubona uya phambili. Ufuna ukusho lapho mangibheka lana izinto osuyibalile book club njalo njalo kuyakhombisa ukuthi ufuna ukubona ikusasa lalelizwe especially kwi-youth eliqhakaza. Akube bangizwa bakufunde bayeke utshwala. Lana-ke njengoba-ke ubone nawe ukuthi kufanele uzoba yiphathi yale ukuzovala lezi khala la kuthina ka-CGE. Owami nje umbuzo nje uthi first number one, uyabona eminyango ukuthi abantu bakithi bahlupheka kanjani. Okokuqala sinenkinga la yey'ngane othola ukuthi funa zofunda esikoleni. Khona uthola ukuthi iy'kole azikwazi ukungena kuzona because amanzi awekho. Even ama-toilet iy'ngane eziwasebenzisayo akekho esimeni zezoyikhulula ehlathini, kanjalo nothisha. Sengikhuluma njalo ngawe njenge-youth. Okunye okubuhlungu kunakho konke, intsha yethu ngathini ngesiZulu iy'thele ngamanzi abandayo. Ayazi noma kuyasa noma liyashona. Ekunoma benze le nto oyenzayo babona ungcono bathi ngene kwizidakamizwa koma-drugs, tshwala nabo noma bephuza baphuza emgwaqweni badanse kuma-tavern 24 hours. Umbuzo wami la uthi wena mangase kwenzeke uyangena la, yini ozosiza ngayo ukuthi ukwazi ukubhekelela ugovernment ukuthi akwazi ukubalekelela ukuthi bafunde nokubona ukuthi izwe leli sikulona lifuna yona intsha ngoba thina vele sesisendleleni intsha ka-76 isangathi yangokuphela. Yini ongayenza ukuthi ugqugquzele le youth yamanje? Okunye la sinalo CGE, lo CGE kuney'ndawo lana ongaziwa khona. Ngenxa yokuthi uthola ukuthi nifikile nathi sizosebenza ukuthi egcineni ningabe nisayo especially okukhuluma ngamakhaya. Kube khona abantu othola ukuthi lo muntu uney'nkinga ezinkulu kodwa manje ngenxa yokuthi uyabona ukuthi akazi uzoshonaphi maye emaphoyiseni akalekelekeki ngabe indoda uyahleka wanamadodana angani noma niyakwazi ukuthi amadodana ayareshu namadoda ayareshu amadoda ayashada. Kodwa manje ekugcineni akakwazi la madoda ukuthi ayoripotha amakhesi ngoba uyoripotha izohlekwa. Nalento yokuthi-ke amaphoyisa athi manje umuntu exabene nomuntu wakhe kuthiwa ahambe oxoxisana bengayivuli ikhesi noma eyivule bebeka. Yini-ke nozosiza kanjalo ukuze sibone nathi lo mnyango ukuthi uyasebenza? Ngiyabona ngigcina la. Okugcina ile yokuphuza kwabantu amanzi ney'nkomo especially nje emakhaya. Yini ozolekelela ngayo ukuthi ungenelele ugovernment ngoba human right ukhona kodwa manje thina sithembe wena lo lana eseduze. Ngiyabonga.
Briefly, The member would like to firstly just congratulate you on the steps you have taken as a young Black person. She hopes others as well could follow your example. Now, when it comes to the question is, you find that since you said you come from a rural place, the kids sometimes can't go to school because there's no water and there's no proper sanitation. The other thing is that our youth is quite relaxed and they are heavily invested in drugs and in alcohol. Now, the question would be, if you were to be put up or selected to be part of the CGE, what would you do to help government to get youth to stand up and actually do what they are supposed to be doing? As the member puts it, the youth of 1976 is already on its way out. Another problem is that CGE is not very well known, especially in rural areas where you can find that there are people, especially sometimes it happens that men can be raped, they can also be assaulted. And when they try to go open cases, they usually avoid going to open cases because they are afraid that they'll be laughed at. And also sometimes police refuse to actually open the cases for them, telling them to go back and have discussions with whoever would be the perpetrator. Now, the question is, what would you do to help such situations? And also, what would you do, since you come from a rural place, to assist in places where people are found to be lacking basic services and people, an example that people are sharing water with livestock? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. And I must thank you for bringing into context the realities that we face on a day-to-day basis. So that it already paints a picture of what our people are going through in the different communities that we are in. So coming back to support what you've mentioned, there's programs that we do with schools, and then the challenges that you are raising are things that we are getting on a face-to-face basis, where the schools are confirming that they don't have water, they don't have sanitation, and also the children are even struggling to go to the schools. And in order to be able to address these challenges, I would like to firstly say that the Commission for Gender Equality itself is perfectly positioned because it's got different strategic objectives that speak to the challenges that we have. So it's a matter of saying, let's ensure that we do the work that advances the mandate that is in front of us. So the first one that I would like to speak into is the strategic objective number 2, that speaks about ensuring that gender equality is promoted through education and advocacy and programs that will help people understand that there is the Commission for Gender Equality and then there is work that we need to do. So getting everyone involved is the only way that we can get ourselves and community members be able to tackle the challenges that we are facing. Sometimes we complain about service delivery and resources not getting to the people, but at the end of the day, even the people that work for the government, they go through the same challenges that we face when they are coming to those communities or when they live their day-to-day life in those communities. So the question is, what can we do together as communities? So CGC can provide that platform where we can work together with community members to ensure that the challenges that we are facing, we work on them together. And secondly, about the cases that are being reported and also cases that are not being attended to. That speaks to our first strategic objective about creating an enabling legislative environment. So it's just a matter of saying, let us work together, ensuring that when cases are reported, we are also able to ensure that they get resolved. I love how with the Commission for Gender Equality, there's different ways in which we can report those cases. So one cannot say, I don't have an email, because there are other ways that they can also be able to report those things. So it's just a matter of saying, let's use what is existing within communities. Like in our village in Muraga, we've got monthly meetings where we meet Koroni, where we discuss developmental issues, challenges that we face as a community. So it's a matter of plugging CGE in those communities and talking about the solutions that are available for our people. That is how I will be able to assist in linking the Commission for Gender Equality and the communities, and ensuring that practical ways of ensuring that the challenges are resolved also involve community members. Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good evening, Ms. Milano. My name is Tabile Sylvia Mavimbela, member of this committee and a panelist. How do you think the CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation and oversight by Parliament? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. When we talk about monitoring and evaluation, that is a tool that we can use to assess programs and progress on what we are doing as the Commission for Gender Equality. So one of the functions and roles as the Commission is to report to Parliament and also involve other stakeholders, institutions, and organizations that also work for the advancement of gender equality. So as the Commission of Gender Equality, we can ensure that we are practical in terms of the processes that we are following when we do monitoring and evaluation, and also involve the stakeholders in terms of their contribution, because at the end of the day, we don't just want to end up saying this is what needs to be done without consulting the people that needs to get those things done. So it's a matter of working hand in hand with Parliament, working hand in hand with different institutions, both public, private, and also working with the civil society in order to ensure that what we need to do in terms of our reporting, we do that. I know we need to report to Parliament, to the President once a year, but there is also a provision that when there is a need, we can table a report. So we don't have to wait for a year to do that once. If there is a need, we need to act. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Sengwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good evening.
Good evening.
Our beloved candidates. My name is Magdalena Duduzile Hlengwa. My questions around gender equality and gender mainstreaming. As a commissioner of the CGE, how would you advise government departments and entity and the private sector to mainstream gender in order to achieve gender equality? My second question is, what in your view are the key mechanisms or measures to foster gender equality in society? Lastly, what is your understanding of gender discrimination? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions. We're talking about gender equality and gender mainstreaming. And firstly, let me congratulate the Commission for Gender Equality for the work that they're doing when it comes to the matter at hand. Because when we talk about gender mainstreaming, it's all about ensuring that the work that needs to be done is being done, and the people that need to do those work are perfectly positioned in spaces where they're able to exercise the powers that they have. And also ensuring that as we move from one department to another, there are people, gender focal points that are also able to exercise those powers and ensure that everyone understands and also gets a fair share when it comes to opportunities that are available. And I think as the government, we can do more. There is work that is being done. However, when you look at the reports, you can see that not all districts are being covered. And I understand that there's aspects of limited resources, but we can also extend partnerships to existing structures that can assist us advance this mandate, and also not just do this gender mainstreaming sessions with districts. Let's go to municipalities. Let's go even to the public sector, private sector, and also the different organizations. The key mechanisms when it comes to gender equality, I would say that there it's also about the relationships and also ensuring that people understand what at the end of the day we want to achieve. Because if one understands what's in it for them, they'll be able to do their part. We don't have to do all of it. If one does this, the other one does this, at the end of the day, we'll be able to achieve the vision that we need to do. And then lastly, on gender discrimination. So when it comes to discrimination, it's a matter of when people are not given fair opportunities or they are not treated equally based on their gender. And we see that mostly in workspaces where women are doing similar work with men, however, they get paid less. So that gender pay gap is something that would need to be addressed. And also the environment itself, when we speak about gender transformation, there is instances where you can see that the policies that are there in place are not supporting ensuring that the women are also getting their opportunities. So things like the glass ceiling is another thing that we need to look at and also understand what can we do to empower women so that when they get to see these opportunities, they raise their hands, because issues that men and women face are totally different. So we need to come up with different mechanisms that will assist them to be in the similar level and then not discriminate men also in the same process. Thank you.
Honorable Carol.
Thanks, Chair. Good evening. Ndi madekwana mlalo.
Madekwana bude.
Dzina langa ndi pfi Carol Phiri, ndi muraḓo wa heyi committee. Ndi Chair, I really I want to speak. Come again?
It's not me, it's Makaula.
Uthi
Ukumangalele ukuthi you are talking your mother tongue.
It's not my mother tongue, but I understand the language because I saw the name of the candidate, or she's Venda, and I'm happy to see a Venda, but it's fine. As much as we are a panelist, we must not be biased. But Chair, allow me to start with a follow-up of Makaula, of questions that she raised, and Muraro responded to that.
Long time ago. Remember, there are two honorable members who asked Mulano questions after Makaula's question.
It's fine, Chair. It can be a new question or in all.
Your question.
Yes. Chair, let me put it in this way. When Muraro was responding to the issue of victimization of community or the society in terms of gender and men who are not protected and they are ashamed to come out and say I'm being victimized or I'm not taken care of in a proper way. My question to Muraro is that it's not only citizens or community member, it can also happen to commissioners. As Muraro wants to be a commissioner, if you find an act or a situation where amongst commissioners, they victimize each other, they abuse each other, how will she handle the matter? Two, on the same breath, if there's an issue of being victimizing each other amongst themselves as commissioners, will she be in a position to want it to go to the media, or will she want it to be taken in an internal proper steps before the media? And what are those internal steps? I'm saying this, I know it's not her first time being interviewed by ourselves. I know she might be in a position to respond. So those are the two questions. Lastly, Chair, I want Muraro to explain further in terms of the Maputo protocols, as trying to understand and wanting to be a commissioner or emulating to be a commissioner. I believe she has perused that is the protocol in a proper place to be implemented? If so, how will she enhance or play an oversight as a commissioner to make it a point that it's implemented in South Africa? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Phiri. Molano.
Thank you for those questions. When it comes to a matter of victimization and also it happening within the Commission for Gender Equality or any other organization for that matter, it is critical that as we run these organizations or these institutions, there are policies in place that will assist us in order to be able to address such challenges. So depending on the nature of the victimization, there should be a policy in place that we would need to follow. For example, it can be a sexual harassment case. So we must have a policy there in place that will also guide us in terms of how we address such a challenge. And then when it comes to taking things to the media, I believe that it is critical that we start internally and be able to resolve those matters ourselves. So before we go and seek help or tell people about what exactly is going on within our household. I believe that even in each and everyone's household, before we even go to the parents, we try solve it, and then we go to our mother, and then after that, we go to our father to solve those kind of issues. So taking that example back to the Commission for Gender Equality, we don't work alone. There is also other Chapter 9 institutions that we can work with that will assist us address or deal with certain issues that we might be facing. For example, if it's a case that has to do with human rights, there's the Human Rights Commission that we can consult before we go to the public. So that will assist us be able to do that. And as we work, we also work we work and report to the Department of Women, Children, and Persons with Disability. So those are the people that we can consult with first before we go to the public. And then there is a question around the Maputo Protocol. So as some of the international treaties that are available, it is critical that we assess what is there in place. And I believe that there is a list of rights that are noted in that will need to be communicated first to the people that are involved, more especially women, because sometimes we just think these things are just there or they are not there without even engaging what has different countries agreed upon. So in terms of what we will do, in terms of providing oversight, it's just a matter of ensuring that firstly, we educate our people about what we have agreed on the Maputo Protocol. So different things around gender-based violence, different things about education, different things about even marriage and what people are allowed to do or what they can do are addressed in those protocols. So it's critical that we communicate what is in those agreements and also ensure that our people know that it is their right and then those rights are for them to enjoy, because at the end of the day, women's rights are basic human rights. Thank you.
So we are done, Kero.
Yes, I'm covered, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Travel achimble zwavhuḓi.
Ndolivhuwa. Okay, thank you. Honorable Sheriff.
Hello, Chair. I made it back. Okay. Can I ask my question, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening to the candidate. It's good to see you again. Welcome back. My name is Nazli Sharif, Member of Parliament and of this portfolio committee. My question to the candidate is that we have a massive issue when it comes to gender-based violence and femicide in our country. In recent years, we've adopted the National Strategic Plan on gender-based violence and femicide, essentially as a blueprint to combating GBV, as well as amended key legislation in the fight to combat GBVF. GBVF is one of the biggest issues we face in this country. Women are not safe, members of the LGBT are not safe, and this is why we put so much emphasis on policy and legislation like the NSP and the 3 key GBV legislations. Now, can you tell us in your own perspective and outline what the NSP is? And if you can name at least 2 pillars in the NSP. Secondly, what do you think is the CGE's role in combating GBV in the country? And lastly, as a commissioner, what would you do differently to combat GBVF? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. So in terms of the National Strategic Plan, when it comes to gender-based violence, so that is a multi-sector strategy that is aimed at eradicating gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa. So that strategy was put together in 2020, and that was after people decided that, or the different stakeholders decided that this is indeed a pandemic, because the cases that we hear about, we read about, and we also experience are not stopping. They keep on continuing. So there was a steering committee that was mandated with ensuring that for the next 10 years, we are able to work together to eradicate gender-based violence and femicide. And with that strategy, there is 6 pillars that are there. And to answer your question, I will speak about 2 of the 6 pillars. The first one being on accountability, coordination, and leadership. And that first one just speaks about bold leadership, because sometimes when we speak about cases of gender-based violence, people shy away because it's things that they don't want to confront face to face. But if we are able to capacitate the leadership and also ensure that they are able to take bold decisions, and also in terms of coordination, they are able to collaborate with different stakeholders and also do programs that are evidence-based, we will be able to work together and eradicate gender-based violence. The second pillar that I would like to speak about, that is a pillar that is very close to the work that I do, which is pillar number 5, about economic power. So when we speak about economic power, we are ensuring that people are able to achieve whatever they want to achieve in their workspaces or in the communities. For example, I will speak again about the gender gap when it comes to ensuring that men and women are paid similar for the work that they're doing. And then in different communities, access to land, where we see that it's difficult for a woman to own land just because she is a woman. And then lastly, I would also like to speak about ensuring that there is initiatives that allow women, men, children, and the whole community to be able to partake in initiatives that will help them get or generate income. Another thing that comes to mind when we talk about economic power, the realities of our
people is that sometimes you find women raising children alone. So the strengthening of maternity courts and also being able to get support in terms of maintenance. People might not be able to show up physically, but let's not give them an opportunity to not show up economically in terms of this journey of raising their kids. So maintenance should be something that we also focus on because it gives economic power to be able to raise the next generation in a proper way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sheriff?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the answer. Just a quick one, Chair. It may be a little bit off left field, but I just wanted to just check. You know, the candidate is busy. You have a lot of things happening around you. You're busy in a lot of spaces. Can you just clarify your availability for the role of commission? As you know, part-time, full-time commissioners have set hours that they need to work, but you'll find that a lot of commissioners go over those hours because the work in the commission is so demanding. Can you just tell us a little bit how you balance everything that you do with the work in the commission? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that.
Sorry, Mlalo. Sheriff?
Yes, Chair.
How far is the clubhouse in Acacia?
So I just saw the video. I just saw the video now, Chair. It's by E Block, at the end of E Block.
Oh, it's far away from our houses.
Yes, it is. It's an E Block on the opposite side. It's close to the highway. It's by the fence by the highway, Chair.
I was scared. Who's that now? Wakhuluma indoda nje emithini yethu.
Yimi ndakhuluma kanjalo. Or it's not even close to.
Hi, Kero, we're scared. We are staying in Acacia. Okay, thank you. Sorry for that.
No problem. So when it comes to the commissioner roles, I understand that there is part-time and full-time positions. And then for me, when I sent this application, I selected that I'm available for either a full-time or part-time position. And just to support my preference or my main preference, I am young, I'm flexible, and also being able to build teams and people to work with in these different structures makes it easier for me to be available to advance the work and the mandate and the vision of the Commission for Gender Equality. So if I were to choose as I'm sitting here, I would be available on a full-time basis because even in the book club that I'm running, we've got provincial representatives in all the 9 provinces and also country reps in the different countries that we are in. So I've got people that make sure that what we need to do gets done. And also in my business, there's people that I work with that makes it easier for us to be able to continue with that work and my availability not be disturbed. Thank you.
Okay, Masiko, question number 2. Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mulalo, for your response thus far. Question number 2 is around the strategic plan for CGE, which is for the past 5 years, 2019 to 24. Which states that the Commission's mandate is broad and almost touches on every aspect of life in South Africa. In your view, is the Commission for Gender Equality making an impact in the public as well as the private sector? The second portion of that question is, in your assessment, in what areas has CGE successfully fulfilled its mandate? Because remember, the first question was around your knowledge on the mandate. So do you feel that CGE has successfully fulfilled its mandate? And what is your opinion? What, in your opinion, are the areas that require more focus? If there are any areas of improvement, what are they? And can you just outline that for us? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. When we speak about the strategic plan for the Commission for Gender Equality, we are going back to the strategic objectives that are set in place. But for this particular question, it's a matter of saying, let's go into the detail in terms of what work has been done on a day-to-day basis. And I love how the Commission for Gender Equality is transparent in terms of the work that even commissioners are doing, the work that the provinces are doing, because at the end of the day, that's what builds up to whether we are achieving what we have set ourselves to do. And in terms of the public and private sector, the CGE is doing the work that is necessary, because even when we look at gender transformation, we go to both public and private companies where we are able to assess what work they're doing and also the policies that they have in place to ensure that we promote the respect for gender equality in those spaces. And we also look at cases where we investigate things that will undermine the advancement of gender equality in different spaces. So that is very critical, because at the end of the day, you don't want to do work and not be able to achieve what you want to achieve just because there are other things that are happening in the environment that won't allow you to achieve that. In terms of whether it is successful in doing the work, yes, the work is being done. However, we're not yet there at 100%, because there are some of the things that we say we want to do, but we don't do enough. For example, we can look at the programs that we'll say that we want to do. We can say we want to have 4 programs and then we end up doing 2. So that's like achieving 50% of what we have set to do. Or we can say we want to use what is available. I believe that we've got partnerships even with the local and commercial radio stations. We can say that we want to do so many programs, but we end up not doing as many. So I think that there is still a gap that we'll need to fill. And then that's why it's critical that even when with the new commissioners that are coming into place, we look at what skills they have in place, what can they bring that is different that will allow us to be able to advance the mandate of the Commission for Gender Equality. Maybe just to share lastly, in terms of the advocacy, public education, you need someone that will be able to communicate with the people in the language that they'll be able to understand. And I'm glad that our spokesperson, when he has those interviews on Parapara FM, you can see, yes, it's Tsonga, but the vendor is there. Our people are able to understand. So that's one thing that I'll also bring, the language itself, so that even the people that we're not reaching fully, we are able to reach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Molalo, thank you very much. We have come to the end of your session. Anything?
I just want to say thank you all for the opportunity to come and interview for the commissioner role in the Commission for Gender Equality, and also state that I've got great respect for the portfolio committee, the work that you're doing and staying up at this time to be able to ensure that what needs to be done gets done. And I just want to say that let's continue supporting the Commission for Gender Equality when they go to those communities, the spaces where there is vulnerable communities, women, children, people of LGBTQ, will let's support them to ensure that the mandate is achieved, because at the end of the day, it's about a society that is free of gender oppression and inequality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Molalo. We wish you good luck. Travel safe. Hopefully where you are booked, it's safe.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, and go safe tomorrow. And When now you know the process, there's no need for me to explain the process. Yeah, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye.
Why? Hayi ukuthi amakhasi. Mina ngicabanga ukuthi amakhasi. Mina nami mina ngithi good afternoon, Commissioner O'Hara, Seko. Good evening. So good evening, man.
Good evening, Chairperson. Open. And members of the House.
My name is Nonhlanhla Ncubendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Because I need to do that introduction. And honorable members also will introduce themselves to you as and when they are about to ask you questions. But the first question is about yourself. Tell us about yourself and why do you think we must recommend you for the second term? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for this opportunity, and good evening to the honorable members in this committee. I think I would be happy if I were to be recommended for a second term because I am currently serving in the Commission for Gender Equality. And I have been serving in the Commission for Gender Equality since August 2019. I saw the Commission for Gender Equality through the COVID period when we were designated an essential service. And during that time, we had a lot of work that we needed to do, even under the conditions of the state of disaster. And during that time, it became very apparent that the work of the Commission is actually very important and must be sustained because during that COVID period, there were many issues that were coming up, which were relating to gender and affecting women in particular. And I'm thinking specifically about the levels of gender-based violence which increased because of social distancing. And at that time as well, we, as a CGE, we reported in our first 14-day report that the congested spaces in which women were living opened them up to gender-based violence. And we're also concerned that with the closure of the schools, there would be an expansion, an exponential increase of gender-based abuse of young girls. And then we're concerned as well about the implosion of teenage pregnancy because of the absence of SRHR services, and also because children were not having anything to do and they were in congested areas and they were very susceptible. And the Minister of Basic Education herself was equally concerned about that. When I joined the CGE, we had a strategic plan for 2019 to 2024. And that strategic plan has got 4 strategic objectives. And I have participated and actively contributed towards the achievement of the strategic objectives. One of the areas where I really contributed related to strategic number 3, which is to monitor and evaluate issues that affect gender equality. And in that instance, I honed in on the question of teenage pregnancy because I was very concerned as a teacher and educator that the children were going to be very much affected by that the girl child was going to be disadvantaged, fall pregnant, fall out of school. And if they were coming from disadvantaged families with mothers who will not say, parents will not say, no, you are pregnant, you'll have the child, you'll go back to school, because the law agrees to that. The other parent is a parent who's a domestic worker, will say instead to her employer, my daughter is pregnant, Uzoto is pregnant. Can you find her a job? Is your friend, do you have a friend who can give her a job? Whereas another person who is better placed will say, you will have your child and you will go back to school. And this child will not be your child. I will bring the child up. So the child becomes very much disadvantaged by teenage pregnancy. I did a concept paper.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good evening to your good self, Commissioner O'Hara. I'm not really going to introduce myself because we've worked for the past 5 years. My question will be around the legislative mandate of the Commission. And one wishes to ask your role specifically in fulfilling the mandate of the Commission. Because you've served in the Commission, you are well aware of what the mandate is, its powers and its function. So what has been your role specifically in as a commissioner in CGE for the past 5 years? That's the first part of the question. The second part, should you be given an opportunity, in fact, do you feel that there is a need to review the mandate, the powers given to CGE by the Constitution? And if there is a feeling that there should be some form of a review, what should it be? Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. With regards to the legislative mandate of the CGE to promote and protect gender equality, we do that through And I've been very much part of that. And it also forms part of our strategic objectives to promote and protect gender equality through public awareness, through investigation, and through litigation. And I have also been a very active member we do that through transformation hearings. I've been very active in transformation hearings. We do that through investigations. I've also been very active in that, investigations of how transformation is advancing, how women are getting empowered, how workplaces are improving to facilitate the growth and development of women and girls, or rather young women in the workplace. I've been very much part of that. With regards to monitoring and evaluation, specifically, I quote once more the issue of teenage pregnancy, because I really kickstarted that and we monitored that. I wrote 2 articles on opinion pieces on this, the problem, and a concept paper which I tabled in our plenary. It was adopted. It was followed by a webinar of stakeholders, the Department of Health, the Department of Education, Love Life, and NGOs, for us to come together and engage on this growing problem of lack of SRHR, but also the implosion of teenage pregnancy. We now have a report, and I've further tabled in the recent plenary that the problem of teenage pregnancy is a very gendered problem. It is a developmental problem. It will affect the economy of the country, and the CGE must take a strategic perspective on that. And I recommended for it. There are a lot of fragmented efforts to address this. Let us, as the CGE, call a round table where we will sit and say, this is the situation. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? And begin to say, how can we deal with this problem? Because it impacts on gender, GBV, gender-based violence, etc., on the agency of the girl, etc. So we really have to take it up as a critical area of intervention by the CGE. And I propose that based on our report, which we presented to yourselves, that we should, and the other activities that we have been engaged on, let us call a roundtable, a discussion, a dialogue on this matter, so that we have a plan that we as the CGE have agreed upon with this collective, and that we can monitor. That way, I think we will begin to do a very different way in that matter. In Gauteng, where I am the provincial commissioner, we've even provincialized it. We have had a stakeholder engagement to talk about that and to say, what must we do? But we realize that it can't just be there. It's got to be exponential to that, because it's everywhere. Recently, it was said that Western Cape is also having increased numbers of teenage pregnancy. So we have to address it because of its gendered nature. But in addition to that, we have to move, because we talk about gender equality, it must not just be the burden of the girl child or the mother of the child or the gogo of the child. Where are the men? Where is the boy if it is at school? The boy is back at school. The principal or teacher is back teaching and his family is stable. It's okay. And this child here now is just being given 5,000 rands in Taula or whatever. So we actually have to really have an integrated plan of how we are going to deal with this, because it actually feeds into gender-based violence that we have. The other thing that I have also done as Gauteng provincial manager provincial commissioner in line with the NSP. Was to say we've undertaken a SAPS oversight. Now in Gauteng, let us look at a high level meeting of the cluster, the security cluster, in line with Pillar 3 of the NSP of protection, safety and justice, and say NPA, police, soccer.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, Commissioner O'Hara. I just have a follow-up question in line with the question that I've asked around the legislative mandate of the commission. It's just a simple question. Can you just briefly unpack for us what your understanding is in relation to the relationship that CGE ought to be having with Parliament?
CGE reports to Parliament. It's as simple as that. And I think our first line of reporting is the portfolio committee to which I am, in front of which I am standing now. It is there in the Constitution. It is there in the Act. It is how it should be. It is accountability and responsibility.
So just a follow-up again. Why you as commissioners, you were failing to explain the line of reporting to other commissioners, and you led it in newspapers unnecessarily. And as a commissioner, what did you do about that?
Chairperson, thank you for that question. I think that was an unfortunate misunderstanding, because the Constitution is very clear that what our relationship is with Parliament. And this body, the portfolio committee, is Parliament. I think maybe we were sloppy in holding each other to account. Let me just put it like that. Maybe we were sloppy to hold each other to account, because it was very evident. It was also expected by some of us that this is where we report. Even in the process of employment, it is through Parliament that we are employed. So I just think that maybe a lesson from that is that we should hold each other accountable. We should understand the lines of responsibility and accountability more clearly, and they should be communicated very clearly. And that means that the induction must be very specific about lines of reporting, lines of responsibility and accountability. I think if the induction is very clear, we sing from the same hymn sheet, or we must sing from the same hymn sheet. I think it's lessons that we take from experience, Chairperson.
So what is happening with the new commissioners that have just joined you?
There was an induction, but I think that learning is an ongoing process. There will be a beginning for it. We understand, we understand better, we understand even better as we consolidate and become one as one body of commissioners. I think when it is natural, Chairperson, that when we start, we are at the different levels of understanding. But the leadership, the Chairperson must continuously induct a new member so that we are on the same page very soon. CGE strategic plan for 2019-2024 states that the Commission's mandate is broad and almost touches on every aspect of life in South Africa. In your own view, if you assess the performance of CGE, can you be content that you have made an impact in your term of office? That's one. And if you have made an impact, did you make an impact in public sector only, or you have also made an impact in private sector? And if you say yes, just give us example or share with us. And then lastly, in your own assessment, do you think you have fulfilled the mandate of the institution since you've been appointed as a commissioner? And if yes, share with us. And if not, tell us why. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the issue of impact, I would say that with the resources that we have made a contribution. We have made a contribution to promoting and protecting gender equality. We have made a contribution towards monitoring and evaluating issues that undermine gender equality. We have also made an input in advancing, enabling a legislative environment for gender equality. And I am saying a contribution because impact means you want to know and see a difference and it must be measurable. And where we are, Chairperson, and members of the committee, we actually are interrogating the issue of the impact of the CGE in terms of our mandate. And this is especially because of the 20 years that we have reported on in terms of the 20-year report, but also now as we advance to 30 years. This year is 30 years of democracy. So we actually have a process of remodeling the new business model where we are saying, this is the work that we have done. For example, we do hearings with the public entities, the departments. We also do hearings of private sector, Woolworths, Pick and Pay, and others. We do that. But we want to say, what is the impact that we are having? And we are actually reflecting on our work, the hearings that we do, for are they impactful now, besides the fact that sometimes the recommendations are not necessarily implemented by all, whether it's even the public, the national department, sometimes they don't. And I can give an example of shelters. In even the private sectors, we don't quite follow up. So I think where we are and doing a new business model, reviewing how we do work, is because we are saying we need to make an impact, but we must also be able to measure for what is this impact, and can we point at it? Can you say it is medium, it is low, it is high? So that is what we are working on very much, and that falls within the strategic objective of the fourth strategic objective, which is about building an efficient and sustainable CGE that makes impact in terms of our mandate. So my answer would be that we have made a contribution, but we as commissioners have actually said we want to talk now about impact. And we are saying the business model must help us to make that impact. And if I were to take again our hearings, our transformation hearings, and I think I missed to answer the question. I don't know if you asked the question about recommendations. I don't know. Maybe let me pass. I'm not sure if you did. Sorry. But Chairperson, what I am saying is that we are at a stage in the CGE where we are really working on turning around the CGE. And I can report to this committee that I think we have made advances. You know, this process started in 2016 when there was the 20-year review report, but there was a lot of resistance in the organization to any form of change. But I am happy to say now that I'm confident that we will advance, because we already are all agreeing that we need to have a CGE that actually impacts, and that impact is visible and it is measurable. So that is where we are.
I'm not sure, Commissioner O'Hara, that where I'm sitting as the chair of this portfolio committee, I'm convinced that you are going to achieve what you're telling us. Because one, you as commissioners, you failed to submit to legal counsel the issue of ACGE to be considered by the Law Reform Council, Legal Practice Council. You failed to submit as a CGE, hence, which is one of the critical issue that you struggled with as an institution. We want you to respond on that and share with us how far are you as a commission, as an institution.
Yes, Chairperson, yes, that is a problem that has been there. And I wouldn't say we failed because the process is ongoing, and the acting CEO is really working on that, and has even approached the Department of Justice, because we need to be to have the status of LPC, because our attorneys, we have very young, brilliant attorneys that are working at the CGE. And that time must be recognized as practice, and it can only be recognized if we are registered with the LPC. So it's actually a very strategic matter that is being dealt with, and I can assure this House that our acting CEO, Dennis Matotoka, is actually on top of it, and he's engaging. I think very soon we will have a breakthrough, because in all fairness, the attorneys, the young attorneys that are working in our legal department must not lose their time because they are not on the LPC. It will be career limiting, and I think it will be irresponsible for us to have a situation like that. So I am confident that it will get resolved. I don't have the latest reports on that, but the last briefing was that the matter has been served with the Department of Justice, and there is promise that it will be resolved. I think it's also
Honorable Piri.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening to the sitting commissioner. Ma, you let me do justice just for record purpose. I'm Honorable Piri, you know, a member of this committee. Ma, when you started telling us about yourself, and with the part of responding, Honorable Maseko, you shows that you have passion in relation with teenage pregnancies. Ma, I want to understand, as a sitting commissioner, there is a situation, or I've raised Northwest oversight, that we came to say there is a case that for myself, I know, or it's sort of, but a 9-year-old girl who got pregnant. None of you, be it a commissioner from Limpopo, as you are saying you are from Gauteng, or you are based in Gauteng. I don't know whether you don't assist each other, but I've raised that there's a 9-year-old child from my constituency who gave birth. When I went to school, they're saying it's a family matter, we want to resolve it. But according to my knowledge, it's a statutory rape. And you are the sitting commissioner. I don't know whether when I raised it, you were part or not, but I've raised it, Chair, if you still remember. Nothing happened about the matter as a statutory rape. And you are commissioners, you are there to protect the vulnerable. But my question, I'll coin it in this way. What can you further do in terms of making sure we tighten and enforces the judiciary system to protect children, to protect women? This is a gender equality. In your strategic planning session, have you ever written a document or contributed positively about tightening those who are to assist those who are vulnerable? I want you to give us in confidence. Maybe it might have happened, you have something in documented, but you have not yet implemented it. The reason why I'm asking this, you are different from other candidates. You are a sitting commissioner, and we have many issues, problems that are not resolved. Yes, you have raised the issue of the NPA versus the justice system and all the stuff. Particular with your passion, you kept on saying you contributed immensely about the teenage pregnancy. And the case that I'm referring to, Chair, it's not a teenage pregnancy. It's something that it's out of this world. It's a taboo. A 9-year-old girl who got pregnant from primary and she became a mother. But there's nothing that is done. It says it's a family matter. Can you give us in confidence, or indeed when we can reappoint you or recommend you to the president to be part? Will this matter be tried to be resolved? And how so? To Chair, my second question that will be different from that is that as a sitting commissioner, how will you assist? Because in one of your responses, you said when you are new, things are not that friendly. But now you have gained experience. You saw how you were welcomed as a new commissioner. How are you going to make sure that the incoming set becomes comfortable and be well oiled and work in a way that they are not new? How will you welcome them? And your policies, your strategies in the commission, where does it entail in terms of mentoring the new commissioners? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me start with the last one. Thank you, Ma'am, the Honorable Ma'am Piri. Am I correct? Okay. Let me start with the second one. The issue that's about incoming commissioners is very important. And I spoke about induction, that we have induction. And as part of the induction, we will also have the handbook. We have completed the handbook, as the chairperson reported, I think, in the last portfolio committee meeting. And then it will be part of the induction. They'll be taken through the handbook about the do's and the don'ts and how we can work together so that we promote the work of the CGE. So I think that one is will be taken care of. I think we will improve as well on the induction, because every time there is an induction, but we realize also ourselves, we were inducted, but still there were many things that we did not know and that we got to know as we were going along. But I think that is also the result of the organization that does not have strong systems of induction. But I think we'll be working on that. We are talking about induction program and the importance of that for onboarding new commissioners. So it's a very important point that you are raising, Honorable Piri, and thank you very much for that. I think we will further ensure that we have a learning way for when people don't understand, they know who to go to, who to ask and all of that, and they don't find out things for themselves. Because I think it helps also to stabilize even the organization if we understand what we are doing and we are singing from the same hymn sheet. It's part of the business model that I was talking about. It's a very, very important part, because the commissioners are the leadership of the commission. So if they don't see things the same way, not that you have to have a common view, but you have to have a common understanding of how we work at the CGE, so that we can move forward with the agenda of the mandate of the CGE. The issue of a 9-year-old, that is statutory rape. It is a crime, and I do know, Honorable Piri, that families will say no, this is a family matter. Re tla e lokisa ka mo ntlong. Meantime, the 9-year-old is a child. O tshwanetse a ba tshameka diketo le kgati and not nursing a child. The body is not even ready to carry a child, you know. So it's actually a crime. It's statutory rape. I think, Chairperson, maybe it's something that you may want. I would suggest that maybe something that you want to flag, Honorable Piri, and understand for what happened and how we can take it forward. Mulato how bold. It can still be taken up. I think this is very serious. This is a 9-year-old. Not someone, you know, should be doing arithmetic at school, mathematics at school, learning and thinking about.
Thank you very much.
We can still continue with that. I'm suggesting. Thank you.
Follow up, Honorable Piri.
Thanks, Chair. I expected a response, Ma, that maybe you're gonna talk to me about it. It's a character issue. I did not wanna bring it direct to you. As Uche has said, you were having many issues that you took them to, yes, to media amongst yourself. The reason why I said, how will you make it a point that the new commissioners becomes comfortable and exercise and do their work diligently? I expected something different, not from induction, because we know everybody when you get to an organization and a handbook. But I believe that it's just a moral thing. And I see you as a mother, and I thought you'll have a different mechanism that you can explain. How will you make them be comfortable and equip them? Because indeed, the way you responded, you even say you have been inducted, but it was not easy. But therefore, the victimization amongst yourselves, how will you prevent that not to happen again? Because I believe in some of the things that, or direct the portfolio committee into the media, it was because you are victimizing yourself amongst yourself in that organization. But Chair, maybe she must be given a last chance to try and respond to the conflict. How will she respond to it in a different way before it goes out of hand? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Honorable Piri. I think that as a person, my own style, I'm very welcoming and engaging and very keen to find out how are you doing, what are you doing, and getting to know a person directly. What are your interests, and my interests are this. You know, that kind of engaging and getting to know one another as human beings and as workers and as commissioners in the same place. Now, I think from a personal view, I'm just that kind of person. I'm welcoming, I'm engaging, I'm helpful, I share knowledge and all of that. And I also, by the way, also listen and learn from people that I engage with, and that would apply to the new commissioners. I do it all the time, even with the new commissioners that came in March. It was the same kind of thing. So it's just my personality. I'm like that. I'm engaging, I'm welcoming, I'm helpful, I share information and ideas and all of that. So from a personal perspective, that's how I am, and that's how I would deal with new people. But there is also the organizational one, which is what I spoke about. My organization is made up of people. And I've just indicated for now how do I engage with people. Thanks.
Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good evening to Commissioner O'Hara. My name is Nazli Sharif. We are familiar with each other. Commissioner, my follow-up question to you, and again, as a sitting commissioner, you have 5 years of experience within the organization. And as a portfolio committee, we have seen sort of a fluctuation of the CGE. I mean, I remember when we came in 2019, the CGE was doing, good work. We were like, okay, cool. This is a Chapter 9 institution that's doing things. It took a turn downhill. We had commissioners who are still under disciplinary hearing within the commission for things that he said that were, very offensive and discriminatory. And we know, because we work with the CGE, that a lot of these things start or end in plenary. And as a member of plenary, can you take us through how you handled, or if I could say mishandled, some of the disciplinary issues amongst your cohorts within the CGE? You spoke earlier about not holding each other accountable. And I agree with you. I think that's where the biggest problem comes, is that you as commissioners fail to hold each other accountable. I'd like to get your thoughts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Sharif, for the question. I think I would go back to say that what happened at that time in that plenary was a very unfortunate situation, and it really destabilized the organization and caused a lot of unhappiness. I think the way we handled it was the best way we could, because immediately plenary took the decision that it did of precautionary suspension, because we could not do more than that in terms of the act, and we escalated it to the Speaker's office and the portfolio committee as our committee, and that is really what we could have done, because it's not within the power of the CGE to dismiss or whatever. In fact, even the precautionary suspension was challenged, but it had to be done because we needed to have stability so that we can continue to work. Yeah, but I think that's the best we could have done under the circumstances, Honorable Sharif.
Honorable Sharif, any follow-up?
Chair, thank you so much. I think Honorable Piri covered a little bit about conflict management, but I want to find out from Commissioner O'Hara, sometimes, and I get it, trust me, I get it. We all work in our own organizations, and it's not always easy working with people. So conflict management is something that we need to have as individuals, but also that the organization has. And as a portfolio committee, we have come to realize that sometimes how organizations like the CGE handle their conflict is not in a healthy way. And then the consequences are it spills over into newspapers, it spills over into factionalism. And at the end of the day, and this is what frustrates me, at the end of the day, Commissioners are there to help people. Commissioners are there to make a difference in people's lives and not necessarily be at each other's throats. Can you speak to us about, maybe give us one strength of how the organization handles conflict, and maybe a weakness that you would, work on if you were reinstated as a commissioner? Thank you, Chair.
I think the biggest weakness may be poor communication and not being open and deal with issues that cause conflict openly and directly and immediately. And I think that is a big take from our experience of the conflict. We have had a fair share of conflict amongst the commissioners ourselves. And some of us have again, we would differ in terms of how we deal with those. But I'm one person who believes in being open and direct and dealing with the conflict immediately, and also looking at the reasons why there is conflict. Sometimes, Honorable Sharif, it is a result of poor communication, but also sometimes it is the result of inconsistencies because of how things are done. So we have to be very consistent and treat everybody equally, so that there isn't a feeling that some are favored, others are not favored. But those are things that I think we are working on as a commission. And I'm one person who is very open and upfront about matters that cause conflict, because conflict robs us of the time to do effective work. And so for me, it's actually a very important thing that needs to be addressed. And I am.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mam Sondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, Commissioner O'Hara. Now I introduce myself, because you know that I'm a Sondo, but I'm a Vimbela, just to keep that in mind. I just have one question, which is divided into two. How do you think the CGE can strengthen its own M&E and oversight by Parliament, monitoring and evaluation?
Please excuse me, Chairperson. Please repeat the question.
Thank you. How do you think the CGE can strengthen its own M&E and oversight by Parliament?
Okay. How the CGE can strengthen M&E and oversight by Parliament. I'm not sure I understand the question. Isn't it that the Parliament is responsible for oversight of our work? So maybe how we strengthen it is through communication and reporting, And I don't know if the possibility exists for, apart from reporting on a quarterly basis, maybe, but also maybe having a way of engaging where we flag issues sometimes when when we feel we are uncertain, you know, that kind of open communication, but that will not be abused. I don't know how to put it, but I think let me end by saying through reporting, proper reporting, and timeous reporting, and raising issues, etc., etc. Let me leave it there. Because I think I'm here to say.
Honorable Slango.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think there's no need of introducing myself.
Yes, no.
My question is around gender equality and gender mainstreaming. As a commissioner of CGE, how would you advise government departments and entities and the private sector to mainstream gender in order to achieve gender equality? Secondly, what is your understanding of gender discrimination? I thank you.
Okay. Currently, we promote gender equality and gender mainstreaming through public education and information programs that are conducted by our PEI. But I think, and one of them, for example, we do it a lot at local government level. And when we were reporting to the NCOP, when the Honorable Mem Sylvia was taking reports on the implementation of the Women's Charter, we reported that gender mainstreaming does not seem to be happening very well because we do it at local government, we work with SALGA, etc. But we feel as a CGE that we are really not breaking ground adequately. We want to begin to see the impact, and we are not quite seeing it. So I think we are looking at how we are dealing with it, so that we can improve. And these are reports that are coming from the provinces. Like I spoke about when we were reporting to the Honorable Sylvia I was reporting about Northern Cape. And the report was that the CGE has done gender mainstreaming programs, but we don't seem to see a difference. And we get the same report. So what is it that we are doing as the CGE? How are we doing it? And how can we do it differently? And that is where we are with that, looking at it, because we spent a lot on gender mainstreaming, but the feedback is always like it's not being taken seriously, it's weak, etc. So it's something that we are reviewing, and so that we can do it differently. On the issue of gender discrimination, how I understand gender discrimination, it's mainly discrimination on the basis of gender. where we are a man, you are a woman, you are a non-binary person, and you are treated differently because of your sex, and mostly you are put at a disadvantage. You may be discriminated against in the workplace, given a less salary because you are a woman, and the man gets more pay, etc., etc. There could be that kind of discrimination in the workplace. In the household, for example, treating the men and the women differently, the boy and the girl child differently, and the non-binary child, if you're gay or if you're lesbian or transgender or whatever. So that's what gender discrimination is, as I understand it. Discrimination based on your sex, gender, or sexual orientation.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your response. But let me ask further about this gender discrimination, because in my understanding and in my mind, I would want the CGE to be fully make this in a very vigorous thing to make us aware what is this gender discrimination. Because I've noticed to your response when you respond about mainstream. Now, when you come to gender discrimination, you said that what is it? Now, how do you treat this sensitive issue of gender discrimination? Because it is a very sensitive one, but it is there. We look at it and we look as if they are not there, but it is there. As South Africa, it is affected us when there is an athletics abroad where our athletic member discriminated. Now, at in my first question, I said to sensitize the government and department through this thing, and I want you to integrate that from the department and the government and this gender discrimination, because we have failed as South Africa during the athletics. I don't want to mention the name because it affects us as South Africa. How do you? Thank you.
I think the biggest challenge with the case that you are referring to, which, by the way, it's the CGE is taking it up at the CSW as a side event. They're taking it up to mobilize for support for this, because it's discrimination based on your gender. It's actually a very serious one because it has eaten into their time for athletics. It has affected their earning. It has affected their livelihood. So it's actually quite a serious matter, and it's something that we must continue taking up. And with this matter, the CGE is actually working with the Commission for Human Rights on the matter. It's very expensive also, and the biggest resistance is the courts, international courts, rather than us, because we as a country, we don't discriminate based on that. But outside, and she was doing very well. We all know that she was doing very well for the country, for herself, for everybody. But it's something that is complicated because it's international. But we are staying with it and taking it up as the CGE together with the Human Rights Commission. So it's quite a serious thing, yeah.
Chairperson, lastly, because here we are talking about government and department, aren't you say that we should integrate the departments so that the Department of Health, the Department of Home Affairs, because all these departments are fully involved when they are making certificate, birth certificate, etc., and to say that when you are going to these departments and governments, integrate these governments, Health, Department of Health, Education, Home Affairs, and DSD. Thank you.
I think the Constitution talks about intergovernmental relations, and that talks to the collaboration, not necessarily integrate because each is established in terms of their act, but the collaboration and addressing things that are related. Because you are right, it's birth, it's birth registration, and then it's schooling, and then it's sport. Yeah, so maybe as the CGE, we actually must find ways of working together. In fact, just on that one, let me say one of the things that we have done in Gauteng was to actually have the C9s in Gauteng, the institutions supporting democracy in Gauteng, coming together to actually look at mandates where they overlap, how can we work together, especially in this environment of austerity, but how can we work together, share resources, but also share our capabilities. And I think we, at the last meeting, which we had on the 4th of March, we were talking even about having a pilot project for how do we work on this. And this would be one of the very important ones, although this must be at national level because it's at international level. It can't be a provincial thing. But I think I take the point about the integrated nature of the works that the services that must be delivered. Yes. And I think, Chairperson, as we move forward with a new business model, those are the important things that we will be looking at for how do we collaborate effectively with the other departments, with the other institutions supporting democracy and other stakeholders. Thank you very much for that.
Honorable Mamkawula. Thank you, Chair. Ngibonge Commissioner O'Hara, umqawulo bongibiza kahle. Igama lami nguSibongile Makoti Khawula, member le portfolio committee uyakwazi ngiyabonga. Khona la ngizocela nje ukuthi ke sivume ke ngikubuze imibuzo then bese ngiqhubeka futhi. Nginenkinga la yokuthi kungani ungazi mayelana ne-legal submission. Legal submission. Bese ngifuna ukwazi futhi ingabe seyiqediwe yes or no no submission. Okunye ngifuna ukukwazi kuwena. Yingani kufanele thina siphinde futhi sikuthathe okwesibili sibuye sizokufaka kwa-CGE. Okay, Shine Zobuyaki.
Firstly, I will just ask you a few questions. I will then come back again. The first question would be, why do you not know, at least at this point in time, about the legal submission? That's the first question. The second question would be, is it finalized currently or is it not finalized? The third question would be, why should this committee select you again for another term?
Okay. Illegal illegal submission, LPC, legal LPC. The work is ongoing. It's not yet completed. And I don't have the latest the latest report on it. But the last time the acting CEO at the time reported that there is progress. But naye, it's not in his hands because it's in the hands of the Department of Justice. But he's pursuing it because it's very important for us to have that status so that we can run our legal clinics and we can also be friends of the court with the legal status in place. So it's very important for us. It's in the hands of the CGE, of the Department of Justice rather than T. But you see, acting CEO Pesquai is working hard with it. On the question, yes, second term, ngiyayicela second term because I would like to really be part, especially of building the CGE in terms of strategic objective number 4. I've been working hard on that. When we talk about building the CGE, it's the new model, business model, but also working on ukuthi i-organization isebenza kanjani, abantu bawuthatha kanjani umsebenzi wabo. And I'm very passionate about that because I also have a lot of skills with regards to business model, organizational change and organizational development. And at a strategic level, as the commissioner, I think I will be able to really drive that. And I think konamanje, the time is ripe because wonke umuntu is appreciating of the need for change and building a strong and effective CGE. So if I come in, if I get the second term, it's one thing that I would put all my knowledge, all my skills, all my attitude into it so that we build that CGE that must drive the mandate of transforming gender relations in our country.
Okunye ngifuna ukukhuluma ngakho la. Wena ufakazi kahle ukuthi le committee leli la CGE kufanele ama report ize isubmit yaziwe. Afuneke uthi masibuza manje kuwena usikhombise ukuthi khona la isenziwa khona isikhathi sikabebikho. Okunye ke ngifuna ukukubuza lana njengoba uthi uyafuna sikwenze ukuthi mhlambe phinde futhi ubuye. Ungake uchaze nje ukuthi kulesi sikhathi ade usinikiwe yini oyenzile wakwazi ukuphumelela. Although noma ungaphumelelanga konke lento ebizwa ngo-achieve. Ikuphi ongasitshela khona lathi lokhu ngikwenzile ngaphumelela, lokhu ngikwenzile wasaliwa hafu nalapho futhi usitshele ukuthi yini imbangela. Ngabe ama-case, ngabe yilawo honorable Philate ekhuluma ngakho lokhu kwey'ngane lezi ukuqwashisa kwey'ngane. Uma ngase utshela nama-meeting okowabamba emphakathini to make sure ukuthi abantu bazi ngalento ebizwa ngokuthi CGE. Mhlambe ngake ngilalele kahle ukuthi ithemu yesibili kufanele niyithole na. Okunye la sinenkinga la yey'ngane egxile kakhulu kwizidakamizwa ey'dansa for 24 hours. Yini osuka wayibheka wahamba wabonisana nalaba bakwa board ukuthi le yanto ayikho ihlukumeze kusho abantu abadala ama-red akhala kakhulu 24 hours ney'ngane ey'phuza kakhulu emgwaqweni. Okunye engifuna ukuthi ngikubuze kuwena ilento yokuthuthukiswa ama-skills phakathi kwabantu besilisa, phakathi kwabantu besifazane kanjalo ney'ngane ukuze bakwazi ukuthi like nje ngizengabhala la bo-craft work kuba ama-sewing uthunga yini ongasho ukuthi yabona umphakathi walapha ngiwusizile ngahamba ngawuyela emnyangweni ka-government ngafunela ukuthi wakwenza lokho ukuze sibone ukuthi hayi cha wena ukwazile ukuthi usebenzele u-CGE ngendlela efanele. Ngenzeka ngibuye futhi elinye ihlandla lesibili ngiyabonga.
Another issue is you should be a witness to this. Reports must be submitted and you should be able to account for them. Firstly, I'd like you to explain in the term that you have had, what exactly have you achieved? What can you say in front of this committee that you have been able to do? It could be either cases, it could be awareness programs that you have actually went or gone to the communities to actually conduct. Another thing is that the youth is quite invested in drugs. Have you been able, drugs and alcohol, is there anything or any cooperation that you have had between yourself and maybe say the liquor board in terms of trying to curb that situation? And also in terms of skills development in communities, it could be men, it could be women, it could be the youth, it could be skills like craft work or sewing. What have you been able to help communities around you in terms of skills development with? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Kaula. On the question of the report, what I was saying is that report, the finalization of that report depends on the Department of Justice, and the acting CEO is monitoring that and following it up very closely. It's not in our power of the CGE. They are the acting CEO is following it up, and it's following it up very closely. On the question of and community engagement, I have been involved in Gauteng.
Chair. Khona la ngidideka khona la Commissioner O'Hara. Hayi kambe. U-CGE umsebenzi wakhe ukuthi alandele each and everything esuke isubmitted obesuke ifakwe lapha ka-Justice. Ukuthi iyenzeka yini lezi zinto la case ngaba case. Mina ngokwami noma leli committee sifuna wena uthi njengoba wena u-CGE yini oyenzile ukwazi ukududula ngoba you know ukuthi kunenqwaba amafayila lapha ahlalayo uthola ukuthi amakhesi abantu angenziwa okufanele wena umele thina la njenge-CGE ukuthi lawa amakhesi ayalandela ngoba uJustice unendlela yawo nawe sowubiza la sizobuza lana thina sikhuluma ngawo ukuthi if wena masikunikeza lethuba lesibili yini ozoyenza ukuthi ungasibaleli i-CLO ungasibaleli uJustice ngoba umuntu okuyena esiqondene naye thina manje siqondene nawe.
Sorry, Chair. Another thing is that main aspect or job of the CGE is to follow up on issues or cases that might have been submitted to the Department of Justice. This committee wants to know from the candidate as to what the candidate herself has actually done to expedite such cases. She should not speak about the CEO or any other people. The committee wants to know directly from her that if she is given another chance, what will she do to expedite these cases?
Okay, I think when misunderstanding, I think I had misunderstood the question. I thought Honorable Kaula is talking about the legal standing. Yes, CGE, that one which I said is with justice. I didn't realize that you are talking.
What is it saying? What Honorable Mamkaula is asking you and saying she doesn't expect you to be telling us about the Department of Justice, that you don't know the progress in terms of that. So you should be telling us that this is what the department, this is what you have done as CGE, and that these are the developments in terms of the Department of Justice so far. That's what she is saying, asking.
Thank you, Chair. Ingakho phela ngithi if thina sikhuluma ujustice besingayenza kusimbizi sikhuluma thina sikhuluma nawe ngqondo njoba kuwena ofuna itheme esibili. Sase ngijobelela nje kufana nokuthi nje la ngoba wena vele ukhona lapha fana ngabe uyasitshela ukuthi ayindawo ethize ngihambe kangaka ngenza usenza yourself. Nalena yokuthi enye into engizofa kodwa noma ngakushiya lokho kunye kodwa isikhuluma nawe hayi omunye oseceleni. Yabo.
The member would like to state that that's why they are asking you directly as a candidate that if they wanted to the answers from the